It's been 10 years, it shouldn't last this long. The gamers are mystified, but they're politically wrong.
Standing on the edge of the crater, like the prophets once said, and the ashes are all cold now, no more bullets, and the embers are dead.
Oh my god, it's woke!
Whispers in the air tell the tales of the brothers gone.
Oh my god, they're all racists!
Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong.
And also Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sucks apparently! Wah!
Watching from the edge of the circus for the games to begin. Gladiators draw their swords, form their ranks for Armageddon.
The gamer war begins now! We're never ending the culture wars!
Tell the tale of a life that's gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong.
Gamers are dead! Again! Hello everyone. Hang on, the bear's not here yet. Bear's not here. The clown is now down. There we go. Hello everyone. I hope you had a good weekend, and then maybe you drank too hard on Sunday and you made that Monday an extra long weekend. Who knows? Who knows? You know, I hope you had a fun time. It's Tuesday, and we were supposed to record our podcast on Sunday, but I've been a little sick. I'm doing a little better today, but I've been a little sick. So on Sunday I was like, I should probably stream. We might want to postpone the podcast, and we did it last night instead, and we wound up talking for a little bit. If you're on the Loud Equals Funny Patreon, you can take a look at the thing before it's posted publicly, but it's gonna be up like sometime this week, I guess. We wound up talking for a little bit about the epicness and super coolness that is Gamergate 2, which I guess is just what we're calling it now. I don't think a situation like this has ever really had a 2, has it? I don't think there's been a Watergate 2, has there? You know, there's a lot of stuff gets the gate suffix, but most people are smart enough to not let it happen a second time. You know, smartness is as smartness does, and as I said yesterday while we were talking about it, I think, from my perspective, it's like, I can't believe people were fucking stupid enough to let this happen again. You know, I mean, on every side, the people that are incensed by the whole evil gamers, whatever, you know, they need to stop taking the fucking bait from these stupid journalists, these terrible, like, oh my god, Kotaku made an article about, like, really, did they? Oh wow, I care so much. That's the funny thing, is how much I care about that Kotaku article. It's just so much, though. It's so much. I care more than there are stars in the sky about a Kotaku article calling me a piece of shit. That would be just the most important thing. But, you know, on the other side, of course, it is like, from my perspective, I'm like, wow, did these, like, lefty people, these, like, super cool feminists or whatever that were being annoying 10 years ago, did they not learn any fucking lessons? Like, really? I mean, but then I realized, like, okay, but no, because a lot of these people are just grifters on both sides. I came to the realization that the central figure in this whole thing, this Sweet Baby company, as far as I can tell, really, they seem like they're a bunch of fucking grifters in and of themselves. But that being said, you now have, like, Matt Walsh jumping in, who's hated video games for a long time because, I don't know, they're violent or something, you know, the standard reasons. You know, it's just like before. You got a lot of fucking vultures swooping in. There's like a kernel of something that's real there, and you just have a bunch of fucking vultures swooping in to pick at the dead. Now, what we're gonna do today, I'm not going over all of the details of the thing. I'll give you a quick rundown of what's been going on and some of the response to it and everything. I recommend you check out the last Medicare stream that he did. He talked about Sweet Baby and all this for a little bit, and he got into a little bit more of the specifics and everything. And, you know, there's other stuff out there, but a lot of, much like Gamergate 1, a lot of what's being fucking said about this thing is for some reason just lies. And I don't understand why they need to do that, right? It's like, okay, so, I mean, if they have a good point, if there's a good point behind, like, okay, Sweet Baby is great, whatever, I don't understand why they have to do this thing where they just basically smear all gamers as being hateful misogynists and drawing it into, like, the Christchurch shooting and a bunch of fucking wacko, insane shit. Like, Sweet Baby is, like, one domino fall away from mass terrorism and genocide, is what some of these articles are getting at, basically. And it's like, I don't know, is that really the best fucking strategy you have? Like, I guess it is, because they want people to get upset. They want me to do a stream like this, right? They want the hashtag to happen. They want the vitriol. That's what gets them clicks. That's what it's all about. And, you know, so I guess we're all playing into it. But, I mean, a lot of people seem to be, you know, unfortunately, it's like last time, again, in all ways except fucking in all ways except like the calendar year, it is exactly like last time. Okay, not exactly. There's less. It's not. It didn't start the same way. We'll get into how it started, but it's a lot like last time, where it's like, yeah, you can point to the you know, journalists, the clickbait journalists just trying to like smear whoever, and you can be like, this is bad, blah blah blah. But the real problem is that it's convincing a lot of people. There's a lot of people who either they're too tired of this kind of fucking culture war garbage. They're either too tired of culture war shit. I just realized I have like music playing in the background because I only muted it, but I didn't pause it when I stopped the thing. We're just gonna listen to Call Me" from Cowboy Bebop. There we go. This is fine. Yeah, there's a lot of people like you know, on the podcast last night. I think Tristan and Bane both were kind of in the boat of like, I don't want to have to fucking deal with another Gamergate. This is so tiring. I'm so done with this. I can't believe we're doing this again. And I'm right there with them. But my problem is that that same mindset is what leads people to just, I'll just listen to X source and hope that X source is just telling me the truth and isn't like heavily biased. I'll listen to Breitbart. They have my best interest in mind. I'll listen to Kotaku. They know what's right. And you know, not saying that of them either, but or anybody necessarily specifically, but it's just like, that's kind of what happens. Some people get tired and they just kind of settle on a source, and it's like, that's, you know, hey, it doesn't matter too much ultimately, but it does bother me as an Epic gamer. You know, it bothers me that we're fucking 10 years on, and yeah, I'm apparently still, I mean, I do hate women and minorities, but it's not related to me being a gamer. I don't know, man. It's a shame. It's just a shame that you know, shit like this gets caught in the crossfire of like this stupid political nonsense, this sniping. But yeah, you get people like that who are just tired of it. And then you get the people who are just stupid enough to believe it. I mean, you get the people who they hear some whining from some babbling idiot on Twitter. You know, some fucking, it's the tweet starts with TW : and then a bunch of triggering things, and then it goes into all of the things that triggered them, basically. You know, it's one of those, and it's like you read that tweet and you're like, oh no, this person's right. Yeah, I can't believe these gamers keep harassing women. I can't believe it, but I do for some reason. Like, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of just stupid fucking morons who are apparently willing to just believe every old thing that's said. Gamers stepped on my dog and kicked my son-in-law. Like, okay. There's a lot of that going around. However, as I said, we're not going to be covering the extent of Gamergate 2 in the traditional sense. The whole, like, this is what's been said, this is what the lady has said, whatever. Maybe go check out, Harmful Opinions has some good videos talking about it. Some of the thumbnails might look a little bit, you know, there was one with this lady, which was like, this is your future, or something, and it's like, it's a little, but, you know, everything in the video is like, yeah, I can't argue with this. This is pretty cringe, and these are, like, people involved in this whole thing. So if you want some more info about that, maybe check that out. I don't know, check out multiple sources, check out multiple people's takes on things, make your own fucking mind up. That's the real answer. I'm not here to give you the whole fucking story. That's been talked about before. But I will give you the quickest of rundowns on it, you know. And then we'll get into what the stream's actually about, which is, I mean, no, you know what, I'll leave it to be a little bit of a surprise. Some people already know because they saw me mention it earlier, but, ease my culture war. So, a little while ago, I don't know when this started, but there was a list that was formed, like a community group on Steam, which, was essentially, focused on, rounding up all of the games that had been worked on by a company called Sweet Baby, and just identifying them. Not really anything more than that. I think it was called Sweet Baby Detected. And I don't think it was explicitly like, this company is bad and you shouldn't support them. Or even really being harassing. I mean, as with the original GG situation, like, there was probably a couple fucking people that were, like, harassers. You know, probably a couple. Yeah, I mean, no, categorically and definitely a couple. For sure, but that certainly doesn't mean everybody. So yeah, there's probably maybe a couple people on that group that were like taking it a little far potentially. But for the most part, the group as a whole, we got just some random Mike Oldfield song. I don't listen to that much Mike Oldfield. Nuclear. I started the stream with Nuclear because that was like an anthem during Gamergate. Not for Gamergate, but that was around the time that a trailer for MGS5 was coming out. And everybody at that time was fucking standing. It was the greatest time. It was the greatest time to be alive. Except for all of the other reasons that it wasn't. Yeah, no, this group was not explicitly, like, out to you know, be shitty to them. I maybe, you know, again, maybe there were some people that, you know, I think overall the point of it was they didn't like it, but I don't think it was, like, super hardcore, fuck this company, ugh! It was just, this is a list of games that this company has worked on. And what this company does is frankly insane to me. That this is, like, I guess just a thing that happened. Like, I guess I knew that stuff like this happens, but the fact that we're all supposed to defend this and think this is normal is kind of weird to me. It's this company, this Sweet Baby company, they, you know, at first what I thought they were was just, like, a diversity firm. They come in and they go, like, this could be done a little better. Oh, you have this character and she's of this descent. Maybe she could have this going on in her life. Something like that. Like, try to, I don't know, help things if you try to do a diversity. What I figure a company like this was for is, like, if you try to do a diversity in your game, you know, I went in with good faith, I guess. I accidentally did the good faith naivety thing. I assumed that it was people choosing to make their games, you know, extra diverse. They hire this company and then they go, oh, well, yeah, you know, you could maybe make this lady have, you know, her mom, you know, maybe she's Jamaican, maybe her mom could have an accent. She's born in America, so she maybe doesn't, but her mom, maybe she does. You know, you can have something like that. Just little details like that. Like, that would be kind of fine. That's what I kind of figured a company like this would do. And that's not what I'm like, oh, this is insane to me. Because, like, if that was what it was, maybe okay. But no, apparently what they do is actually, according to one of the people that works there, apparently what they do is actually just go in and just be like, I guess just like V idea men. Like the classic the V concept of, like, the guy who just gets paid to point at the video game and tell them how to make it. Like, the unrealistic concept of somebody getting that job. I guess this is why I'm saying that seems like a grift, because, like, from the way it's described, it's like, this woman was talking about how, like, she would change the it's everybody's favorite game, by the way. She would change the combat system of Paper Mario the Origami King, which, from what I understand, doesn't have a great combat system. But I'm sitting there and I'm watching this video. Harmful Opinions was talking about it. I watch this video and I'm like, this is like, I guess you go into companies, you go into studios that are making games, and you just kind of, like, fucking change the way the game is being made. Like, sometimes I guess it's a diversity and they add in, I guess the big one now, it's a weird one too, that they're one of the big controversies, and I don't know how much I agree with this, is the whole Alan Wake 2 thing. Because apparently they decided that it's because of Sweet Baby, apparently, that Alan Wake 2's second protagonist is a black woman and not a blonde white lady like it was gonna be. But like, I can't find it in me to give a shit about that specifically, because I know Alan Wake 2 is apparently a fucking phenomenal game. So, like, I don't know, if they did that, it's like, it's still a little fucking strange to just have a company come into your thing and be like, make them more black, but, like, alright, you know, it's like, whatever. it's certainly not a big deal, and the game is apparently great. So like, I can't care too much about that. But like, no, apparently they're supposedly they just go in sometimes and they'll just like consult, quote unquote, on doing like complete changes to certain elements that aren't even related to that kind of thing. Apparently, and I'm just left like, well, so you make a creative product and then this company, I guess, comes and they just like decides they're like script doctors. They just come in and pick it apart and change it, and it's like every movie that's ever been made about like, there was a really good short story, actually. It was one of his longer short stories, but it was from Neil Gaiman. It was about him going, I think it was about him actually, Neil Gaiman as a character going to America. I think it was like loosely, fictional, somewhat based on true events. He went to Hollywood, I guess, to like option off a script for like a story of his that he had written. And the story was not really about this necessarily, but over the course of the story, it's depicted like, well, they changed the protagonist again. He's now a rippling action man with muscles, and he has a hot wife. This is very different from my original story. It's like, that's what this Sweet Baby Company sounds like. It's like, you make a video game and it has like this or that going on, and then apparently this company just comes in, and people want to focus on this company for being like, particularly fucked. This company is so bad. I don't think this company in particular is the be-all fucking end-all. I think the problem is that this is just, there's a lot of companies, apparently, that do this kind of thing. And a lot of people's, like, argument has been, well, it's not, Sweet Baby isn't evil, there's a bunch of companies that do, and I'm like, is that good? Do we want a bunch of fucking insane people that just, like, you don't have enough female representation in this Yakuza game. That's a real complaint people have, by the way. It's like, I get it. You want to have, sure, have more cool women characters in Yakuza, but can't we just have a series that's just, like, about men? Is that a problem? I like Gilmore Girls. That's a series that's just about women. It's got men in it, but they're not super great. Well, no, Luke is actually kind of, but Psycho's pretty cool. Anyways, that's a tangent. Anyways, but Yakuza will be related later. So don't worry, we're getting around to that. But yeah, no, apparently this is a bunch of companies that do this sort of thing, and I don't know to the extent that they're like ripping apart your fucking games or whatever. I don't know. People want to pin this on wokeness, and I'm like, I guess that's definitely part of it, and that's the ammunition that they're using. They're once again beating people over the head with this basket of deplorables bullshit. Because it worked out so great for Hillary Clinton, obviously. Just, sweeping everybody up into the basket of deplorables. That worked out super well for her, so I'm sure it'll be great this time for them. But, like, yeah, no, that's definitely an element, but I'm just over here, like, creatively, this just sounds really fucked. Just having this company just come in and... I guess, and apparently there's many of them that do this kind of thing, that just kind of, like, dissect your fucking video games. And to an extent, it's like, alright, yeah, like, the example this lady used was, like, and she didn't say that they did this with Paper Mario, by the way, to be clear. She said, like, an example of a game that she would want to do something like this, too, would be Paper Mario and the Origami King, because of its combat system, she didn't like it. And like, that's kind of maybe fair. Like the last few Paper Marios apparently have not had very good combat systems, but I still don't think that like any one guy should be, or woman or whoever, or in this woman's case, sorry, non-binary MILF, in training, but she's also a non-binary woman, she says, and I don't know how that works. Not respectfully, I don't understand how that makes sense, but anyways, but yeah, she said she would do this with Paper Mario, the Origami King. I don't think that game has very good combat, but like, I don't know, it should be the fucking people that make the games fucking right to make their game have shitty combat if they want to, like, I don't know, that's their art, right? I mean, the fucking new Paper Marios are high art, obviously, just like Thousand Year Door, just super on par, absolutely. God, Super Paper Mario was great too. Everybody shit on that one for a long time because it was different. But, like, that game is really good. The Super Paper Mario, it is very different, but it's also very different from, like, any other game besides Fez. And nobody wants to fucking play Fez. God, I can't get away from Gamergate 1, because now I'm talking about a Phil Fish game again. Jesus fucking Christ. Next thing you know, I'm gonna bring up Randy Harper. It never fucking ends. Oh, I just did. Anyways, yeah, so this company comes in, and there's a bunch of them apparently that do this sort of thing. Yada yada yada. I find it a little fucking weird. That's sort of my take on it. I mean, I don't think that they're ruining all video games, because again, Alan Wake 2 is apparently fucking incredible. But on the other hand, people are also blaming them for, like, Suicide Squad game, and it's like, I really don't think fucking Sweet Baby is to blame for why that terrible live service game with fucking Harley Quinn in it is a shit game. I think there's a few other reasons I just listed that are probably, you know, a little bit ahead of them being involved, but, like, maybe they influence, who knows, because, like, apparently they're there to influence elements of the game design too. So, like, maybe the game wasn't gonna be live service before fucking Sweet Baby decided it needed to be. Probably not. But, you know, yeah, that's sort of the thing. I don't think they deserve to be harassed, you know. But then I also don't think the term harassment means, like, saying they're stupid on Twitter. So, you know, we're at an impasse there. Don't send pizzas to their house and phone them at all hours of the night. That's harassment. Don't fucking show up at their workplace. That's harassment. If you want to speak your mind on Twitter, though, I mean, I don't consider that harassment. I'm sorry. You know, unless it's like repeatedly calling someone a bunch of fucking slurs, I guess. I mean, you know, maybe that's going a little bit fucking far, you know. Yeah, no, that's sort of my position on the thing. But this company then decided to, the Sweet Baby specifically, then decided to basically Streisand effect this whole thing, this Steam group that was created to sort of identify games that had this company working with them. This whole situation, they started trying to, like, smear this Steam group and take that down. The Steam group, they wanted to get the guy who made the Steam group removed from Steam, which would effectively make his, like, library of owned media no longer accessible to him. Like, if he gets fucking banned from Steam, I'm pretty sure he's not able to play any of his fucking games that he owns anymore. So they basically wanted to do that to him. Because which is very strange, because the crime that this guy committed was just doing, like, a lot of people have pointed out, like, why do you need to make a list of games that, or why do you need to make a list of all of the games that they've worked on? You can go to their website and it'll say what games they've worked on. And it's like, okay, so why are you so mad that they made a list of games that you worked on, though? I don't understand. I mean, it's like the fucking users I look at, where it's like, they get upset when I look at them. Like, bitch, you put these videos on the internet. If you didn't want people to see what shit you did, then don't fucking put it out there, and then let people talk about it. It's a fucking free country. It's a free internet. Fuck off. Well, it is a free internet, or at least it has been. But in the course of people coming out, as it spiraled out of control into what is now being called Gamergate 2, as it spiraled out of fucking control, in the course of that, some very stupid fucking things have been said, and also revealed, you know, like, certain people coming out and saying, more or less, oh, yeah, I remember now. It was this company, it's like some kind of weird, I don't know, it's another, like, diversity in gaming think tank or something. But they're like, maybe somebody knows the specifics of this. It's this company that was, or I don't know, company, quote unquote, but it's like this group, nebulous kind of shadow organization, and you'll find out why specifically I say this. Nebulous, weird shadow organization of, like, diversity in gaming people or something, advocates kind of deal, who also had a thing talking about how, you know, Sweet Baby, we need to protect them, the gamers are rising up again, the evil right-wingers, the harassment campaign, yada yada yada. Well, it turns out that this, like, shadow organization that had this article talking about this is, like, funded by fucking US Homeland Security. So that was one thing. This article, funded by U.S. Homeland Security and supporting Sweet Baby, was also talking about how we need to like identify how games can be used to radicalize people, which is not a great thing for a government to know how to do. I feel. I feel like I don't trust that the United States government is just going to lock up that secret in the fucking Disney vault and not do anything with it. I don't know. I kind of feel like if they have that information, I kind of feel like if a Homeland Security funded fucking think tank is trying to get that information in some way, I don't know. I feel like that could be used for bad things. But also in this article, they were heavily alluding to how people during Gamergate, the big problem with Gamergate, you see, was that gamers and these hateful, white men and whatnot were allowed to have privacy on the internet and have places to privately talk about these things. So the solution, obviously, is that people on the internet should no longer have privacy. Not said in as many words, but Jesus fucking Christ, some of the things that are like alluded to in some of the, supportive fucking thing, supportive shit that's come out for this Sweet Baby company has been like, you have only made this worse. You have really, you really must want this to happen again because Jesus Christ, you're only making this worse. You're only making it more fucking weird and scary and fucked up. I don't know. So there's been that. There's been all of that. And this has spiraled into some insanity. Matt Walsh is getting involved. All of these people who have no interest in the actual reasons why this is fucking weird, like, again, artistry just being fucking cast aside in the favor of, like, make it this way instead, thank you. And no, the artistry isn't making a character white or whatever, but apparently just like they'll come in and decide to maybe change your combat system for you a little bit or something. Which in some cases, maybe some games should have that happen, but I don't think it's anybody's right to just have that power to be like... And that's why I'm saying I think that this company is a bit of a fucking... a bit of a left-wing grift. People are pointing out all of the right-wing grifters, the Matt Walshes, and I was brought in too during Gamergate 1. I was stupid and young and naive, and I thought I legitimately was like, well, Breitbart is gonna hear us out. They have our best interests in mind. I actually thought that. And so, there's definitely going to be people like that come out that are, you're going to get your Breitbarts, you're going to get your fucking Christina Summers, you're going to get your Matt Walshes, all of your fucking Jack Thompsons, all of your conservative Anita Sarkeesians. Sorry, let me rephrase that. All of your Anita Sarkeesians who are willing to admit to themselves that they're not just secretly conservative. Jesus Christ, Anita, just admit it. Just admit it. We all know. We can all tell. You've circled around the fucking horseshoe back to being like a trad wife. It's insane. So anyway, yeah, this is spiraled into some insanity. That's the general kind of rundown. It's turned into, allegedly the Gamergate 2. But now we're going to get into, the meat of the stream. Enough of me fucking chit-chatting, okay? Enough dilly-dally, shilly-shally. Alright? The only reason I'm doing this stream today is because I had a fucking trifecta of amazing-looking, terrible videos. And and channels, and I wanted to look at them. It's the fucking perfect storm, okay? Last night I watched this video. It was about the Joker movie. It was about, it was like from a breadtubey kind of guy, because I watch that type of stuff sometimes, because there's people in that sector that don't totally piss me off. But every now and then, I watch one, and unfortunately, I get to like halfway through the second video by the same person, and I'm like, oh, never mind, I shouldn't be taking you seriously. Uh-oh. What a shame. And so it was a guy who was talking about, Joker and does depiction in equal endorsement, and it was a pretty good video. I liked the video, and then I watched another video that he did about the Matrix and the new Matrix and stuff, and content warning, transphobia, and blah, 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 blah. When I saw the content warning, I was already a little on edge. And then he gets into a part of the video where he goes like, now, am I making this whole video just to virtue signal? Well, yes, but... And I know it's just a funny joke, but I'm like, okay, no, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I appreciated your Joker video was fine, but no thank you. But then this morning I stumbled across a video of his about how all film criticism shouldn't be negative. And so it's just reminded me of Neo Jesus a little bit. If you're thinking this has nothing to do with Gamergate, by the way, it doesn't. This is the one that's not related to any of that. But that was one of the ones that chronologically, because I watched that video last night, I'm starting with this one. But it's a video about how film criticism should never be negative. And it's got a bunch of YouTubers' heads in the thumbnail, like Your Movie Sucks and Mr. Plinkett. Which I think he's mentioned that he likes Mike Stoklasa and Red Letter Media, so in the Joker video, so I don't think he's like gonna be Neo Jesus, like bitter anger about Mr. Plinkett. It might not be a super interesting video, but I think it might be kind of fun. I enjoy bad opinions about film criticism and stuff. If you've ever seen my streams about the YouTuber Neo Jesus, I really should do like a supercut of because it's been over the course of a few years now that I've looked at him and looked at multiple of his videos, and just every time, it's infrequent, but if you know Neo Jesus, you fucking know him, man. You know, that was a good time. His videos are terrible. But then this morning, I woke up, I had a shower, I had a bath, but I had a bath. I was on my phone for a minute, and I looked at YouTube, and I saw this video, and this is where we really get into it. I saw this video. Let me find the playlist here. Weirdos playlist. Sort this by, date added newest. Thank you. So I got this guy here. And, I wasn't even going to talk about this. I don't know, this is a 52-minute video, actually. I don't think I'm going to watch the whole thing. But, and we're not going to start with this either. But this is a video from a guy named Revenant Remnant, which caught my attention because if you saw a couple weeks ago, I've been playing FF7 Rebirth. I thought FF7 Rebirth was pretty good. I got kind of cucked out of doing the final boss because I hit the wrong option in the fucking retry menu, and then it made me have to go back to the start of a fucking like hour-long multi-phase fight that came before that boss, so I was like, no, I'm good, and I haven't played it since. But, generally, I've liked it. I've been liking Rebirth. And so this guy, I noticed he made a video with the title, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a terrible mess and not a masterpiece, featuring at Genpachi2408. And it has, in the thumbnail, it has spoilers. It has Tifa in her cowboy outfit for some reason. It has Sora from Kingdom Hearts in the underwater Little Mermaid section where he's got the fin and he's like, shirtless. He's like mermaid Sora, whatever. And then in the middle underneath all this, it says Diarrhea Fan Fiction 1.5 Remix. So I think that sounds pretty fun. However, I looked at the guy's channel and I realized that this guy seems kind of interesting. Because I realized that this guy seems kind of interesting. And, you can kind of see where the pieces are connected now. It took a while, but we're back. We're back to Gamergate 2, everyone. Not just because there is a Gamergate 2 one, but also because I guess he hates... Sega said something about diversity. Yeah, this is what I don't get about these, like, anti-woke people, though. It's like, don't you fucking get it by now? I don't know, like, these companies say this stupid shit. It doesn't mean they believe it. Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares that Sega has some fucking rainbow capitalism initiative to promote diversity? You're really gonna get mad about this? Who fucking gives a shit? That's probably never even going to amount to anything. That's just something that they're saying so a bunch of fucking morons on the other fucking side of being brainwashed are gonna clap like baby seals. Why are you fucking so stupid? But then you get Receive and Westernize You, which is a good title, by the way. Because the Kiryu theme song throughout the series is Receive You, and the theme song for Yakuza 8, let me just take a look here. Hang on, sorry, it's Like a Dragon 8. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. The theme song now is, oh fuck, what is it called? Where is it on here? Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck it. It's called, Receive... Yeah, it's called Receive and Believe You. So his pun, it doesn't work as a pun, it doesn't rhyme, but Receive and Westernize You, at least it shows me that he might care, he might like the series. I don't think he's like a fake fan or something. That's a bit of a deep cut. But we're really gonna pin it all, I mean, yeah, Yongye sucks, you're not gonna have me argue about that. Well, except that he's a fine voice actor, he'd be fine as, like, Tomizawa. But, I mean, there's all that. But we are going to start with the Sweet Baby related videos here, because this is Gamergate 2 stream. But it is also plus other epicness, so that's some of the other epicness. And then there's one other fellow that we need to look at, too, who, I believe is on the other side of the equation. He is, one of the more anti-woke? Hang on. He's one of the more woke sides of the people. He has a video about people who say woke unironically. And it's like 30 minutes long. And he has some other videos about Sweet Baby and stuff, so I think that could be interesting. Maybe I'm wrong. He might actually be, like, anti-woke. I don't know. I didn't watch the video. This is what the stream is for. Welcome to the stream. So we're gonna get into it here. And we're gonna watch Sweet Baby Inc.'s Epic Meltdown. Gamers Unite Against Woke Company. Hang on, I need to take a look at this thumbnail here, because these are some good thumbnails, obviously. Again, we need to look at the Final Fantasy VII. No, show me the thumbnail here, come on. Spoilers, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Diarrhea Fanfiction 1.5 Remix. Now, I will say, what's funny about this, though, I will say, I have been playing Kingdom Hearts, actually. I started playing Kingdom Hearts 1 yesterday. And you know what? I think I like it. I think I like it a lot, actually. Except for all the parts when it's just original characters talking. Those are still miserable. If it's like the Tarzan world and it's like Tarzan talking with Jane, okay, the Tarzan world fucking sucks from game design perspective, but like the Tarzan stuff, great. Donald and Goofy, hell yeah. Hades, oh my boy, I love him. I don't even like Disney that much, but I'm loving them in this game. But then every fucking moment when it's just Sora and Riku and the original characters talking about, where will we go in the world with our hearts? We will find things. It will be adventure. So let's go. Oh, our hearts. Oh my God, shut up. It's like it was written by a 14-year-old and then the rest of the game was written by somebody competent. It's wild. It's crazy. It's like an actual fun Disney adventure and then it's just plopped into the worst Final Fantasy ever. But then it's also got Final Fantasy characters that are good. It's got like Squall and he's fun and it's got Yuffie there and she's cool and I don't understand how the original parts of Kingdom Hearts are just so terrible when everything else around it is like pretty good. It's pretty good. The gameplay is really fun too, but Anyways, yeah, no, there's this video, which we will take a look at in a bit, but we need to see this one first, of course. We need to see Sweet Revenge, Sweet Baby Inc.'s Epic Meltdown, Gamers Unite Against Woke Company. And I already said my piece, maybe I'll agree, maybe I'll generally agree. I don't think I like this company, and I don't like the... I don't like the fucking, pandering lefty journalism, gamers are dead bullshit either. But I don't know, this thumbnail is pretty fucking embarrassing. This is so, like, unironic gamers rise up kind of shit, dude. This is really stupid.
Deep within a bleak and dismal swamp, hidden beneath its murky waters, Why is
I'm just watching like a fucking scene from a TV show. Great, thanks for getting me copyright claimed. By the way, hashtag Sweet Baby Inc., hashtag Modern Gaming, hashtag Woke, hashtag Games Industry, hashtag Before You Buy, hashtag Rant, hashtag Feminism, hashtag Gaming New. Okay, are you 78 years old? I'm sorry, I've never seen somebody who isn't actually and literally the term boomer. Like Facebook boomer with minion memes. That's the type of person that does the fucking 400 hashtags. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
of the most
Holy shit.
of all time?
Oh, hey, Big Jack, welcome. You ready to get woke, Big Jack? It's gonna be fun.
A legion of doom.
Is it really the Legion of Doom? This is the problem. This is why people can't take... This is why people have trouble taking shit seriously. I always have to say this, too. It's like when fucking pronouns guy, you know, was screaming about how he had the option to select his fucking, you know... It wasn't even a big deal. It was literally just the game has options. Like if you're male or female, the characters will either refer to you as you know, he or her. So they just let you choose. It's like a very simple fucking option. It's not even like any kind of fucking statement. It really is. It's like the bare minimum of, like, frankly, I'm surprised more games that have, because games have had the fucking ability to have either, you know, like gendered dialogue, like depending on which gender you pick for years. I'm surprised that there haven't been more that have just had the ability to be like, and you know, which pronoun are people are gonna refer to you as, you know, like that. It was a very minor thing. This guy overblew it like it was some fucking crazy shit, acting like a purple hair pronouns, you know, liker on Twitter from 10 years ago. Screaming into the void about how much pronouns matter to them, and everybody just thinks it's weird, you know? And it's like, you know, any points that guy ever makes about, like, wokeness, because that's a thing. Wokeness is real. It's out there. It happens. Fucking SJWs are real, and anybody who tells you that they aren't is probably is one, frankly. It doesn't mean that they're ruining everything in the world. It doesn't mean that, because frankly, most people don't fucking listen to them anymore. I mean, like, SJWs are a thing, but they don't have a lot of fucking power anymore. So it's like, I don't know. But like, yeah, you know, any points that might be made from somebody like Pronouns Guy are completely fucking invalidated because of his insane fucking screed about pronouns. It's the same kind of shit where it's like, I'll call something racist when I see it. I'll call something... the Pronouns Guy, I called him transphobic because it is. He has a problem with even saying transphobic. He called it like transformer phobia or something. And it's like, okay, so you don't like trans people. Okay, just say that, right? Like, fucking just say it. Just fucking say it. Like, own up to it. But people have a problem with that, too, because there's so many crazy people on Twitter who will just use the word transphobic or racist or whatever like it's a fucking mayonnaise on a sandwich. They'll just any situation they can apply that to, they will just slather that on there. My favorite example, I always go back to it. It's a few years old now. It's when Animal Crossing New Horizons came out, and it was that. Well, it was a few months after actually. It was because there was an update where they added like the space buns hairstyle to the game, and there was like a minor controversy that you were apparently racist if you were a white person and you used space buns, because that's a black hairstyle. So you're not allowed to use that hairstyle if you're white or non-black. Or maybe if you're Chinese or whatever, because that's like solidarity. I don't know. But like if you're white, if you're one of the non-believers, if you're one of the unclean, I guess you're not allowed. And it's like, you know, I don't know. Yeah, you know, anytime somebody on Twitter now says something is racist, it's like, it's a fucking eye roll. Anytime somebody calls something racist on Twitter, I roll my eyes and I go, all right, space buns. Whatever you say, space buns, sure. Which is probably not the intended result, right? And so in the same fashion, you get this video that's like, yeah, is Sweet Baby terrible? Probably. You're calling them the cartoon Legion of Doom, though. You fuck off. Like, come on.
A Legion of Doom.
Like, this is fucking Al-Qaeda. Come on now. I guess we can go full screen again. We're not doing user bingo today. We can see clearly now our users are gone.
Oh, yeah!
In light of
Why was there a Seinfeld clip? Oh.
Oh, yeah!
Okay, this clip doesn't even make sense unless you've, like, unless you pay close attention or have watched Seinfeld. Yeah, this lady's holding a baby. And, well, I mean, I guess it doesn't need the context, but the point is the baby is really ugly in the episode, so Kramer sees the baby and he has, like, a funny reaction, you know? But you kind of don't even... I guess you can tell she's got a baby. Alright, you know. We showed... I can't believe I just showed 3 seconds of Seinfeld. The stream's about to get gunted, people. Be careful. It's don't worry, we're gonna come back if it does.
In light of recent events involving Sweet Baby Inc., I figured now would be a good time for me to share my thoughts on everything that's been going on.
The gamers need to stop being woke. So, but here's the thing, right? Like, so Alan Wake 2, that's a game I said, like, this game's good, right? Everybody has been saying Alan Wake 2 is phenomenal. It won a bunch of awards. It looks like that it deserved a bunch of the awards. I've heard a lot of great things from people that have played it. Story's apparently really cool. Gameplay also apparently really cool. It's got really good performances, some really cool musical performances in it too. So like Alan Wake 2, I'm not willing to be like, oh, they ruined this game. However, I wouldn't say Spider-Man 2 was ruined by some of the things that were in there, but it was sure real obvious. It was sure really obvious how corporately decided it was. And then you see the Insomniac, they had this, like, leaked fucking diversity training thing. Some weird, it was like from 10, it was like recent, but it felt like it was from 10 years ago. As all of this fucking stream does, obviously. It felt like it was from 10 years ago, and it was just this thing that was, like, trying to teach... It was this extremely corporate... like, literally, it was for the workers of Insomniac Games, who made Spider-Man 2, to, like, be extra woke and diverse. And it had some weird undertones that kind of implied that, like, Asian men are sissies. There's some weird things in that video. As with anything that gets into this kind of, like, super cool diversity... oftentimes it gets into, for instance, one of the women that works at Sweet Baby, the non-binary MILF in training, by the way, you notice that the colors on this banner are the Gamergate colors. This could not be more poetic if it tried. This is amazing. Fucking... Shit. I don't remember what I was just saying. I don't remember what I... Well, Insomniac had this fucking thing, and it was this weird Oh, yeah, no, the corporate diversity. As with a lot of stuff that tries to be all kind of pandery and woke like that, it can often have the weird backfired unintended consequence of being a little racist in the direction they didn't intend for it to be. One of the women that works at Sweet Baby, she had this whole, like, GDC talk or something where she mentions that she worked on the game Validate, which is this, like, super progressive dating sim type of thing. And I saw a little bit of footage in Harmful's video about it, and it was like this weird video, this weird game that was like basically there was multiple lines about, like, it was these two black people were in, like, a club. It was a guy and a woman, and the guy said to the woman, like, oh, you're not one of those white people aren't all bad types, are you? And it was like some other stuff like that, where I'm just like, you know, I know everybody wants to be all, oh, but it's different because white people, power dynamic, whatever, you know, history, and I get that, right? But it's like, I don't know, you know, a lot of people, a lot of the white racists are also able to, like, jump themselves through a lot of logical fucking loopholes. You know, like, nobody is just racist because because Mexicans are brown. They're racist because of a bunch of things that they think are real reasons. So it's like, you know, you can convince yourself all you want, I guess, when you're, you know, working for a company like this and you're making a game that's super diverse and woke, and then it's also, you know, blatantly racist to white people. It's like, yeah, you can convince yourself just like they do. Just like the Ku Klux Klan do, that they're not bad people. You know, you can do that all you want. You know, just... No, my overwhelming prejudice and negative bias toward people based on the color of their skin is for a good reason. You don't understand. You just don't understand. Here, I have some really cool literature you can read. It'll clear it all up for you. Like, okay, man, you know, whatever. You want to jump through all those fucking hoops to explain? I'm totally not racist. I just super hate white people. Like, all right. But that's one of the people that's like working at this thing. That's a little off the topic though. I'm talking about Spider-Man 2 and about Insomniac. And yeah, Spider-Man 2, if you didn't play it, you know, story-wise, it was fine. I didn't finish it. It kind of got boring. Like, I don't know. I like the first one. I actually platinumed the first one, but I don't know. In a year when, like, Baldur's Gate 3 came out, it's like, it's frankly just pathetic for a game like Spider-Man 2 to also... I don't know. It's fine, right? Like, it's a fine... It's perfectly competent, and it's like, I like some of the stuff they did with Venom. You know, I like the new take on Venom. I thought that was cool. You know, it was all fine, and there were a lot of complaints about the wokeness, like with Mary Jane stuff, that I don't know, I didn't get it. She was fine in that game. But, then there was stuff like the very awkward, forced stuff with the deaf character. And it's like, yeah, people are deaf. Look, I have one hand, right? I know, people can be disabled, it's crazy. But when you have, like, when you have spoken conversations with someone, Spider-Man is swinging through the city and he's on the fucking, like, phone with someone. But instead of Mary Jane or Miles or who's Miles's guy? It's Geike or whatever. Instead of any of them, it's Miles's, like, girlfriend who is speaking in text-to-speech because, guys, get it? She's deaf. Guys, deaf people! Representation! And it's like, holy shit, it's a little distracting. I know it's cool. Deaf people have finally been in a video game. I get it. It's great. But, like, was there no better way you could have done this? There's a mission with a lady who's blind. There's, like, a side mission where it's a blind lady who, she, like, her dog, something about a dog, and it winds up with Spider-Man, Peter Spider-Man, reuniting her. I think her dog died, so he reunites her with this, like, friendly robot evil Kraven the Hunter dog or something. And it's like, okay, it's like a little heartwarming little story, whatever, and she's blind, and it's fine. It's just a blind lady. It's fine. You could have done that with a deaf character, had just a little side mission like that, or whatever, something like that, you know? But instead they did this really obvious thing where you'll have entire cutscenes where there's just, like, 20-second voids of fucking sound because the characters are doing, like, ASL stuff. Like, I get it. You're really pushing... I'm so happy that deaf people have finally been in media. It's never happened before, ever. Literally ever. So thank you. So that was that is an example. It's two great examples here in this bio, actually, of Spider-Man 2, a game that I feel was somewhat negatively affected by corporate diversity wokeness bullshit, and Alan Wake 2, which, I mean, as far as I've heard, the biggest thing is they just decided to replace an actress with another actress, which, I mean, again, is... I mean, if you do objectively look at it, a person got replaced from their job because of the color of their skin. It's a bit fucking weird, you know, but hey, at least the game was good, right? Hey.
But I won't be doing it.
Back to the video. This guy's got a bit of a gormless voice.
I figured now would be a good time for me to share my thoughts on everything that's been going on.
Alan, woke!
Doing it alone. I'll be joined by my good friend Jinpachi.
Thanks for having me on. You know, I always like discussing these matters with you. It's always fun, and you know, I look forward to talking about all the bullshit that's been...
Oh man, I want to actually get into this video, but I see the $5 from Edgelord Leon. You never got to MJ's massive Karen rant. Well, this is a spoiler, but Karen rant boss fight close to the end where she gets absorbed by a symbiote. I did. I don't know why people have a problem with that, because I don't know. Do you feel like you're being attacked as the person? Like they're attacking you and not Peter? Peter Parker is... Imagine being fucking dating a superhero. That would be terrible. It would be terrible. If you were a man and you were dating, like, Catwoman, holy fucking shit, that would be awful for you. You would feel like she feels. I had no problem with that. That was fine. That was just two people having a fucking relationship problem for obvious goddamn reasons. I don't know. I didn't have a problem with that. That seemed perfectly fine. In the first game, there was a bit more of a reason. People had some complaints in the first game because there was this one scene where they, like, I guess fucking chopped the dialogue up all out of order or something. It was the scene where she's in this, like, tent surrounded by bad guys, and she's trying to, like, I don't know, she's trying to talk to some guy who I guess the bad guys have captive. And, like, Peter told her not to because it's dangerous, and she didn't listen, and then it's just this weird scene that's, like, horribly put together where he, like, punches her. It's like this forced he doesn't punch her, he punches the guy, and she's like, oh my god, how dare you, and it's like this weird forced misunderstanding that just kind of makes her look like a huge bitch. So I got it a little more in the first game, but the second game, even the Karen rant boss fight, it was fine. It was fine. You know, she had some fucking points to make about that. You know, I think if the roles were reversed, you wouldn't see the guy beating on the woman, but you know, you probably would have heard some words. I don't know.
Going on with Sweet Baby Inc., so, you know, let's get into it.
So
let's get into it.
Ago, a user by the name of Cabrutus.
You never see it coming. This user.
All right, let's get right into it.
You can also find on X, if you want to give him a follow. He had made a Steam page where it basically had created a list of all the games that Sweet Baby Inc. had been working on, and this has caused a lot of the employees to have a lot of meltdowns on social media and going as far as trying to dox this man.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I did say before this wasn't directly negative toward the company. I guess it is, because it is all not recommended because they're, like, part of it. Gee, maybe they are the reason why Starfield had the pronouns. That would actually be really funny. That would be so funny. Oh god, I hope it comes out that they're the reason why the guy shouted pronouns! I really hope that they are the reason for that. That will be incredible. I hope so. Please, Sweet Baby Inc., please take responsibility. Take accountability if you're the ones who added the cool pronouns feature in Starfield. Please, you brought so much to the internet if so. Okay, but this is a good list here of also Forspoken, huh? Geez, no, but like, I don't know, I'm looking at these games here, right? Like these three here. Spider-Man, Miles Morales, I also didn't like, more so than 2. It was a shorter game, so it's like not the same kind of thing, but the fucking story is just terrible, and I really didn't like the new puzzles and stuff, so I didn't really care for Miles Morales game. The what's her name? The Trickster or whatever, fucking the Fixter, some terrible villain that he has a terrible relationship with, and then there's a terrible evil white guy who's the actual villain at the end. It's fucking awful. But you know, if you want more generic Spider-Man beat 'em up game, it's all right if you can like get it on PS Plus. This one's the best of the 4 that are shown here, I would say, though. And the other 3 here, I don't know, Starfield isn't a pile of shit because it has pronouns. You know, that could piss you off. That could be like, maybe it is forced in by this company, whatever. You know, maybe so, but that game fucking sucks for a whole bunch of reasons. That game sucks for a lot of reasons. I think it speaks to it's not like this company's ruining the games. I think it's more that companies that make bad games are more likely to hire this company. Like Forspoken here. Again, like fucking Justice League, Forspoken, the Saints Row reboot. None of these were bad. Well, okay, maybe the Saints Row reboot a little bit. The best argument made here would maybe be the Saints Row one, because that one is a little, haha, our student loans, haha, we're so diverse. It is a little, yeah, there's a little bit of that. But, you know, Forspoken in particular and Starfield, they're not bad because of fucking, like what? Because there's a black lady in Forspoken? That's certainly not the problem with Forspoken. In fact, I would say the hot actress that plays the main character is like the only fucking good thing about that game, from everything I've seen from it. Starfield, also just an insipid fucking RPG devoid of anything. Yeah, not made worse by Sweet Baby necessarily.
And a lot of people, thankfully, are now seeing what this company is up to, the games they've been working on, despite some of this information being public for a couple months now, really starting off with...
Did I just make this game woke with my frickin' mind?
Spider-Man 2. A lot of people had made mention of that, and also Alan Wake 2. So...
It's funny how much they want to bring up Alan Wake 2. Like, you really don't have much of a leg to stand on with that one either, because it really is hard to blame this company too much. I mean, like, yeah, they're a weird company. I kind of don't like that they exist, and as a rule, I think companies like this maybe shouldn't exist. You know, I mean, I don't know. You listen to the CEO talk about it in her like little TEDx talk. I don't think I mentioned this earlier, by the way. This is another reason why people have huge problems with this company. And I totally agree with this. Totally support why people have an issue with this. She says in her, like, this is CEO of Sweet Baby. She says in her like TEDx talk or whatever, something about how you can financially convince people that it's within their best interest to include these types of things in their games. So it's basically said literally verboten that they are forcing people to put this kind of stuff in games. You know, I don't know. I don't know if you can really argue with her own fucking words. I mean, she says it as kind of a joke, but like, how much of a joke is that? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'll give you $5 if you make it woke? No, I don't think that. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. Maybe it is. Maybe that's all it takes. But no, I mean, like, the other thing, there's a part where she says, is actually funny because we saw a video recently that this was relevant to. There's a part where she mentions, like, she worked at a company, and supposedly, this is all just according to her, right? And I don't necessarily trust what she has to say. According to her, she worked at a company where they were making a bunch of, you know, characters for a game, and or she was just consulting or something, and, you know, she suggested, I guess, that one of the characters be, like, black. A lot of the video seems to basically just be her, like, more or less just wanting to see herself in a video game. A lot of people do this thing where they're like, I want to see myself represented. Are you sure you don't just want yourself self-inserted into the world because you're so special? Some people, I don't know, there's some people, that's the kind of the impression you got. Kind of the impression I got from that video. But she did say something to the effect of, like, I would like, you know, maybe make this character black. And supposedly what was said to her in response was I guess one of the people above her saying, like, well, we don't need to do that. There's already a black character. And I think the other thing was, like, we can't make him black. He's already French. That would be too much. Something like that. And I kind of believe that happens, you know, because, like, what did we see recently? We saw that video from, like, fucking 10 years ago or something. You know, granted, a little out of date, but hey. It was a review of Left 4 Dead 2, where a guy literally says, in as many words, why are there 2 black characters in this game? The last game only had 1. There shouldn't be more than 1. And so, like, yeah, I'm sure that there's, like, a place for some kind of, like, I don't know, fucking checks and balances, like, making sure that there's not, you know, there's just stuff like that where that guy in particular, the Left 4 Dead reviewer, you know, he admits that it sounds racist because it is. which should be on the soundboard again, but I have to find it in the video, I guess. I'm certainly not gonna fucking bother doing that. There's so many things that I've been like, that should be on the soundboard, and then I never put them on there. But like the guy who allegedly said this to her at this company, right? Probably didn't say it out of like malice. It's just this kind of default stance of like, this is how we do diversity. We have one of each. Like the fucking Noah's Ark. We have one black, one Chinaman. We got one Spaniard, you know, and that's the way we do it. And one gay, yeah, you know. And one French, of course. One baguette. Yeah, so like having a company that maybe just sort of, I don't know, consults with something like that at the very basic level, I guess I could see a merit to that. But at their core, what this company does, I mean, I don't know, that's not what they do, right? So, yeah, ultimately, I don't think I like this company. I don't like Sweet Baby. I don't think that they're cool. I don't think that they're cool, epic gamers. But that being said, I also find it very difficult to blame them for most things, like all of this. So your examples here so far, it's like Starfield, Forspoken, Saints Row, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Alan Wake 2. Okay, 4 of those are kind of bad. Oh, and Spider-Man 2. So, like, 5 of those... 4 of those are kind of bad. 1 of those is a little underwhelming. And then 1 of those is a really great game, apparently. I haven't played it, but apparently Alan Wake 2 is, like, fucking aces, one of the best games of the year, right? And I've seen enough from it that I believe that, you know? And so it's hard for me to... Like, okay, did they ruin Starfield? No, that game sucked anyway. Did they ruin Alan Wake 2? No, that game wound up being pretty good. I don't know. I mean, as a trend, yeah, this is weird that 3 games released in the last couple years have had this company associated with them. And, I mean, you're probably fucking lying to yourself if you act like games aren't, you know, also an element of this sort of rainbow capitalism shit. Not just rainbow, but this whole, we're so great, we care about you. We care about Bosnian people specifically. You know, like, I'm sure you do, Sony. Absolutely.
But overall, I am glad that a lot of people are coming together and finding out what's going on. It has a lot of members over on the Steam page if you're interested in adding on to that number. Also, a lot of people have been making videos exposing...
Story consultation. Oh, dear. Oh, maybe they are responsible for the Karen rant. I mean, I don't think it was... I do recall that rant being... Well, but she also had a symbiote. I don't know. That's fine. I can't complain too much about the fucking Karen rant. It's like she's got a lot of problems with Peter Parker being her boyfriend, and they're fucking always having to go fucking save the world. Of course she does. And then she got a symbiote. It makes sense to me. I don't know. I don't have a problem with that. But then, yeah. Character arc, voice, and sensitive. What does that mean? This is like it's translated from fucking Spanish. We worked on character arc, voice, and sensitivity reading. That's not voice and sensitivity reading, which I still wouldn't know what that necessarily means, but I feel like that would make more sense. But instead it's character arc, comma, not arcs. Are you guys know how to write sentences? Okay. Character arc, just the one. Voice, say it with me now, just the one. And sensitivity reading. Yeah, this is so generic. It's like, this is what I mean when I say I think this company is like a bunch of fucking grifters. Like themselves. Because it's like, what the fuck did you actually do? This is bullshit. What did you do? Did you literally just point at the fucking, like, woman character and say, make her black? And that, like, what? Because what do you mean, we worked on character arc? Oh, yes, comrade, we worked on character arc. What is this? What is this fucking sentence? We worked on voice. Does that mean people who worked here were voice actors? What the fuck does that mean?
Sweet Baby Inc. Some have even done this months ago as well. I have made mention of them a few times, but I never made a video solely dedicated on the topic of the company itself. But I'm glad I'm able to do it now, and I actually have, Jim Pachi to discuss this and give our thoughts on what we've been feeling over the past few months with this
Jen Pachi is here, another cool gamer who hates the FF7 remakes.
complete shit show of a company. What are your thoughts on what's been going on as far as the Brutus with the Steam page and
Me and my boy Dark Bandito Gamer here.
the list of games that have been shown?
So I think first and foremost, it really shows that Sweet Baby Inc. are cowards. And the reason I say that is because
They're not. I mean, cowards? Okay, I'll let you continue. The reason he says that...
this information being public shouldn't bother them, no matter who's putting it out. I mean, if they're proud of the work that they're doing involving, like, you know, being a consultant for all these games, then it should be no issue if people know the games that they're involved in.
Okay, yeah, no, that's what I thought you were gonna say. That's like I guess a fair idea at first, but it's like, no, you're being a little naive. Obviously they wanted to, like, get sympathy or something. I think that they did what they wanted here. I don't know. I'm getting all conspiratorial, and I'm thinking they wanted more or less this outcome to happen, you know, where now everybody's aware of them. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing necessarily. Maybe they'll get more work this way. But, like, maybe not. I guess they were just trying to shut down that page, but there's probably better ways to do it than to go all fucking nuclear public guns blazing about how they're racist, evil misogynists, and they hate minorities, and you need to take away their Steam accounts, you know, ban them. Please ban them, Joe Biden, kind of thing. I don't know. That feels like something you do when you just want attention, but, you know, cowards, alright, sure.
So, in my opinion, I just look at it as a thing where they know what they're doing is wrong. They you know, got their hands in the cookie jar, and they thought they were perfectly safe being a background company. You know, I mean, yeah, it was public information, but at the same time, it wasn't something people were actively looking into. They were perfectly happy to be a small company in the background, working from the shadows, and now they're exposed. They don't like it. That's my initial take on it.
Yeah, and that is an element of it that's a little weird, I guess. I'll say that much, which is like, I said before, you know, the whole concept of these, like, consultant companies that come in and just decide to change your fucking character arcs. Like, that pisses me off, honestly. You see this fucking thing. We worked on character arc. We worked on story consultation. How about you work on going and fucking yourselves? How about I make a piece of art and you can just fucking watch it and play it and fucking, you know, read it and whatever. And you can go fuck yourself. How about you don't fucking shit all over something? I don't care about the fucking... You know, I don't give a shit that this company's fucking woke. Whatever. Who cares? Who fucking cares, really? Because who's really paying much attention to that shit? It's like terminally online fucking weirdos. Anybody who's like a normal fucking person is like, oh, this is fucking weird. You know... I don't know. The wokeness is also kind of fucking dumb, but it's like, I wouldn't say I totally don't give a shit, but I much more give a shit about this fucking thing. This, like, we're just gonna come in and change your story a little bit, smiley face. We're just gonna come in and make your character arcs different a little bit. We're just gonna completely rewrite things about your game. Sorry, I know you wanted to make that game that you were hoping to make, and it was like your dream project, and you finally got to make it, and you were probably really proud of certain things that we just changed. Sorry, don't complain or you're racist, I guess. You know, fuck off. This is what I don't like about this kind of company, and, yeah, you know, I mean...
Just based on the reaction, but at the same time, it wasn't something people were actively looking into. They were perfectly happy to be a small company in the background.
And that is an element that I think is kind of interesting, that he brings up. I mean, this is a video still that is kind of like this weird gamers rise up kind of tone, but I will point out that, yeah, they kind of were in the shadows, as he says here. And then... What's weird, because I say, like, I find this kind of concept of, like, a company that just guts your fucking artistic property apart and, you know, because they say that it's objectively better the way they want it, I guess, right? Like, that kind of is fucking insane to me. But what was weird was, yeah, they were in the shadows somewhat. I guess insider industry people probably knew, though, because once this started becoming a thing, you had hundreds of fucking people on Twitter who were just like, no, they aren't making your games woke. No, these kinds of companies are all over the place. There's so many of these companies. There's hundreds of them. They're all over the place. They're in every game. Consultancy companies are great, actually. and I'm just over here like, wow, why are we all defending this weird fucking concept of the artistically bankrupt company that just, like, what the fuck? This is just like armchair story people. Why don't they fucking make something? Oh, they did. Oh, I forgot. One of the people on this fucking company made something, and it was that cringy fucking hyper progressive dating sim Validate that has a bunch of explicitly anti-white stuff in it, which is of course super alright and fine because of all of the reasons why it's okay for certain people to be racists. It's cool though. Their reasons are valid, not your reasons. I don't know. Like, that was just like a shitty little indie game or whatever, right? Like, that's not a big deal, but it's like, yeah, why don't these people fucking make their own shit? Why can't they make their own shit? Make your own fucking video games. Don't go to Spider-Man 2 and be like, now make it my way instead, my way. Don't pull a Case Cooking on them. You fucking talentless hack frauds. Jesus Christ. And we're all supposed to be okay with this? Yeah, that is an element that I will give to this video. It's a good point to point out. The way they were kind of operating in the shadows a little bit. They were. And apparently when they all came to light, we were all just supposed to be okay with this. We were all supposed to be super on board with this company that explicitly exists to just change people's artistic creations. Eat some shit. How about eat several pounds of shit, actually?
Working from the shadows, and now they're exposed. They don't like it. That's my initial take on it. You know, just based on the reaction from them and from the people involved there, trying to dox this man, trying to, you know, get this guy's accounts deleted because he's doing something that is actually like not even a real issue. You know, they might not like it, but nothing he's doing is wrong or breaks any, you know, guidelines, as far as I know.
No, I agree with you. And another person who clearly
I agree with you, Mega Man.
works for Sweet Baby Inc. has been having a lot of meltdowns.
Oh yeah, this was another one. I remember this one. Oh, this person's from Toronto too. Cool. Yeah. This was someone who was making. This was someone who was making a bunch of fucking tweets apparently back during the Gamergate-ish era. About, you know, what you expect. White men are evil, kill all white men, that kind of thing. Straight white men, specifically, I think. So, yeah, you know, that kind of deal.
Showing their post, if you were able to see it, by the name of Felix at Home.
Like, I believe that there's a lot of fucking retards working at this company. You don't need to convince me.
With, you know, they have pronouns, they, them, or whatever, so I'm guessing it's a guy, it might be a girl, I don't know. I mean, they probably don't even know themselves, but regardless of the gender.
Wow, dude. Fucking pronouns are right here. It's so clear. It's right there.
The person clearly works for the company.
Pay me to shoot down your white male lead. Oh, yeah, okay. Actually, this is a pretty bad tweet, isn't it? Oh, boy, this is a bad tweet. This is a bad tweet, from 10 years ago, even. From this person who actually works at this company who, I guess explicitly here says that, well, this seems like basically a thesis statement. Fucking how about that? Well, you know, it's a 10-year-old tweet. I'm sure that's not... Oh, here's one from a month ago. I usually get grossed out when straight white rich people kiss, but even I think those two are pretty cute. Here's one from 2019. So about 5 years ago, I just had a thought about trying this again with a photo of a young white person about to be ripped open, but I'm betting folks would immediately flag it as traumatic, and I'm guessing the image would get taken down before responses accumulated. And then one from 2014, had a nightmare that I was a white male gamer. Is this her? Is this woman? Oh, I hope is this the CEO? Because I think this is the CEO lady who had the fucking TEDx talk where she talked about forcing people financially, you know, convincing them, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, to hire them. Is this her? Because, oh dear. Oh boy.
You never see it come.
Well, okay, well, okay, they might be a little more, okay, they might be forcing the wokeness a little more than some people are saying, actually. I don't want to downplay this. This is pretty, this is definitely, this is definitely all cherry-picked, but those tweets are real, I think,
What
so.
capacity, who knows, but
Uh-oh.
a lot of these employees just trying to come at this man, or really just trying to diffuse the whole situation entirely, and it's not making them look any better because they're just showing that.
But this is the thing, though. I mean, like, there's a kernel of truth in God. These two people fucking babbling over this thing, just no fucking presence or charisma. There's a kernel of truth to this woman's statement. I remember something she said in her like TEDx talk. Was basically this line here: if you make something from the perspective of an Asian trans woman and it's really strong, then it will work for people. People crave new stories. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like the fucking Miles Morales stuff in Spider-Man 2. I like the Spider-Verse movies too. Is like, yeah, it's interesting to see characters who have different backgrounds and, you know, they have different fucking, you know, traits. You know, it is, I will acknowledge it is. There was definitely a period of time where every video game was, you know, John Whiteman, the Space Marine, who's gonna shoot gun and fuck bitch, and that was every like box art. That was almost every popular game for a few years, but it really isn't that way anymore, and I think it isn't that way in a natural way. It's kind of just moved on normally, and not just because like people have been, you know, forcing things. I mean, I don't even care if it's somebody, like, I gotta be honest, if you're forcing something and then I play it or watch it and then it doesn't feel forced, I guess you're just a good writer, probably. Like, if it's somebody who works at a thing and they're, like, forcing in their gay agenda or whatever, and then I watch a thing or I play it, and it doesn't feel like it's a forced-in thing for diversity points, then I guess that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but there are certainly people who do have an issue. You know, there are the people that will claim that they don't hate gay people, they just don't want it to be shoved down their throats. And then there'll be like that Arthur episode where it just literally shows that sometimes two men get married, and that's not an abnormal thing. And apparently that was enough for people to still be mad, you know? So it's like, yeah, there's some people, certainly. I mean, but I don't know. Yeah, I would agree, generally speaking, that if you made a game and it wasn't like an embarrassing cringe nightmare, and it was a fun video game, and it was comparable to other fun video games that I've enjoyed, and it was about an Asian trans woman, I mean, I've got to be honest, that does not sound very likely. I'm going to be real with you. Based on the types of video games that people like this, and people who, you know, have these types of tweets tend to, you know, goodbye Volcano High, Depression Quest, shit like that. Probably not. But like, hey, you know, I'm certainly open to it. I'm certainly open to it.
Can't deal with any criticism or backlash for what they've been doing for years now. I mean, the company's been around since like 2017, I believe. So, you know, like you said, they were working in the shadows for a while. They had no problem. And then, you know, of course, their name's been on credits for a lot of games. They've even...
Oh my god, they worked on Goodbye Volcano High, even. Incredible. Incredible. Did they really need to... Imagine... So, if, for those who don't know, this was like a turbo lefty furry Tumblr game. Every character has like purple hair pronoun vibe, but they're also like animal furry iffy fucks. And it's like some high school fucking music game or something. I think it's like a dating sim or some shit too. I'm not sure, but it was like really, it looked really bad. It looked really embarrassing. I'm amazed to see that this company would have been working with them, with Goodbye Volcano High developers, because it's like, what the fuck did that game look like before they diversified it? Was that game just like, was that game a Civil War game before they turned it into diversity? Alright. Also, you know what's really funny? I just noticed our clients here, Polytron. This lady, or he, I guess, sorry. I don't know why I assumed lady because I thought it was this woman, but I guess it's not. It's just another person who works there. This person also at Polytron. Guys, do you remember who at Polytron is? At Polytron is the company that Philippe Poisson, Fez developer, worked for before the angry male white gamers told him that he was stupid enough times that he stopped playing. He decided to cancel Fez 2, rather. He decided to cancel Fez 2, and Fez 2 is never happening because he got bullied on Twitter. So this person will always be at Polytron, even though fucking Phil Fish himself is no longer at Polytron. That's really funny. That's very funny to me. I saw that. I was like, is that Polytron? Is that terrible website with the article? No, it's Polygon. Now I remember who Polytron is, right?
Working on some games by themselves. I know that was a game at the Game Awards that was shown, and right off the bat you see Sweet Baby Ink's name on there.
Yeah, it's our loss. It's a real... No, wait, please don't go. Please make Fez 2.
So, you know, they've been content with what they've been doing because it wasn't getting the backlash that it's been getting now. But once now the heat is on them, they don't like it because...
What's the difference between a game writer and a narrative designer? On a game team, a writer is someone who writes all of the words that are in the game. A narrative designer is someone... Probably someone who can't fucking write sentences. Who works on voice and character arc. And can't fucking write sentences. That's probably something like that. A narrative designer is someone whose job it is to figure out how the story is told in the game. Okay, so you don't have a job then. This is so stupid. Oh, I wanted to watch this video and be more critical of the people making it because the one guy, they both kind of sound like people from the Mega Man rant video or whatever, the Astro Boy video. It has a bit of a gamers are dead thing, or it has a bit of a gamers rise up kind of feeling. But the more I'm looking at this, I'm assuming they didn't just make this up. This is probably from their real website or something. And I'm like, okay, so in other words, a writer is the person who does the work. And a narrative designer is some guy like you who doesn't actually have a job description, but just makes some shit up. Okay. Great. Thank you. This is the chief operating officer of Sweet Baby, by the way. Very cool. Very cool. You see what I mean? Left-wing grift. 100%. 100%. Well, what the fuck is this? This is nothing. This is nonsense. This isn't a real job. This is literally not a real job. You were asked to define the difference between these things, and you defined one as a job that exists, and one that isn't a real job. Good job, David. I mean, lack thereof.
Everyone else just doesn't like it. Everyone else is opposing it because we all know what it is. We all know what they've been doing. This is no different than so many other companies that honestly didn't even need Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement because they've been fucking up shit already. They've been putting their own far left woke ideologies in their games years ago. Naughty Dog is a perfect example of that. But
so there's like a gender restaurant. Okay, yeah, here's another hot take, right? The great thing about being a radical centrist is making everybody upset every time I say anything. It's great. Yeah, it's the fucking future, right? This is like Dead Space remake, I think. Is that Isaac Clarke, or maybe this is like the rip-off Dead Space that no one liked? I'm not sure, but I think this is Dead Space. And so, yeah, there's a fucking direction that the world is going, you know? Like, people are moving in the direction of more self-expression, not less. And whether or not you have a problem with that, that is the way that the future is going to look. And so it is not a problem for me to realistically depict that in the future they're probably... I mean, I feel like this is still stupid. They're probably, if this is the future, I don't know when Dead Space takes place, actually, but I assume it's in space and it has fucking spaceships and shit. It's probably the future. They probably wouldn't need to say all-gender restroom. This does feel like, to an extent, it feels like it's just so you know as a gamer that the game is super cool and has the right ideas, you know? But on the face of it, yeah, in the fucking future, I don't think it's a problem to imagine that on a spaceship, like a mining spaceship or whatever, they might have a fucking all-gender restroom. Like, yeah, that's probably fine. It's the same. It's kind of the same thing with the Starfield pronouns. Like, I don't know, are they gonna have trans people in the fucking future in space? Probably, you know? So, I don't see how it's an issue, really.
Woke ideologies in their games years ago. Naughty Dog is a perfect example of that. But, you know,
they are a little bit. They are a little bit.
Being a consulting company
can be.
for other game studios out there, it just, all it does is just pile on more shit to their products. That's basically
This is such a bad video, though. Like, I'm agreeing with some of the things they're saying, but this is still a bad video. This is still just two, like, losers that have nothing to fucking say. I guess they have stuff to say, but they're like really bad at saying it. They're not very entertaining. They're just kind of just like mumbling. Like it's got the video, it's got the audio quality of a user rant. It's like the loud fucking music behind them, and you know, and just their like mumbling, disinterested voices. It's the classic, like, you chose to make this video, right? Why are you so uninterested in your own video? You seem like you're fucking falling asleep. You chose to do this. Why are you... Talk about something else if you don't give a shit.
And you know, none of that surprises me, because when you look at like the games they're involved in and what their job is to do as consultants, you know, I'm not shocked that they're soft that way, where like they can't handle criticism. Their company is built around.
I don't know what happened with Act Man. He like didn't apologize about some. I don't know what happened. I don't care really. Did he do a wokeness or did he do an anti-wokeness? Sum it up for me that way. That's the way the world works now. So here's Suicide Squad, by the way. We worked on script writing, banter, cutscenes, barks, audio logs. Oh, so actually they might be part of the reason why Suicide Squad was so bad. Because, like, there's, I've seen some stuff from that Suicide Squad game. The actual story is, like, kind of not too bad. It's got some stuff going on, and there's some stuff that's okay, but, it's definitely guilty of being one of those fucking games where people won't shut the fuck up. And every fucking line is just this epic, funny, super cool Borderlands, epic, random fucking Harley Quinn meme or some shit. And it's like, yeah, if they had a hand in that, maybe they did knock it down a couple number grades, actually. Jeez. Jeez.
Crybaby victim.
What a shame.
So, and portraying that in video games where it doesn't belong. So it doesn't shock me at all that these people behave that way. And then when you look at like the blatant racism, for example, from somebody like Felix at home saying that he's grossed out by seeing white rich people kiss, it's like, what a weird and racist thing to say publicly on X, but that's the world we live in, where it's perfectly socially acceptable to, you know, push racism toward a specific group of people.
Yeah, and if only people like you weren't so fucking pathetic half of the time, just like they're so pathetic half of the time, then people might be able to look at this and recognize how dumb it is without seeing a bunch of screaming retards calling them the Legion of Doom. Yeah, they're a pretty bad company, and it looks like they've had their hands in some pretty bad cookie jars, but, I don't know, the whole, like, the extent to which they are actually being villainized when it's like, I don't know how much they are, I don't like the company, how much are they really hurting? A lot of these games are going to be bad either way, or good either way. Again, Alan Wake 2 is apparently very good. So whatever they did there, as weird as it is, and as much as I don't necessarily like the existence of this company or what they stand for, and think that they're kind of all just a bunch of fucking scammers, you know, it doesn't ultimately fucking matter if the game is good, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I see something like this, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it would be nice if more people thought it was fucking weird when somebody said something like this that was this blatantly racist toward white people. But, you know, I mean, we do live in that kind of society, and part of the reason for that, like I said earlier, it's the same reason people get mad at me when I call something racist. Because there's enough stupid fucking people, probably like this person, that wrote this tweet on Twitter, who call fucking everything racist. that, like, saying the word now when it actually is valid, it's lost all fucking meaning. Just like the word valid, actually. Yeah, so pointing out that, you know, fucking people are racist to white people, and that's kind of not cool. And it shouldn't be normalized any more than any other type of racism is normalized. It's kind of gets drowned out by people screaming about a pronoun option or whatever. There are a lot of kind of conspiracies going on with this company. I really don't think it goes all that deep. But the problem is that it does, though, because it's like, it's not them, but it's other companies like them. It's them and other companies. That's what has been discovered. So it really isn't even just Sweet Baby. I mean, people are acting like they're the big problem. The big problem is the whole concept of what they do, more than the actual company themselves. I mean, it's a much higher level issue. It's like you're addressing fucking a symptom of a symptom, not the cause, you know?
And then when you see Spider-Man 2 and Alan Wake 2, it all makes sense. And all these people love to throw out the word bigot and whatnot, but you're gonna tell me saying you're being grossed out by watching white rich people kiss isn't bigoted? That's not a bigoted statement?
You're gonna tell me you couldn't get a better fucking picture of this game that came out last year than this? So apparently this was the woman who got replaced with this actress. And I mean, yeah, I am not going to mince words on the fucking face of it. The replacing a person for the color of their skin is very strange and should not probably happen. But hey, at least the game's good, right? You know, I mean, end of the day, the game is apparently quite good, and so I mean, I don't know. Did they ruin it? No. Did they maybe weirdly fuck with it in a way that I don't think a company like this should have the right to? Yeah, seems like it. Certainly seems like it.
At the end of the day, you know, it doesn't shock me. And I actually seen his X account because I was curious, and he does have they, he, and his pronouns. Like, those people at Sweet Baby Inc., you have to understand it. They're basically, I would say, obviously they're diversity.
I would have loved if you tried to squish this out, like make this, fuck up the aspect ratio. Baby on board, the Sweet Baby Inc. story. Speakers. So Kim here is the one who had that TEDx talk. And David the cuck, I guess. Fun fact! This is just a bit of hearsay, whatever, just a little bit of potential sidebar drama. There were some jokes made. I believe it was Harmful Opinions I mentioned. He's been looking at some of this stuff. In the video where she was on doing the TEDx talk. I think it was TEDx, because TED Talks are the real thing. Excuse me. And TEDx Talks are the ones that they just give to fucking anyone. And there were some things that she said during the TEDx talk that seemed to indicate that she might have a particular fetish for white men. Fetish, I don't know. She might have a type, specifically, which is white men. Which is, it makes it interesting when you notice that then she is the leader of this company, and the second in command of this company is this guy, which is interesting just when you consider I guess behind every powerful diversity is an even more powerful white man.
But when you look at the head of the company,
It's just like Anita Sarkeesian and her secret shadow puppeteer Jonathan McIntosh.
Kim Belair, and you look at the projects they've worked on, like, you have a bunch of inexperienced, unqualified people consulting and writing games, you know, these massive AAA games that cost all this money to produce, and then people are
yeah, here's the thing. This video fucking sucks. I wanted to talk more about this video and, like, this guy's channel, because look at the channel. This looks so fun. This looks like such a fun channel. All these stupid thumbnails. We got videos about Yakuza. We got videos about FF7 Rebirth. All this incendiary shit that's gonna piss me off. It's gonna be great. But the guy sucks. He's so boring. He doesn't know how to make fucking videos. Learn your fucking platform. Fuck off. But let me see here. Well, it's not available. It's not available. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, God. Oh, God. Look at this fucking shit. Look at this fucking shit. Okay. So, the video that they were just talking about there, the one with her and the white man. I looked up the thing, indie game business sessions or whatever, and yeah, I don't know, because I'm looking now. It's like you're not really beating the allegations, are you? You got this lady with blue and green hair. You got this lady with the haircut that everybody from the Outer Worlds had. You know, the like rad femme lesbian haircut. You got this lady, who, you know, dyed hair. Not so bad. You know, people have dyed hair. It's fine, but it's still, you know, the quote-unquote problem hair. You got this guy who looks like he likes to be pegged. You got this individual, this guy who looks like he, is currently being pegged. Yeah, no, there's a good selection of people. I'm not finding the one with the sweet baby people, unfortunately. This guy looks like he just got pegged. Not finding the one with the sweet baby people. Oh, here. Beautiful. Now, I don't know how interesting this will actually be, but, hey, it can't be worse than the thing we just watched, right? It can't be worse than the...
Yeah, basically, like, it's pretty much like, literally, like, making the games, like, woke, and, like, I don't like that, and, I don't like games that are woke, and, the sweet baby, I don't like the sweet baby.
This fucking whole channel is fucking garbage. So here, here's this. This is hopefully better.
Yes, we are back, and we've got Kim and Dave.
Oh my god, this guy is like, it looks like Gabe Newell. It's Gabe Powell. There he is. So this is a CEO lady. I haven't seen this. I have never seen this. This is CEO lady of Sweet Baby, and this is her whipping cuck. I guess. I don't know their actual relationship. I'm joking around. You know, for all I know, he's secretly the one in charge. You know, as it should be, obviously. As, you know, but this is the dynamic, and it is funny, like, don't you think that your number 2 in charge should be, like, another, I don't know, at least a woman, maybe like a, you know, like a Chinese woman, like she could be in a wheelchair or something? You're really gonna just get this guy who looks like me? Come on.
David from Sweet
Baby also has these glasses, though. Every one of these types of people who needs fucking eyesight, who needs eye care correction, they have to get these fucking... These are the new problem glasses, the John Lennon glasses. They're not even John Lennon. They're like Harry Potter glasses, if anything.
Baby Inc. And I was just looking at some of their games. There's Sable, that's amazing. And
oh yeah, Have Her Be Deaf, that's perfect.
Part 2, what was it?
Alan Wake 2.
Alan Wake 2. Those are the games they worked on. That's awesome. So we're going to talk about the Sweet Baby Inc. story. And
so this is from 5 months ago, by the way. This is from well before any of this came to the fucking mainstream. Any of these people were known. This was, I guess, this is indie game business. This is like serious, super cool indie game producers who, despite being communists, still want to make money on their game. And they're all here for, like, you know, it's industry insider stuff. I joke, by the way, because one of my favorite indie games ever is by actual literal communists, and it's also one of my favorite games ever to be political. So, you know, go figure.
Go back out and take it away.
Thank you.
Robert Fripp glasses. Yeah, I can't get over the fact that this is the Gamergate colors, though. She's got it's purple and green. It's like it's not even just purple and green. Okay, the purple is not the Vegeta purple. Or no, it's, what was it? Cell, I think, was the one that had the purple. No, Cell was the green, right? I think it was Cell and Cell fucking Vegeta is why that the thanks dot colors. People that don't know why these colors are relevant are in for a treat. But you know, I'm not gonna explain it to you. It is not my place to educate you, shitlord. Yeah, the purple is wrong. It's more of like a violet or something. Or maybe even closer to a blue, but this green is, if anything, even better than the real Gamergate and thanks.green, because this is like super close to the V green text green. This is like 4chan green text green, which I obviously know the exact hue of off just as soon as I look at it. So it's almost better in some ways.
Yeah, we're here to talk about Sweet Baby Inc., our narrative development company. And
was it Piccolo and Vegeta? Okay.
About how we came to be.
Oh yeah, because Piccolo Dick. It wasn't Cell Dick. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Piccolo Dick, right.
We do.
Or Diccolo Pick.
And kind of how we got to here with a hope of kind of talking
Piccolo.
through our work methods, our strategy, and our vision.
My eternal shame. Toriyama would never forgive me.
It's gotten us to this point as a kind of unusual.
We might never have had Gamergate if not for Dragon Ball Z. Thanks Toriyama.
Company. So to start out with, we just wanted to answer the question, who is Sweet Baby Inc.? And have you meet the baby, which may look surprisingly like a large collection of adults.
A large collection of adults who surprisingly seem like a bunch of whiny fucking children. That seems like that describes both sides of this argument right now.
Sweet Baby begins with...
It seems like that describes your company and also a lot of the people whining about your company.
Our
honestly.
Our mission. We are a fully self-funded narrative consulting company and narrative development
literal
company.
Adult babies. I'm sorry, can we go over that quote again? That's a really good quote.
Have you meet...
Have you meet the baby?
We just wanted to answer the question, who is Sweet Baby Inc.? And have you meet the baby, which may look surprisingly like a large collection of adults.
Now, we want you to meet the baby. It may look surprisingly like a bunch of fucking people who are pretending that they're writers, but actually don't have any creative bones in their body, but actually, we're the baby.
So Sweet Baby begins with kind of our vision and our mission. We are a fully self-funded narrative consulting company and narrative development company.
Oh man, shoutouts to the guy in chat. He changed his name to Wing of Ghidorah Mothra Shadow the Hedgehog Xbox Fan 1998. I think Mothra wasn't in there before. Something was changed. There's something new in there. It's longer. It's longer than it was. I don't know how long you can make it. But you should try and make it as long as you can. You should try and get that name as long to like the absolute character limit. Just throw in as many. Don't do it all at once though. It has to be gradual over the course of like a year or so. Every now and then, every month or two, we look back. Oh, your name is like. Was Nintendo in there before? Oh, you're a Nintendo Xbox fan now. Oh, 1998. Okay. Well, shout outs.
And our goal overall is to tell better stories. We want to make stories in games better. We want to tell them better. We want to help teams understand, the complexities of narrative design and how they can tell better stories. And we also want to make them more innovative, more inclusive as kind of part of that. We started off in 2018 after both.
So, make games more narratively powerful. And this is my whole thing about all of this is like, that sounds like such a stupid fucking thing to want to be your goal. I guess. It's like, that's such a vague concept. And where do you get off? I doubt this video is going to explain to me where these people think they have the fucking right to influence games or anything. It's like, if this hypothetical Sweet Baby that exists in my brain, if it employed like fucking Warren Spector, who made Deus Ex, and I don't know, like Suda51, and like a bunch of actual game developers who have like amazing fucking track records, then I would listen. Then it would be like, holy shit, yeah, every developer should hire this like fucking like Marvel Illuminati of the greats, the best of the best. Yeah, holy shit. Have Gabe Newell fucking teach you how to make a game as good as Half-Life. That would be incredible. But that's not what this is. It's just a bunch of fucking nobodies just deciding that their views on how to make a narrative, quote, more powerful are objective fact, and they have the right to force you to do this. What the fuck? No, you don't. You just
Both of us as
don't.
co-founders did a bunch of years in the industry that we'll talk about a little bit later. And we have grown to be a team of 16 people from starting at 3 in 2018. We really work hard to...
Ain't no way a Japanese dev will work with these guys. Well, fucking think again. Because, I mean, I don't know if Forspoken was made by American studios within Square Enix, but it was a Square Enix game, and I'm pretty sure it was made by... I think it was made by, you know, Japanese studios within Squeenix. So, and that was one of them, so turns out Japan is also woke. Never forget Sega's woke. So hey,
not only do the work that we do in narrative and in storytelling, but also to help marginalized talent break into the industry, sustain careers in the industry, and navigate the industry, because it's a very, very challenging one. And as creative workers, we're always very conscious of how much of our humanity is involved in these kinds of...
Okay, so you know what would be great? Hire Roberta Williams. Hire the lady who, you know what? My bad. I was suggesting like Warren Spector and fucking Gabe Newell, and I mean Suda51, but you know Japanese people are I guess they also aren't diverse or marginalized or whatever. Probably not in gaming at least. No, what we need is Roberta Williams. We need that lady who designed Bayonetta. Who everybody thinks Bayonetta was a sex object designed by men, but actually she was designed by a woman. Yeah, we need like a... Well, I would still be just as down for it if it was like, hey, get fucking Burger Becky, who had to port Doom to the fucking 3DO or whatever console it was, based on some guy who told her, buy Doom for the PC and then just port it. It's that easy, right? Who had no concept, and she managed to do it somehow. You know what? Get her in this company. Get Roberta Williams in there. Get some more fucking, you know, female game designers. Absolutely. Let's all play Jade's game. Let's play Jade Raymond's game, goddammit. But no, it's, again, just a company of nobodies. It's not... It would be one thing if it was marginalized people who have broken into the industry and, like, proven themselves... I don't care about your identity politics. I care about your fucking track record. What fucking right do you think you have coming into any fucking game company who have proven themselves and being like, no, it should be like this. It is a grift. It is the V grift. I call it that because it's what everybody on V wanted 10 years ago, 12, whatever, however many years ago I was on V. People wanted the job that was just... being an idea guy. People wanted to get the job where they don't have to actually learn how to program video games or do anything or have any talent, but just play a bunch of video games and be like, you know what? This game should have a tank segment. I like tanks. And you know what? It should have a black lady. I like black ladies. And like, that's what this company is. That's what this company is. It's just a bunch of fucking idea guys, apparently, who have no experience in the industry, who have just convinced a bunch of fucking people that they should be listened to. And they're trying to give their vision and their mission, and none of it is helping.
This kind of work and how much that needs protection if we're going to be able to do the best kind of work. So there's a lot of different stuff that we're tackling with an aim to kind of change the way we think about narrative development and change narrative development moving forward.
Why do we need to change narrative? This is why people don't... God damn it! This is why people don't like you! Oh, DeadwingDork, why are you being all like, anti-Sweet Baby? Oh, don't you know that gamers, blah, blah, blah... No, you know why? You know why this is happening again? You know why Gamergate is happening fucking again, apparently? If you want to even call this Gamergate 2, whatever. I think it's kind of stupid, but I guess it's easier than Sweet Baby Gate or whatever. You want to know why this is fucking happening again? Is because, yeah, in as many words, in their own words, they want to change narratives and stuff. They want to, They want to
kind of change the way we think about narrative development. And
change the way we think. It's not even just, I'm going to change, like, Spider-Man 2 specifically. But, like, yeah, why are people freaking out? Because in their own words, apparently, they want to change the way everybody thinks about narratives in video games, which is, like, a little bit alarming when you consider some of the fucking narratives that you guys have going.
change narrative development.
Oh, boy.
I'll
Baby
introduce
gate.
myself first and then hand over to David. I am Kim Belair. I'm a writer and a narrative designer, a narrative director, and team lead of lots of different titles.
Okay, but, like, you've written for these games, right? You've written, but that's not true, though. You've written insofar as you've fucking worked on, you've consulted or whatever. You've done, like, some extra fucking gussying up of, like Harley Quinn saying some stupid shit. That's not really writing for a game. I guess it is a little bit, but alright. She's worked in the industry since 2013. Ass Creed Valhalla, so not one of the better ones. I haven't heard of Neocab. Sable, I've heard is okay, I think. And Suicide Squad sucks. And many, many more. But those are all things that I think are credited to Sweet Baby. I don't know if that's her specifically. I don't know. Maybe she has, maybe she is the CEO, maybe she has more that she does, but even still, as, like, the CEO of your company, if what you're, like, what did it say for Suicide Squad? They wrote, like, some barks from characters, like random, chatter and, dialogue, banter between the characters, right? Not exactly narrative design in that case, but, sure, beyond her narrative work, Kim is an advocate for representation and inclusion, and generally making things better for workers in an unfair industry. Well, I guess so, yeah, if you're working at a company and, you have the chance of getting laid off, and, you're working at EA or something, and who knows? This game that you're working on, you could pour your heart and soul into it, and then EA could just pull the fucking plug. They'd pull the rope out, they'd pull the rug out from under you, and so frankly, you know what? I agree with this. I agree. Sweet Baby this lady actually does want to make things better for workers in an unfair industry, because, like, they could get fired at any time. So her, in her own words, trying to bribe people into doing a diversity or else, that's a win-win situation for them. I mean, they could lose their jobs at any moment, so why wouldn't they want some extra money, right? Like, financially, they need it. So, yeah, she's making things better for people. Like, I don't see, that's a 100% accurate statement. And then we've got David, Bedridden. It's a narrative. That was a silly pun. That was just an awful pun. I'm sorry. That was not even a pun. It was just his name has bed in it, and I just lost. I just didn't get creative. I just stopped being creative. Narrative designer, producer, and COO. I can never read that as not cool. At Sweet Baby Inc. With over a decade of experience in both AAA and indie games, David's previous credits include work on the Sleeping Dogs, Deus Ex, Assassin's Creed, and Far Cry franchises. Well, okay, see, I really like Sleeping Dogs and Deus Ex, and some Assassin's Creed games. Even some Far Cry games. Let me take a look here. Maybe it'll get into it in the video, but now I'm curious. You mentioned Sleeping Dogs. And, man who never eat pork bun, never a whole man. Let me see. David Bedard. Sweet Baby. I just want to find out what he did on Sleeping Dogs. I'm curious. I'm not signing in to fucking LinkedIn. Fuck off. Okay, what about Apollo. Okay, what about this? Full profile. Never mind, can't look on that one either. Alright, so I guess you have to pay money to find out what these people actually fucking worked on. David Bedard game credits, maybe. Moby Games, alright. David Bedard, credited on 19 games. Oh, I see. Oh, that's such a jape. I knew it. Because with her, it says she's written for projects. And it's like, all right, maybe it's some of it is less substantial writing, maybe, but okay, it's writing. Sure, she's a writer. All right. Maybe I don't like her writing, whatever, blah, 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 but it seems like she's at least a writer. Maybe not the best writer, but that's what she does. But then with David here, it says his credits include work on Sleeping Dogs, Deus Ex, yada, yada. Well, his credits do. They include work on. They include a bunch of games that are actual video games. Well, I shouldn't say that. Okay, most of these are actual video games, and the ones that I haven't heard of aren't necessarily not actual. I don't want to be a jerk about it. I don't want to be fucking reductive about it here. But it's look at this. Credits. David Bedard here on Moby Games. So we got Thief Orf for from 2014. Special thanks for some reason. You got special thanks to Sweet Baby and Blazeball. Don't know what that's about. But then all of the good titles that I would argue he's worked on. Look at this. Marketing coordinator, product managers, marketing coordinator, Human Revolution, the DLC for it, Sleeping Dogs, AC4, Sleeping Dogs Definitive, AC Unity, Far Cry 5. Okay. 2021 AC4 on the Stadia. Oh, cool. Great. And then suddenly he starts moving into, like, around 2020s, he starts moving into, like, writing? All of a sudden, he's decided as a marketing coordinator that he should be a writer and a narrative consultant for fucking Alan Wake 2. What made you think... You know what was great about Sleeping Dogs was its, narrative, actually. Really cool story. I really liked it. I've seen people poke holes in it. Like, it's not, the best fucking game story ever, but I really liked it when I played it. I have good memories of it. It has a really great cast, really great missions. It's one of my, like, favorite games of that generation, absolutely. It also has 2 Opeth songs, I think. So that's heavily weighing my... Oh, God, it also has Ninja Tune Radio and Warp Radio. And the fucking... That radio that just has the original, like, Chinese-sounding music by Sean Lee. God, that game has such a fucking amazing soundtrack. The whole game is great. But you know what wasn't great about it necessarily was the fucking marketing. I never really cared too much for the marketing for Sleeping Dogs. Probably, in fact, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say Sleeping Dogs came out in 2012. Hasn't been a sequel to it, has there? Probably didn't get marketed very well, did it? Marketing coordinator David Fuckfence. Hey, guess what? Maybe I just realized that the reason why I don't have a sequel to one of my favorite games is because of this fucker. Maybe the reason why they canceled the online Sleeping Dogs sequel, which to be fair was probably going to be a pile of fucking shit, but, maybe the reason they canceled it is because this guy did a fucking piss poor job of marketing it. Maybe. But, it's fine. Hire him to write Suicide Squad. That'll do a great job there. Oh, yeah. Oh, George is getting upset.
That I wear, but they're all underneath CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. right now. My prior experience, I worked at Ubisoft. I worked at another company after that.
They darned it.
And was always internal, but in 2018 kind of made the decision to both leave games and not leave games, working internally in games and kind of start my own thing and see if I could kind of do the creative work and work with games without being in that same position.
I don't want to have to do work. That's the way it sounds. It's like, I'm sorry.
Prior experience, I worked at Ubisoft. I worked at another company after that, and was always internal, but in 2018 kind of made the decision to both leave games and not leave games, working internally in games and kind of start my own thing and see if I could kind of do the creative work and work with games without being in that same position.
That's weird. That's a really weird desire to have, though. To have the desire to, like, I want to work on games, but I don't want to work at a company that makes games. Guess what? You don't have the right. You just don't. You just don't. Who the fuck are you? Okay, now I have to look her up, too. I have a feeling she has some more credits to her, some more real credits than this David guy. Kim Belair, let's see. Because she says she's an actual writer. Let's see. Kim Belair, 14 games. Displaying most recent. Full credits here. Okay, so she has written for a little while. No, it turns out she's kind of also a fucking hack fraud, actually. Because she wrote additionally for, like, one of the Assassin's Creed Syndicate was, like, the first notably bad Assassin's Creed. I don't think it was necessarily her fault. That game had a lot of problems. I don't think the writing was a big one, but, that was still not the best, credit here to be her first credit. Then she's got PR for Far Cry 4 and Watch Dogs, so that's like nothing. I'm sorry, that's not a real fucking... I'm not going to let you write my game because you fucking did PR. That's like asking, hey, I worked at a fucking, you know, car dealership. Can I please be like the general director of NASA now? You know, you guys have automobiles. It's basically the same thing. No, they're very different. She had random thanks in Far Cry and Assassin's Creed here. Other unknown work for God of War Ragnarok and Dota, Underlords. And then in 2019, after Sweet Baby takes off, is when all of her real credits start. This whole fucking thing is a grift. Holy shit! It's all just a grift. I can't believe it. Except I can. It's all just a left-wing grift. The whole thing. And every attempt at being all, oh, they're just harassing us. They're harassing women. We're being hurt. We're being harassed. We're being hurt on Twitter by words. No, it's not real. I'm sorry, it's not real. I'm looking at this. It's not real. Your credits are not real credits. You're telling me you are a writer that worked for fucking... Yeah, your credits include... Wait, where is Assassin's Creed Valhalla on here? Actually, maybe... Wait, hang on. She's credited for everything that she lists here except for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Did she misspeak and mean Syndicate? Or mistype, I guess. How would you not remember which game you worked on? Okay, well that's a little weird, but alright. No, every credit she has, she wants to claim that she worked at Ubisoft and she wanted to see if she could remain being creative. She was never creative! Okay, alright, 2015. She did a little bit of writing, apparently, additional writing for an Assassin's Creed game. Alright, fine. Alright, fair play. Fair play. She was probably a little creative for that. Fine. But every other credit she has here is just like special thanks, fucking like public relations. And then everything else starts after she anointed herself as the fucking the god of game design, the god of narrative design. Every other fucking credit that she has is stuff that happened after she decided that you need to hire her because she knows how to make games. She has just grifted the entire game industry into believing that she is a valuable person that needs to be hired for fucking for fucking consulting on their shit. She's grifted the entire game industry. And now she's grifting everybody into thinking that she's like a victim. Oh boy. Allegedly.
David?
And David is even less of a fucker. Fuck you, David. I want Sleeping Dogs too. It's all your fault. It is all your fault. That game was amazing. And then this fucking white man came along and ruined a game about Chinese people. Just like they do, right, David? Good job, David. Fucker.
Hi, I'm David. I'm the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. Much like him, I worked at Ubisoft and IDOS before that. A lot of time in games marketing. And after we met on a project together, and Kim had this great project of like leading internal.
I will not stop yelling.
Gigs and sort of founding.
I will stop yelling when they stop making me yell.
This company that has that is aiming to work differently as an external partner for all these wonderful game projects. Decided to take the leap and become a COO. So since then, COO is sort of the abbreviation of like the 15 hats I wear every day at work. So it goes from narrative design to creative direction to production and everything in between. But yeah, worked on Sleeping Dogs, Deus Ex, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and since
that's such a fucking. Oh. This is like in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when you go into the final dungeon and they tell you, "Hey, are you sure you won't be able to return?" And it's like, yeah, technically you're right, David. Technically you worked on them, but you're not exactly describing the extent to which you worked on them. Are you? Technically, I won't be able to return. You're not describing that I won't be able to ever do anything in the open world, and this is the final segment of the game. FF7 Rebirth. God, I'm so mad about many things. Yeah, this is so fucking slimy. You know that this was deliberate, too, because their actual credits are just some bullshit. It's just like fucking special thanks and PR and marketing and a bunch of garbage. It's a bunch of fucking garbage, and specifically, I can't get over this. I mean, I'm screaming, like I'm screaming about it, as like a funny joke. But I'm actually very upset because it sounds like I'm not even fucking kidding. It sounds like if he's the marketing fucking coordinator, if he was like, unless there were multiple, he was maybe just a guy on a team, perhaps. But if he was like the guy in charge of marketing Sleeping Dogs, then that's probably why there isn't a sequel. That's actually... Fuck! Well, he did the same shit for the other one, too. Hang on. Yeah, marketing coordinator for Deus Ex. Maybe the reason that the entire Deus Ex fucking franchise is dead now is like fucking murdered and fucking shot in the back of the head by Embracer Group is because this cunt couldn't market a fucking game. Holy shit! This fucker! Oh, I really don't like this guy. Oh, boy.
Then, since Sweet Baby, worked on Sable and made a bunch of games for Playdate, for Panic, and a bunch of other titles. We'll go through all of that later.
Yeah.
That's me.
We also, of course, work with a phenomenal team of a variety of different people. We think it's a really, really unique team, and obviously all teams are unique in that way. And I think what we really pride ourselves on is having a really, truly multidisciplinary crew.
Shut up, it's not that serious. Fuck you, I like that game. Eat shit and die.
Of creatives from across...
I am taking it personally. He is the reason why I didn't get Sleeping Dogs 2. It's his fault. He hates Chinese people. That's why.
We have writers, authors, narrative designers, producers, at least one chef who also does narrative design with us, some artists.
See, like, I can't help but look at a group of people like this, and I don't know. It really looks like you specifically hired people based on their appearance. I can't help but think that. You're talking about how it's all narratively diverse and everything, and so in other words, if you come in and you're like, oh, well, we already have a black lady. We already have 2 white guys and 3 white women, and there's, like... I don't know, we need some more diversity in a different direction. I'm sorry, we can't hire you. It's just not gonna work out, I'm afraid. Writers, narrative designers, and this is literally not a fucking concept. Narrative designer. Not a thing. Not a real job. Not a real job. Writer is a real job. Writers typically are the ones who design narratives. They're the fucking people that write the thing. This is such an insane fucking Frankenstein, like, future concept. Gangster Frankenstein. This is such a fucking future concept of, like, it's no longer enough, apparently, for somebody to just write a fucking story. It's no longer enough, I guess, for somebody to just make something themselves. They are obligated to hire this company to come in and check their work for them. And, like, make sure that everything is A-okay. Make sure that everybody is diverse enough and that the story is not even that it's written properly or anything, but just that it's written to their desired, in their desired way. Because they've subjectively positioned themselves as the objective arbiters of, like, I guess, narrative design? I guess? Based on literally no credits to back this up. The closest thing to a credit that backs this up? Because remember, they were founded in 2017. So prior to 2017, the only credit that would back up their right to be like narrative designers is the additional writing that she did for fucking Assassin's Creed Syndicate. That's it. Nothing else. I mean, yeah, they worked as fucking PR, but that's not narrative design. I mean, you're fucking spinning a narrative right now. You're certainly designing narratives about this whole situation. I won't fucking deny that, but it's not narrative design, like to fucking do PR for Assassin's Creed or whatever. So it is just completely baselessly they have just pushed themselves into this position and apparently forced a group of various companies to believe them, I guess.
It's really important for us to be thinking about that and to think about how we approach that. And we really, really value the fact that like all these different people working together are able to work as a team on many, many different projects, see different challenges, solve them together. And as such, everyone, I think, on this team, beyond just, the sweet baby of it all, are becoming kind of industry
The sweet baby of it all.
leaders. And
what is that? I'm sorry. We have to acknowledge the name now. What the fuck is sweet baby? Why does she keep referring to it as like, we are the sweet baby of it all? You're like collectively a sweet baby, quote unquote. This sounds... I'm not going all QAnon here, but this sounds like coded speak. It sounds like the kind of weird fucking shit that you say when it's like dog whistles or something. What the fuck does that mean? That's like some kind of weird fucking term that I feel dirty saying that. The way she keeps bringing that up, like it's not just a name, it's some kind of like identity, I guess. It's really fucking strange.
And really powerful thinkers and workers in their own right. And together we worked on just kind of give a sense of it. Like,
oh yeah, I think she did. I kind of remember she seeing some speech or something where she explained it, but the fact that I don't remember the explanation probably speaks volumes. I don't know. I'm sure there is one though.
A ton of different projects. Some of our clients are pictured on the next slide.
Sweet Baby Rays, maybe? Yeah.
Here, we just worked with a lot of different people in a lot of different capacities. We do everything from kind of script writing to narrative.
Yeah, so, I mean, let's see. I don't know a lot of these names. I mean, like, True Love, Change Agency. There's a lot of these that I don't know, but then... yeah, I mean, shit. It's like... This is the problem with a lot of the people that, like, I guess are coming down super hard against this whole situation and are acting like Sweet Baby are doing nothing. It's like, okay, but look at this, though. Just look at this. This is in their own fucking video. They're proud of this. Look at all the companies we've worked with. And it's like most of the notable Western game companies. It's weird that they're not mentioning Square Enix here. Maybe they mentioned the specific... Oh, yeah, Square Enix is right here. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if this is all developers or what's going on. Or, like, I don't know if this is all publishers or... No, Insomniac is a developer. So it's like publishers and developers, I guess. But it's like almost all of these are Western. And so when people are making these claims and they're like, this company is infecting every Western game studio... Well, I mean, it's not like there's not fucking proof of that. I mean, what else? What are we looking at here? What the fuck are we looking at here, if not that? Yeah, they're associated with everybody. Does that mean that every game that comes out from whoever is going to be bad? No, obviously not. Again, Alan Wake 2 is apparently great. But, another funny thing too, and I don't know, maybe there was another company that did this, because I say it's not just Sweet Baby, right? That's the other thing too, is like, you see how many companies that this one works with. But then like, this is not the only one. There are other companies that are like this, that do this same kind of narrative consultancy bullshit. And how many companies have they worked with as well? And how deep does it fucking go? But like, I was just thinking, like, maybe another company did it. I was thinking about Baldur's Gate 3. A lot of people were calling that game kind of, woke or whatever. There's moments. I think some of the stuff with, what's her name? Isabelle, the Aylin or Aiden or whatever her name is. It's a little bit much, a little bit, but you know, other than that, you know, it's fine. I guess they do have like bearded lady dwarves. That's a little weird. But yeah, I mean, then there were people that were just like, there's black elves. I don't know, man. It's Dungeons and Dragons. Who gives a shit? Ultimately, who gives it? It's literally the fantasy world of fantasy worlds. So I didn't have too much of a problem with most of that. But I mean, as far as I know, I mean, they're not. Then you know, that was what was that? Fuck, I forget the name of the company that made it, but they're not on here. I would know it if I saw it. They're not on here. So I mean, like, unless there's another company that did that, you know, with them, it implies that there's just like, you know, there's just companies that will just of their own accord just choose because they want to, which is fine, by the way. If you decide to make make a piece of art, make a game, make a narrative, whatever, and you decide of your own fucking volition as the writer to put in gay characters and black dwarves and whatever the fuck you want to do, go fucking ham. Make your own fucking thing and have fun. Go crazy. I hope it's great. It's like, you know, if they did that on their own, then great. Why do we need fucking companies to do this shit if you've got like Larian is the company? Why do we need like if Larian is willing to do this on their own, do we really need so many fucking companies to hire like a Sweet Baby to basically just tell them to like make it more diverse? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm going around in circles. I'm just like, that seems like a game where I guess maybe they didn't have this sort of thing. They just, I guess, just wanted to make the game that way. And yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I think that that was fine. Like, I guess I'm just saying, like, I don't know why more companies can't just have, because I guess it is just pandering ultimately, isn't it? I mean, that's why I think with, like, Larian, there were actually people there who specifically wanted to make the game have some diverse stuff, and it's like, you know, fine. I think it's a little weird to have bearded lady dwarves. I think that's, I don't know, slightly immersion-breaking, whatever, but it's like, it's also, it's still a fucking fantasy world. It doesn't matter that much. You know, it's not like... And it's not like one of those like, oh, it's just space wizards, dude. It doesn't matter. Don't think about it too much. But it's like, no, it's like the identities of fucking whatever. That's very inconsequential in the plot of fucking Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever, you know? I'm just like, yeah, if you want to put something like that in your game normally, then fucking go, by all means do that, you know? And people might not play it if they're not into that, but I don't know. I'm just wondering, I'm looking at this huge list of, like, Rocksteady, Xbox, Valve, Insomniac, 2K. None of these fucking people, I guess none of them wanted to include any kind of diverse shit in any of the games that they made. Anytime they've ever been diverse, I guess they haven't wanted to. Because they've had to hire this outside firm to just, do it for them. You'd think that people, if they want to do that, would be able to just do it, but... No, you have to have a company to come along and corporately do it for you, I guess. That's how you know it's real. That's how you know it's real support for the marginalized.
Direction to sensitivity and representational and inclusive reading. We do kind of story punch-ups, script doctoring, whatever touches story.
Be careful you don't punch down on the story. You wouldn't want to do that.
Do it, and we've done it for a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. But I think before we kind of start talking about...
I like the ominous nature of this ... and many more. Like, they think that this is a thing that they're proud of. They're proud of this, but we're looking at this and like, oh god, how many more? Jesus fucking Christ. And again, I want to stress that it doesn't mean that any fucking, you know, any game that comes out is going to be like, that's associated with this company is going to be terrible. They've been associated with many games that have been quite good. But... It's still weird, though. It's still like a stopped fucking clock is gonna be right twice a day, right? If they've got 100 fucking games they've worked on, and there's like a couple of them that aren't, you know, really obviously kind of forced pandery kind of stuff. Well, I don't know if that's a great track record. I don't know. I can name like one, right? I mean, and that one is what would be. Well, no, I could probably name a few others if I saw their whole list. I should maybe look at their list of stuff. Actually, take a look at Sweet Baby Detected. Maybe we'll look at that in a bit. I don't know.
Story of us.
I wasn't planning on this stream being like actually about the Sweet Baby thing. I was gonna look at like reactions to it, but I gotta be honest, I'm now pretty interested. I didn't realize how nefarious this actually was. I mean, I didn't recognize the extent to which these people were just hack frauds with no fucking place to have this kind of influence in the industry whatsoever. Especially not this fucker. This piece of shit down here. Fucking piece of shit.
Contextualize it and make it relevant / interesting. Let's just talk through what it is that we do and how we do it right now, and then we'll go through kind of our history and the learnings that we've had as a kind of unique right now team moving through an industry that is always full of chaos.
Right. So as Kim said, contextualizing what we do right now every day, and that goes from like services we offer all the way to like things we do that are like, I don't know, if companies could have soft skills, we'll go through ours and kind of talk through like the different ways.
See, this is the problem though. You talk about this and you're like, wow, this company is crazy. I hate this company. This company seems like they're a bunch of fucking weirdos. I'm not in support of this. And now I have to ban people for 24. Why did I do 24 hours? No, just go. Just actually go. Yeah. Now I have to ban people for being like anti-Semitic in chat, you know? For fuck's sakes, people.
We try to operate in this industry that has, you know, many different ways of operating.
Oh, good. They also made whatever this fuck game is. I don't know what this is, but I just saw this bear creature and I'm like, oh, this looks like a porn character. Look at this fucking gunt on this bear character. This like tuft of chest hair. Look at how whimsical and innocent and cartoon child-friendly it is. You just know someone has a million pictures of fart porn of this fucking thing. And then there's this tiny little one next to it. Oh, sweet baby, what are you doing?
So the first thing we do is, obviously, we have services. We call it a narrative development company. So of all the terms we could have come up with, I think it's the one that encompasses everything we do. We do everything that we can.
So everything they do, right? Let's see here. Services. We are a narrative development company. Okay. Yes, you've been developing narratives this entire scenario. I already did that joke, but it's very true. Every service we offer plugs naturally into game development as opposed to being siloed strictly into the narrative team. Uh-huh. Right. No, this is exactly what I'm saying. It would be one thing if all the company was. I would have less of an issue. Honestly, I would have much less of an issue. You call me left-wing, whatever, I don't care. I would have much less of an issue if all it was just like, hey, you know, like sensitivity consultation. I read that as like, yeah, like if you're including a Muslim character, you want to have like some kind of actually accurate depiction of a character and not just be like a stereotype or something. So you hire some people that can like help you with that. Maybe that would be fine. I wouldn't even have an issue with that. It's like everything else on here. It's like game design consultation. You people at best were like additional writers for fucking a not very good Assassin's Creed game. None of you have ever designed a fucking game in your lives! None of you! Okay, well, maybe not none of you. Maybe not none of you. But neither of you two, neither of the two that fucking formed the company have ever done that shit. The two people here who are in charge of the company, looking at their credits, they have nothing to back up, you know, very, very tenuously. You can maybe say narrative direction, narrative design, script writing. Okay. Fine. You know, a little bit maybe. Well, no, actually no, just her, because she did some additional writing. That's so tenuous too. Like that you've positioned yourself as like you have to listen to us. We're professionals. like not even like some sort of, you know, moral or like, you know, the implication of like, oh, if you don't take their advice, you'll be viewed as racist or something. I don't think that's necessarily true. That's like a funny joke or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily true. But the implication that this company, by existing, that they're in some way qualified to have any kind of fucking like stance on any of these things. It's a lie. It's just a lie. The guy's fucking credits are like QA and special thanks and marketing. And her credits are like one additional writing credit, and then everything else was after she fucking founded this thing. And you're telling me like game design consultation? What I said earlier, the woman who's apparently part of this, who apparently would have completely changed the battle system of Paper Mario the Origami King. I know, get your jokes out of your system in chat. Everybody's favorite. Hang on.
This is an extreme mega killer rant.
Everybody's favorite game. And I know that game doesn't have a very good battle system. I know a lot of people have problems with it. That was just the example that she used. Of like something that she would change if she could. But it's like, where do you have the fucking right to say that? Who's to say that the battle system that she would have changed it to wouldn't have been worse? Or there would have just been no battle system. And it would have just been like a fucking Mario Telltale game. Like, you know, a lot of these people back in the day were really gung-ho about, like, there was this whole sentiment, a lot of these people, because the classic game journalist difficulty kind of deal. Game journalists can't play games. They're too fucking stupid. They don't know how to play games. They play games on easy, and then they grade the game poorly because they didn't unlock the features that are not present in easy mode, shit like that. And like, yeah, so game journalists and these types of, like, high-thinking game people who are like, we're gonna narratively consult on your game and make it, you know, I talk about games as art, but these people talk about games as art. Capital A, italicized word, art. Like, they don't really care. Not all of them, you know, quote unquote them. I'm talking about this type of fucking person, you know, we all know the type of person, the Twitter type of fucking, you know, super progressive, you know, game journalist, all the types of people that were all around during Gamergate. People like this, people like, you know, people who worked at Kotaku, whatever. That whole kind of, you know, melting pot of humanity. Yeah, like, I don't know, I don't mean to categorize y'all with a broad brush, but like a lot of people I remember had this issue with game design in general. You know, Dark Souls needs a hard mode. I did say Ace Combat 6 needed a hard mode, to be fair. I did say that. You know, I still stand by that too. Fuck it. Easy mode, rather. It needs a hard mode too. Make it harder for people. But also make it easier, because I'm just terrible at it. But I like the game, but I'm just very bad at it, though. I liked it, but I'm bad at it. It's a horrible place to be in. No, but yeah, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of like game journalist type of people who had like I remember there was the classic thing from BioWare. Like, this all goes back so far. Like, Gamergate, the original Gamergate from 10 years ago, originates even before that with shit that was happening, like with BioWare doing a bunch of weird kind of corporate diversity pandering shit in like the early 2010s. And BioWare had this fucking lady that worked for them named Jennifer Hepler, aka Hamburger Helper, everybody called her that. And she had this famous quote that was something to the effect of like, I wish that games had a skip gameplay button, because I don't want to play this gameplay right now. I just want to play the story. And games do have things like that now. And people joked about that. It's one of those things like trigger warnings. People joked about it. But apparently they didn't fucking joke about it enough for everybody to get the memo that it was fucking retarded. And now some games actually do have shit like that. And now here we are like fucking 15 years later or whatever. What was that, 2010 or something? 14 years later we are. Holy shit, time is so... time is lies. Time is just lies. Fourth dimensional time cube. Here we are, and we have people consulting on game design, and I'm like, I just don't know if I trust this type of group consulting on game design. I'm kind of worried that if you guys consult on game design, it's gonna lead to like a game like Kingdom Hearts 3, where you have like 400 special super moves available to you at every time and at every moment, and 60 get out of jail free card special abilities that refill your health or whatever. And every game just becomes a fucking like easy mode cakewalk because like I guess some people are just inept. I don't know. I mean, like, shit. Game design consultation. Nothing to fucking back that up. I'm getting so hung up on that, but that's the biggest one for me. It's like, at least the narrative thing, she wrote something, you know? Game design, though. The closest you can get with that is that he was a QA dude for some game. So QA now equals game design. You're now a game designer. You can now consult on designing games. You can now completely change the design of a video game before it comes out and consult on that because you did QA, I guess, and marketing. Cool, David. Cool.
Touch on everything that like has to do with narrative within development of games. We don't necessarily always plug into only the narrative team. We sometimes are the narrative team, or sometimes we'll come and like work with designers to shore up some of their systems to be able to help narrative. And so we see every part of a game, and we're able.
Oh yeah, no, Spider-Man. Well, Spider-Man 2 has a setting that removes fall damage and enables auto swing, but it also has a setting that I think makes it harder to swing, though. So I got to give him some credit. I think it did make it a little. It had a setting that made it a little more complicated to swing around, and I think it added it. I think there was a fall damage. Well, no, the original had no fall damage. I think the second one had the ability to add fall damage. Actually, I think the original had no fall damage. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, no. The second one had some extra stuff that wasn't so bad. You know, really though, we should have written off Insomniac the moment we realized that the traffic cone rape girl was working for them. In case you guys forgot, there was a lady who got like semi-internet infamous because she claimed that she got like sexually assaulted by somebody using like a traffic cone too close to her to imply a dick or something in GTA 5. And that was like 10 years ago, and now that woman is now a Sam Maggs. She's now a writer for like Call of Duty Vanguard. She wrote for fucking the last Ratchet and Clank game. She probably wrote for Spider-Man 2. Hell, she's probably the one who phoned up Sweet Baby, if I had to guess.
To talk with artists and audio designers and game designers and system designers and economy designers, just to figure out like how to better tell the story and get the creative direction and the feeling of the game better through all the things that they're all doing.
Yeah, she was gonna be the one that was like the lead writer on the KOTOR remake. You know, the one that got shit-canned eventually because it was made by the people that just utterly botch-fucked a 20-year-old game that had no right being ruined in the way that they ruined it. Yeah, they were gonna remake beloved classic video game, top 10 video games of all time video game, Knights of the Old Republic. And they were gonna have Traffic Cone Rape Lady be the head writer on that. It's a real shame that one didn't come out, huh? Real shame.
So obviously the first thing that you think of when you hear all that is narrative direction. That's a role we sometimes occupy on projects in AAA and or indie. The way we work is a bit unique, and we'll go through it later, but we never bring only one person to a project. It's not like Kim will be a narrative director on this project and then the 16 other people here don't do anything else. We'll come to a project with oftentimes we'll start a project with everybody in the room, all 16 of us, so you can get as much perspective as you can, and then we'll build a team of the people who have the most affinity with the project, and they'll all work together as sort of a writer's room, plugging into a project and figuring out the best way to tackle it and to split tasks among themselves to kind of like arrive at the output of, like,
I mean, like, but just like the way that they describe it, again, I'm sorry, it's just not a conspiracy. I mean, there's conspiratorial elements that Sweet Baby is like ruining every video game ever, but I'm sorry, the way that they describe themselves is like a parasite. They're like a parasite. He's describing it. We plug naturally into every element of your game, your game design. Every fucking element of your company will be You're like the Spider-Man symbiote. No wonder you were on fucking Spider-Man 2.
One person or a couple of people, but made from many different perspectives and skill sets, which is really our strength. And so when we're the only narrative team on the project, and this is the kind of work we do, we kind of like it is sort of a narrative direction position that we occupy within the project. The next two things, narrative design and script writing, tend to be something that is mostly the regular project work that we do. People will come to us a couple of years or months or weeks or days before launch and go, hey, we have triggers to place, we have lines to write, can you help us with that? And that's the usual, like, we are contract.
I think that's the other kind of triggers. I'm not sure. I think it's the non-funny kind of triggers. I think it's like scripting, like video game scripting triggers or something, which I'm not sure why they would be. I feel like they would be more relevant for the other kind of triggers, actually. What the fuck do they know about that? It's like, shit, look at these people. At least you hire them for, like, diversity bullshit, and you could probably listen to them on that. I don't trust a single fucking word you say about game design. Yeah, I believe that you're like a Tumblr feminista or whatever. I don't believe that you know shit about game design.
For the industry, we obviously take care of all that stuff in much a similar way. The next couple ones tend to happen more at the beginning of a project, and we've been fortunate enough in the last couple of years to start onboarding on projects really early at the pre-prod phase.
Yellow paint triggers. Oh god, yeah. Well, but the thing is like, then you get parts. There's weird parts in FF7 where they don't have the yellow paint, and it's like they kind of fucking need it. And it doesn't mean that they should have yellow paint. It just means that there's a problem with the fucking visual design or something, where when there isn't something directing you in a direction, in like a specific way and up a wall or whatever, then it just doesn't fucking come across at all that you can, like, unless it's something like a ladder or vines or whatever. If it's just like some shit on a rock wall, it's like, games are really detailed now, so you need to have, I don't know, something. I always use the example of, like, back when it was like GoldenEye and you could have like fucking 3 objects in a room. Yeah, you didn't need yellow paint to tell you where to go, because there was like 3 things there. You'd press against all 3 of them and eventually one of them will be the one, right? But nowadays, it's like you walk into a room and, shit, I don't know what thing I'm supposed to focus on. Everything has got a billion polygons. So I support the yellow paint a little bit, but it's like, man, there's gotta be a fucking better way than yellow paint, though. That's so bad, though.
So we're able to do more.
Maybe I don't want to blame them for everything, though, but like, it's like, yeah, they are saying that they go into these game studios and they basically are responsible for, like, they fucking worm their way into every element of a game of a game's design, from narrative to fucking mechanics to marketing and like everything, I guess. And so I am left just like, okay, so wait, is this other thing that I hate about modern video games also them? Like, they're not making a case for it not being them at this point. They're making a pretty strong case that it might be. I don't know. Any conspiratory shit that people have toward this company, I think, is pretty fucking... I can kind of understand where it's coming from. I don't know. When you're in your own words saying that you're, like, fully plugged into every element of the fucking thing, every part of game design, not just narrative, I'm like, maybe they are the reason for yellow paint. Maybe they are the reason for the 17 fucking parts in FF7 Remake. 17 is, like, lowballing it, by the way. Where you have to just, like, slowly push a thing for, like, fucking a minute. Or oh god, there was this really egregious part in the Temple of the Ancients where you're walking into a room and then there's a staircase, and you're about to walk down the staircase crumbles out from beneath you. And so instead of walking down the staircase down to the room below, you now have to spend the next like minute and a half climbing across ivy to get down to the same location. And it's like, holy fuck, I did not find it that cool to see the fucking stairs collapse. Just let me jump down. Fuck off. Yeah, maybe everything I hate maybe this is like the fucking Blofeld. It's the architect of all of our dismay. Everything in you know what? Everything in modern video games is apparently their fault. They're taking credit for it, I guess.
Forming in narrative development, trying to think of the story along with the people who are developing the systems, thinking about the concepts, thinking about how this is going to be expressed in game. We've developed a world building pipeline that is pretty different from what we see in the industry right now. That tends to be focused way more on iteration and on finding the fewest possible answers that unblock the most possible things, as opposed to obsessing over a lot of lore details and waiting for them to be completely ready before you're able to move on to the next phase. So that's the kind of stuff that we do at the early stage. And of course, narrative production pipelines.
Somebody said that there was I don't know who it was, but there was a game journalist that said that teabagging people in Call of Duty was sexual assault. My favorite one like that, though, is the person on Kotaku. Also don't remember. I think it might have been Patricia Hernandez, the classic. She was like the Kotaku writer for a while, you know. She was like the meme Kotaku writer. I think it was her, had an article when Battlefield 3 came out about how somebody said in the voice chat that they were gonna push their shit in, and I guess the writer of the article interpreted that as a homophobic slur. Like that. This is the thing, when you get people have been writing about this and this scenario, and you're like, oh, what's going on? And people have been so just, you know, just literally just brainwashed, I guess. I mean, well, not brainwashed, lied to by a lot of people about like what happened in Gamergate. Like, it was just a bunch of angry, hateful people. Yeah, it was a lot of people who were a little angry and hateful about the fact that every fucking article about every new game for the last like 5 years had been like some weird fucking, you know, political bullshit about the, you know, oh my god, you can't buy Dragon's Crown, it has titties. How dare you buy Dragon's Crown? There's breasticles. That's sexist. Women don't have breasts. You fucking white men. And it's like most of the articles, they were known for more articles than not, like that were like that. That's where it fucking came from. You know, it wasn't just a bunch of fucking homunculus of gamers just, oh, we gotta, oh my god, harass women, as out of nowhere. And that's how they would have you believe this too. That's why I'm like, oh, they learned nothing? No, they haven't. They have learned. They learned that it worked, and most people now just assume, you know, they hear Gamergate, that is a synonym for them with like, what, incel, or like, you know, what do you think? You think of like a guy, some loser guy, you think of like Harman Smith, basically. Some loser guy in a basement with a bunch of like Nintendo games and like sexy like Peach and Zelda posters on his wall. And that's what you think. That's what the cultural kind of thing has become. And yeah, no, I mean, like, and you see the response to this. It's been the same thing. It's been the same fucking thing. For some reason, gamers are harassing us. It must just be that gamers are toxic. Gamers are bad. They're all toxic. There couldn't be any validity. It's such a grift, dude. It's such a fucking... This is the Keffels grift. This is just the Keffels grift, but applied to the entire video game industry. They've positioned themselves into a place they have no right being in, offering advice they have no right offering. You know, the less bathtub HRT here, but still advice they probably shouldn't be giving, maybe. And you know, in an effort to curb criticism, they've just decided that instead of all Kiwi Farms users, it's now like, oh, the gamers, oh my god, the gamers! And people are fucking buying this. By and large, the Keffels grift still fucking works. I don't think it works super well for Keffels anymore, because people kind of realized she's full of shit, but, you know, doing that as a grift is still very, very successful. Allegedly. It's allegedly very successful to do that as a grift.
And so everybody has spent a lot of energy solving different problems, started the same problem, but started for their own project. And so we have a lot of like view on how different studios and different types of games structure their narrative production. We're able to come in and kind of say, hey, for this type of game, it's best to think of narrative this way and to wait for this moment to write these lines, and for now to focus on these types of deliverables. The next one we'll go over.
Why do you have the right to do that, though? Where do you come off? Where do you fucking come off? I can't stress enough that if this was like books or something, I don't think anybody would put up with this shit. If it turned out that there was like a company that was going around and fucking making a bunch of authors like change their novels because they decided, you know, I mean, like, it would be one thing if it was just exclusively like their choice. The authors choose to go get a script doctor to help them. But this fucking lady has specifically joked about how, you know, you financially convince people that they should work with you. So, no, they're being made to do it. They're being made to. Like, she can joke about it, but you wouldn't joke about it if there wasn't some truth to that. So that's happening. Like, that's, you know, cards on the table. That's happening, according to her. So, yeah, like, if this was books, if this was, like, I mean, fuck, you know, music, I don't know, any other fucking art form, like, I don't know, paintings, whatever, like the visual arts, you would... You have some weird corporate entity come out that is like, you know, kind of financially breathing down your throat. You should hire us. It would be in your best interest. And like, yeah. And then you know, your cool painting suddenly becomes like a fucking 3D animated movie instead or something. I don't know. That would be such a strange fucking thing in any other circumstance, but for some reason it's gamers. Gamers are bad, so I guess games need to be made more diverse because gamers are bad, I guess. I don't know. Like, you know, this shit happens with movies too, though. I mean, like, that's where the term comes from, script doctors. That's kind of what they are. There's basically like a script doctor kind of thing, but usually, again, that's not like some group imposing themselves upon companies, you know, or writers or artists or anything. That's like somebody who is writing their thing wants to have it touched up a little bit. And certainly it wouldn't involve game design consultation. And it would involve fucking people that would know what they're talking about and have credentials, too.
A lot.
Which they don't.
This presentation, but we obviously have a very diverse team who's super talented. We do a lot of work. To do some sensitivity consultation, some representation consultation, some cultural consultation, with the complete aim being...
Does music already do... Well, yeah, you got the Swedish songwriters, but I mean, like... Yeah, I don't know. I guess. I mean, I guess it is comparable with music, you know, big AAA music, you know, quote unquote. The EAs of music, the Ubisofts of music out there. You know, yeah, they're probably getting a lot of fucking assistance. I don't think it's diversity assistance, but they are probably, yeah, no, that does happen with music. And that's always been a thing with music, too. Like, that's always been or not a thing that's, like, happened, but it's always been a thing people have had a problem with music. You know, is, like, somebody coming in, like, that's the tale as old as time, isn't it? Where it's, like, you're an artist, and then some fucking publisher, or not publisher, what's the term? Some, like, record label, whatever. It's, you know, some A&R comes in, and they're like, all right, you need to completely change your image. You need to change the type of music you're making. This isn't what's cool anymore. This isn't what's gonna sell. Yeah, you know, that's been historically viewed as a terrible, terrible thing in music. It's so weird that we're expected to support this happening in gaming because of this, like, diversity grift being used to leverage that. We're just expected to support that being like taking place in gaming because oh my god, oh my god, there are black people. Like, that's the reason.
Trying to give as much perspective as possible to each game team as to the subject matter they're representing, and trying to give a voice to these consultants, so that it's not looking at a list of red flags of like, oh, make sure you don't offend this and do this badly. It's more, okay, this is what you could be doing if you leaned into this identity, if you leaned into this inspiration.
Yeah, and that seems fine. Like, when he describes that, if that's all it was, if it was just like, yeah, if you've got, like, a fucking character in your game and he's Brazilian, you know, then make him laugh like, hue, hue, hue. and make him ask in the comments of a Mozart video for Mozart to come to Brazil. Make that character be authentically Brazilian, right? Like embrace those real those real traits of Brazilian culture. If that's all it was, right? Then that would be one thing, but it's not that. It's not that. I'm actually of the, like, I guess the weirdly hot take. If it was just the wokeness, quote unquote, I think that would be a lot less bad than the way they actually are, which is like a life-sucking leech of corporate bullshit. That's what they actually are. If it was just, tighten up the diversity on level 3, then that would really be something.
For people of these backgrounds, of these identities, this is the kind of stuff that they would like to see, and they would like to. This is how they would like to see themselves represented on screen in a game, and they've never seen it before. And so that kind of forms our thesis for the company, that like representation is a form of innovation, and that it is one of the greatest sort of blue sky approaches to innovation that people aren't really thinking about right now. And finally, we do game design.
That is interesting. No, I don't know what he means exactly by that. This guy's in marketing and fucking PR. Apparently not very good marketing, because he didn't get us a second Sleeping Dogs game. Never fucking forget. I am explicitly, personally blaming him for this for now on. God damn it. Sleeping Dogs was great! Go play Sleeping Dogs if you haven't. It's amazing. It's one of the best games of the last generation. Or I guess the last generation. The 2013 generation. Whatever the fuck it came out. Go play that. But he was like a marketing guy, I guess. And so he says like blue sky. Let's hear that again.
For the company, that like representation is a form of innovation.
Representation is innovation. Okay.
And that it is one of the greatest sort of blue sky approaches to innovation that people aren't really thinking about right now.
Blue sky approaches. Now, I don't know. I might be totally off on this. But it reminds me of marketing speak. I mean, it sounds like when Nintendo described their Wii as the blue ocean strategy of like, we're not fighting with I forget what the fucking analogy was, but like the other consoles, they have a whole other thing, and our focus is the untapped blue ocean of casuals, basically. Fucking waggling casuals. God, it really is like it's 10 years ago. The Wii U is gonna be so bad, dude. I guess it already came out by this point. It was already half dead by this point, actually. But, yeah, that sounds like marketing speak. I don't know if it's the same thing, but the guy being a PR guy and a fucking marketing guy, it makes me think that he's just basically being like, yeah, the best way to sell your game now is diversity. Really, the teens love it. The teens vibe on diversity super hard these days. You gotta do more diversity.
And finally, we do game design consultation. We have a lot of talented game designers on our team as well. We're able to kind of go in and figure out how a game is functioning and how it could be improved to kind of match the goals of the project. So that was services. Now let's go to soft skills. What happens with like working on 70 projects at all these different types of levels, from like writing lines to narrative direction to doing consultation.
We're pretty smart for a baby, capital B baby. I don't like that. Why are you insisting on this fucking name? It's so weird. I really don't like this name.
Is that we have seen a lot of studios do a lot of different things that all amount to doing the same amount of things, because they're, everybody's trying to ship a video game, but they're all going about it differently. We have a really broad perspective on the industry's narrative trends and innovations, and we have seen like the best practices for some of the world's best studios. And that's something that like we talk about internally too a lot, is how do we kind of like take the best from everybody and how they function through things, and more importantly, how do we avoid running into some mistakes that we see a lot of people running through. There's a lot of like closed circuits in the industry. People don't necessarily share, oh, we ran into this problem, because there's like, games are being marketed. You don't want to say that it was tough to make the game necessarily, but what that means is that you join a project and you're not necessarily able to.
God, this guy fucking sucks.
Speak to a way you shouldn't be doing things that you know isn't going to work. And so what we try to do is bring some of that expertise, bring some of that perspective from different projects, and
Can you let the pants of the relationship talk, David, please?
on one side try to make the pipeline as smooth as possible, and on the other
Kim has at least said some funny, incriminating shit a little more than you.
side try to identify potential problems.
Fuck.
And like it says on the slide, it gives us a lot of tips and tricks that we're able to bring to the table. The other soft skill that we do a lot of is we try to build a community from all the people we worked with, and that's something that I think is also inherent to.
Oh, they just keep making it worse for themselves. I don't understand how anybody can look at this and act like this is a baseless conspiracy that they're like infecting all of fucking gaming. It's like, yep, we've built an extensive network. We're like a fucking pyramid scheme. It's never ending. Everyone you know is connected. These are clients, collaborators, colleagues, and other friends of the baby. I hate it. I hate that so much. That's the worst. Is a bevy of babies? A bevy of babies? Ladies and gentlemen, the Rugrats theme. I'll be right back. They really picked a decidedly bad name. You know? Because, like, it's so easy for me to make jokes. The jokes write them fucking selves. You don't even need a narrative consultant to come up with these bad boys. A bevy of babies. Yeah, you're fucking right.
Us not working internally at the studio. I think, like I said before, game studios tend to be pretty insular. People want to stick together and close together and not share anything outside. And there's very few groups of people who are talking to each other about facing similar challenges or facing similar hardships sometimes, and being able to like find kinship and find community in a broader game dev sense. And so we do a lot of effort to like put some of the people that we've met together, put them together in the same room just so they can talk and meet each other and get some like, you know, inspiration or perspective or even solutions from those meetings. You know, we'll think like, we'll go on a project and go like, oh, that person like reminds me so much of this other person. It'd be great if they met. Well, we actually follow through on this and make sure people create connections and create a community in this industry. A bevy of babies, it says on the slide.
Yeah, you don't have to say it again, dude. I bet they were really regretting that name the moment they started getting some pushback. The fucking second it was probably before anybody even made a joke. They were just like, oh god, oh, we really shouldn't have gone with that one. Oh no, this is just like my friend. This is just like my friend whose name ended in Enos. Oh no.
Kim talked about it briefly, but yes, we have a very, very diverse team, and we believe that.
Here we fucking go. It's our strength, everyone. We can't keep telling the same old stories. We can't. But it's just Spider-Man, though. This is the problem with the diversity thing. It's like it's this simultaneous, like we're all equal and the same, but also we're diverse. It's like the whole point of the Spider-Man 2 story. Yeah, there's like a element of it that's like we're different, and that makes us different Spider-Man. But like ultimately, the whole thing is that they're both Spider-Man. They're both just Spider-Man. It's not Black Spider-Man and White Spider-Man. They're both Spider-Man. And they both have very similar elements of their lives that are like, that's the whole fucking point, is that we're all the same. It's all parallels. It's like he has loved ones just like Peter does that could get hurt by his actions and blah blah blah, and he's struggling and juggling his life and blah. It's the same. It is quite literally the same story. Like, I guess it's more diverse, sure. I mean, I don't know. I just think this is I don't know. That's a little silly.
Diversity is.
It's like this weird oxymoronic fucking thing where it's very contradictory. You want to be diverse, but we're all supposed to be the same, but so you make it diverse, but then the story is that we're the same. So I don't know. Okay.
One of the
you want to make it diverse? How about you make a Spider-Man game set in fucking India? Make what was the guy from the Spider-Verse movie? Like Peter Prakar or whatever. Just fucking give him a video game. There you go. There you go. That's different a little bit. You know, I'd play that. That'd be awesome. I'd love to play a game that's got like an Indian main character. That is underrepresented. Yeah, contrary to what an obvious right-wing evil chud I am, I actually would very much like to see more games that have, like, good representation of people. I was actually playing FF7 Rebirth the other day, and I was just thinking, like, it's such a shame that so many people think of Barrett in, like, the most, you know, like, people like this, potentially. Not them necessarily, but I've seen people like this make these kinds of claims that, like, Barrett is just another... He's a bad representation of a black man because he's just an angry man with a gun. And it's like, dude, did you even play it? Do you know anything about him and what he's going through, dude? I don't know, man. There's a fucking, I guess it's a minor spoiler, there's a flashback scene back to when he still had his hand. Well, there's a couple, actually, but there's one really fucking good one toward the end. And God, that was some good stuff. And I was sitting there during some of that just like, it's a shame that there's people that can't look past the very surface level fact that he is, in fact, a screaming black man with a gun for an arm. And recognize that he actually is a a loving father. He's a very impassioned individual. It's like I like to see people being represented that aren't just John White man. That's great. That is a great thing. It's one of the things I like about Assassin's Creed, as a matter of fact. I don't really like those games anymore, but one of the things that kind of drew me to it in some fashion was like, oh yeah, it's got like some Egyptian shit going on. Shame that the Egypt game is one of the bad ones, but like it's honestly the earlier ones kind of, I mean, like the first one is in the Middle East, but everybody kind of just looks white. I don't know, but yeah, no, having diversity, I agree, it's cool, it's great, but nobody should have to have a company like this tell them to do that. Nobody should ever have to have a company tell them to be diverse.
First for innovation in the games industry that people too often ignore. Like I said before, we try to be additive in our approach. So we don't show up to a project and say, hey, these are all the problems. You're going to mess up if you do all these things this way. What that ends up doing is oftentimes that we'll sand it down and make something inoffensive and oftentimes, honestly, kind of boring.
Okay, they're saying they aren't trying to remove things. Okay. Sure. I mean, you did technically replace that, lady that was gonna be in, Alan Wake 2. You did remove her, I guess, but, he's saying that it's additive. They want to add to things, not take away. Which I guess I guess that's the right approach to an extent, but then you start to worry about something like feature creep a little bit. It's like, you think about a game like Cyberpunk 2077, where apparently people were just coming in every fucking week just like, bro, we gotta include this feature now! And like, do you really need extra people to be hired on to do that for you? Just be like, oh, I think it would be really cool if we had a monster catching system. But dude, David, it's a basketball game. I like monster catching. I want to play Persona, but it's 2K. But I like Persona and Pokemon. Okay, all right, we'll try to make a basketball monster catching minigame. I don't know how it's gonna work, but god damn it, we'll make it happen.
And kind of like too smooth. And so instead, we try to go about it from an additive perspective, where we want to bring joy to the player. If you're a player from a marginalized background and you see yourself represented accurately on screen, and you see a part of yourself that you've never seen on a screen, you'll get tremendous joy from that. Tremendous
joy. This is another element. I mean, I've seen other people ask this, and like I just have like this disconnect of like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess I see a lot of fucking, like, Barrett is a guy. It's talking about Barrett again. Barrett is a guy with one hand and like a prosthetic arm. Technically, I mean, it's a gun arm cannon thing, but it's, yeah, he lost his arm in an accident, in an incident, and and he got a replacement arm. And I don't really feel any kind of extra fucking kinship toward him. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, for my part, oh yeah, a better example even. I got really into the YouTube channel Ask Your Uncle had a really great retrospective about Metal Gear Solid 5. I was watching that, and that's also what led me to want to play Kingdom Hearts, because he was talking about Kingdom Hearts 3. And well, also I wanted to play it just because of Remake is basically just Kingdom Hearts with pause. You pause to input to input commands. But anyways, he fuck, oh shit! I lost the train of thought. I lost it again. Where was I going? Come on, Steinbrenner, think about it. Oh yeah, Metal Gear Solid 5. He had a 5-hour retrospective on MGS5, and in the beginning of MGS5, you get, there's the whole game. You play as Venom Snake, who has, specifically in the beginning, though, he has a hook arm, very, not dissimilar from mine. Like, it's an 80s looking one. It looks a little more primitive, but it's the same type of mechanism. And I mean, it's like cool, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm I'm overrepresented by just having so many crackers everywhere, I guess. But so I don't get the same like joyous fucking resonant fucking orgasmic feeling that people apparently have when they look at a video game and they see like they're black and they see another black person. I don't know, man. I don't think I understand it. I mean, there's a thing that she says in her talk, her TEDx thing, where she talked about how it was a segment of like Mass Effect 2, I think, where she was talking to a character in the game who was a black guy, and her character, I think, was also a black guy. And apparently this was so important to her that she had to, like, tell her friends about it. About how she had the ability to make a black character in a game, and then that character happened to interact with another black character. And those characters, I guess, weren't talking about drugs and gangbanging. So she was very happy about that. I mean, like, that is such a... I don't know, that's such a... I guess whatever makes you happy, sure. Like, far be it for me to tell you shouldn't have a good time, but I just don't understand it. I fucking don't understand it. I don't know.
And that's something that, like, that's the same kind of goal that you might want from, like, a design, a game design system, which also brings joy to the player. It's the same sort of, like, output, but from a very different discipline. Yeah, we believe that game stories as they are now have lots of room to evolve and change, and we're at the forefront of like making stories more diverse and helping push these boundaries forward. It's all meaningful growth for us.
Oh my god, let her talk. I can't believe I want this guy to shut up. I was looking forward to hearing this guy talk because I had only heard her speak before in the TEDx thing. And now he just won't shut up. He sucks. By the way, okay, that was We Can't Keep Telling the Same Old Stories. This one is The Next Batch of Babies. Oh, this looks like it'll also be maybe a bad one. This looks like the next part of this might be we're planting the seeds so the future is also like us. Uh-oh.
It's all meaningful growth for us. Throughout all of this, we also do a lot of outreach. And so Kim mentioned it earlier. We are trying to set the stage for the next generation of game developers who are going to join this industry after us. We both have a combined 20 plus years in the games industry. We're trying to make sure that like people who enter this industry are more equipped to do it correctly and also have more doors open to them, and hopefully don't enter an industry that can be toxic and can be tough for them. So what we do for that is we do a lot of...
I know, I don't know. it's so hard for me to look at this, because keep in mind, right? This is a company. I wanna actually jump back here. We're at 1649. Remember the place here. I want to jump back here. Take a look at this list of companies again. You notice this one here? You notice Ubisoft here? You notice this company Ubisoft, who is one of at least 3 AAA game studios that I can name that are game companies, studio, publisher, kind of whatever. There's like Riot, Blizzard, and them that are fucking jammed to the gills with rapists and like predators and weirdos and fucking people drinking your breast milk out of the fridge and the Bill Cosby suite and all that kind of shit. It's weird that you worked with Ubisoft. You'd think you would have been able to change some of those behaviors about them, but I guess not, huh? I guess they aren't going to be in the next generation of babies. You know, you talk about an industry that is toxic, and I wanted to say, you know, I just don't know if I believe that, because, like, you know, hey, it's like these are the type of people that are in the industry, right? Who's going to let you be toxic and problematic without calling you on it in any fucking company anymore? Well, apparently a lot of people. Apparently a fucking lot of people. And apparently companies that these people have worked with before even do that. Apparently Ubisoft, who is fucking jammed full of rapists, you know, I guess they're not toxic. They're fine. Sweet Baby can work with them. But, you know, but it's the gamers who are the problem. Okay.
Tough for them. So what we do for that is we do a lot of...
Yeah, we're the toxic ones, yeah.
Meeting with new developers, meeting with people who are trying to break into the industry, people who are finishing game programs at universities, sort of like just providing a venue to talk with somebody who has experience, who works in the games industry. We see a lot of, like, you know, paid mentorship.
I love this, though. We provide portfolio reviews. Okay, your reviews mean nothing because you have no experience. Workshops, you have no experience on any games that matter, like in any capacity that matters. So, yeah, again, meaningless thing that you provide. That's like, this is like if I was like, hey, I'm providing a workshop on how to cut people's hair. I don't know how, but, you know, let's find out together. Hey, game dev Q&As. Once again, don't know a fucking thing about it. I bet I know more about game dev. I fucking learned how to... I got, like, pretty decently into coding a little fucking Montezuma's Revenge style Metroidvania thing like 10 years ago. Well, not that far, like 8 years ago. But then my laptop died and I lost that and I never tried again. I lost all passion in trying to do that. So... you know what? Fuck, I bet I have more fucking history coding video games and designing them than these fucking people do. One-to-one mentorship and networking. Meaningless because you people have no... This whole thing is so entitled. Narrative tutorials, where do you get off? All of this! Nothing you provide is something you should be providing or have any fucking reason to provide. By your own credits available publicly on like Moby Games. I don't know if that's incomplete. Maybe it's missing a bunch of credits. I think Moby Games is usually a pretty good resource for stuff like that, for credits and details like that. Moby Games has been around for a while. It's pretty trusted. So when it says what you've worked on and it's basically nothing, yeah, the 2 people that run this thing are fucking liars. This is a fucking grift.
Allegedly.
This is a fucking grift.
Programs out there, and you know, I'm sure there's like a lot of really good learning.
Sweet baby Jesus!
Access to just talking to someone and asking questions.
That's gonna be the name of the video. That should have been the name of the stream. You know what? Fuck it, because we're probably not doing much else on the stream. Fuck it. Sweet baby Jesus. That's good. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Not open enough. We like to provide that. So through this, we met a real assortment of amazing talent, people who are trying to break into the industry. Sometimes we also even talk to people who are in the industry and don't really have a window to talk to someone or to sometimes it just needs, you know, venting or being heard, right? So we do, through these talks, we do portfolio reviews, workshops, We do some Q&As. We've done some mentorship networking. We've done some narrative tutorials. It's always free, and it's as accessible as we can make it. And we're super proud of having been able to talk people through some of these.
Always free, huh? So, where does one get access to some of this stuff? You know, your Q&As and stuff. I'm just curious because, like I mentioned, I've tried working on games before. You know, I talk a lot of shit, but maybe it would be able to get me back into the swing of things. You know, if I read their game dev Q&As, maybe did one of their narrative tutorials. You know, maybe that would be really maybe that would be really enlightening, chat. I don't know. I wonder if such things are available somewhere. I assume you'd need to, like, they say it's free. You probably need to be, like, in contact with them, something like that. I'm sure it's not just on their website. But, oh man, that would be great. I mean, it is free, right? Man, I'd love to see your game dev Q&As, please. Please, put them out there.
And finally, we've also done development. So we're primarily a contracting company. But we've spent a lot of time over the past 5 years building our own games. We were fortunate enough to be able to work with Panic on 4 Playdate games. If you're not aware, the Playdate is I'm going to show you on screen now. Is this a device with a crank that was launched a couple years ago?
Oh God, you're the ones who made that stupid fucking crank thing. Oh God, Jesus Christ. You know, I saw Brutal Moose talk about that thing, and he actually made it look kind of cool, but then I don't think that any of the games that they worked on... They developed games? They actually made games. They developed them. What do you mean? You don't have credits developing games? Like, you two didn't. Maybe these people hired some fucking people on their team who have some like experience. I mean, again, I know there's one woman who worked on that dating sim that's racist toward white people. So, like, you know, and has mostly positive reviews on Steam, by the way. So yeah, you know, I guess there's probably some people there who have programmed some shit. You're really burying the lead on that. So you guys are also a game developer? Yeah, I did not know that, but I guess when all you've made games for is that stupid fucking jabroni crank hipster device, yeah, I guess there's a reason no one's fucking heard of them.
So we
Validate,
made our first game for
yes.
the Playdate, and it went pretty well. We were able to talk to Panic and convince them to build a program where we would be able to build 2 more games.
Yeah, look at this Tumblr shit, though. Someone points out this looks pretty Tumblr coded. I mean, you got this Steven Universe lady. You got this... Does this say Soy Boy? Or Goy Boy? You got this character. She's got the little band-aid on her knee. You know, she's got the horribly drawn noodle arms and legs that are just kind of like, you know, detailless. Oh boy, it's... Guys, remember when you weren't allowed to call this the Cal Arts style? Everybody got mad at you? I guess it's not accurate. I know it's not accurate, but it's like, there's a lot of fucking things that people say that aren't accurate, right? There's a lot of fucking shit people... break a leg! That doesn't mean literally break a leg. But, like, people would get really pissed if you were like, man, I really don't like that Cal Arts style with the bean mouth.
Bro, it's not the Cal Arts style! That's wrong! It's wrong! That's not what it is! There's a lot of good cartoons from Cal Arts! Ugh!
You got that a lot. You got that a lot. I don't know what made them so angry about that. I'm not sure. I mean, I think they just like Steven Universe, probably.
Dog and Real Steel, with mostly first-time devs.
Corporate Tumblr art, something like that.
That went really, really well. We were able to sort of ship 2 games in the span of 6 months. It was a lot of people's first video game ever shipped, and it was a good way for us to kind of put our money where our talk is, right? To say we want to set up the next generation of game devs and giving them an opportunity to actually ship a video game with Panic, with us, and put that on their CVs and be able to leverage that into an opportunity at some point. And we just did that again with Quantum Phantom Basketball, which is a game we've launched a month ago now.
So fucking focus on your... focus on developing games then. You are making stuff, apparently. So just do that. why do you need to, like, impose your fucking shit like you... You know, they really buried the lead on that 20 minutes in, and now it's like, yeah, also there's games that we've made. And I don't know if these are any good, but, like, at least it's something. It's fucking something. It's not anything these two specifically worked on, apparently. I mean, not that they're credited for, anyway. But, you know, I mean, I guess it's something. I don't think I would... Like... I'm sorry though, but like even though they've made a video game, I'm moving the goalposts a little now because I'm like, all right, so you've made a game or two, you've made a couple games, sure, but like you're still consulting with companies that are making fucking quadruple A shit, and these are the games you made? No. I mean, these could be very good, but. I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, like, even fucking the guys who made, Sonic Mania, you know, they didn't start with Sonic fucking Forces. Maybe they should have. Actually, they should have. But, that's, you know, hindsight, you know. They started on a smaller project. They weren't starting with, like, Suicide Squad game. Or Alan Wake 2, AAA giant $100 Canadian game. Yeah, so I am moving the goalposts from, like, they've never designed anything, why would you listen to them? To now, they've only designed this stuff, why would you listen to them? But I still think it's valid. It's like, I don't know, I don't know how relevant Recommendation Dog is gonna be when you're, like, talking about the narrative design. What do any of these games have to do with narrative, by the way? Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's, like, story elements, but none of them exactly look like a fucking, you know... I don't know. I guess the top one might be, like, a VN or something. I don't know what it is. But the bottom two just look like they might be, like, arcade flash kind of things, you know? Like, minigame kind of shit. Which is fine, but it's not representative of your narrative bullshit, and it's... not representative of AAA game design either, so it's kind of irrelevant, frankly.
The developer was a first-time creative director who came from the arts, the museum side of things, and we were paired with him to help him bring his vision to life with our production processes. Yeah, that's what we do on the website. I think my screen went blank. I'm not sure if
good job.
You can still see.
It did go blank.
Okay, is it back?
No, should I? do you want? Perfect.
Okay, we're sorry. Tech issues. So anyway, I'm done talking. It's Kim's turn. So.
Oh, thank God.
I'll take it from here.
Oh God, figure out your slides, people.
Yeah. So with that kind of explained and a sense of our services and what we're doing and how we're doing it kind of given, I just want to take us through.
Finally, we can hear a woman of color speaking instead of this fucking Melba toast over here.
The story of Sweet Baby, both our origin and kind of where we're at today and where we've been. Because I think that in addition to kind of all the stuff that we do, the more interesting part...
Yeah, I don't know why people are shitting on fishing games. They made a fishing game. Who that's good for them. It's a fishing games are fun. Listen, I own a Sega Dreamcast. I'm not legally allowed to make fun of fishing games. That's one of the classic games on that console. Is a game... They made a whole controller for it on the Dreamcast. For fucking fishing games. Because they were just so proud. Fuck, they were so proud of their water fucking fishing physic bullshit that they made a whole character in Sonic be about fishing. And they still have fishing in fucking Sonic. You know what? Actually, fuck fishing games. You know what? The fact that Big the Cat is fucking mandatory in Sonic Adventure is still bullshit. Fuck off.
Is why we do it, and the part that I think I want other people to understand and to, you know, to work towards is the reasoning, because the shape of our company and the intent of our company is very, very specific in terms of narrative and that. But to me, like the framework and the thinking behind it is applicable to a lot of different things, and I think fits into a lot of different ways of thinking. But to begin, I'll start a very long time ago, eons ago, well, maybe a lifetime, in 2018, a time we all barely remember. So to kind of give you, the origin story, I'll give it from my own perspective, is that
oh boy, this is a good list of buzzwords here. This is a great list of buzzwords. So, a long time ago, 2018, redacted Abusive Game Studio A. So, one of her credits isn't even a game studio, it's Transmedia Studio. Maybe that includes gaming, but like if it's predominantly gaming, I think you'd say it's gaming. If its main focus is like if it's Ubisoft, who cares if they make a fucking like Blood Dragon show or some shit? I don't know. But she did say like her credit is Ubisoft. So is Ubisoft the redacted company? Is that the bad company? Because we know it's Ubisoft. Why would you redact it?
I started out in the industry in 2013, and being a Black woman in the industry, being a marginalized person in these spaces has not always been easy. In fact, it's been downright abusive at times, and I'm sure that no one in this room is surprised to hear that, but there is so much abuse, so much toxicity, so much awfulness in the industry, and that was how I kind of came through it for the first several years of my career. But at the same time, what I want to say is that like I learned a tremendous amount. I first started it for 5 years in AAA. I worked on Assassin's Creed, on Far Cry, on a couple games at Ubisoft.
So is that your abusive? I'm very okay. I have to show this again, right? Because if we look here, fuck. Where was it? God damn it. I had her open here. Hang on. Ah, motherfucker. Kim's Bel Air, I think. If you look here, full credits here by date. Let's go by date. Yeah, I mean her oldest credits are with fucking Ubisoft. 2014, 2015. Unless she mentioned 2013. Unless she scrubbed any of her, like, name from that. I mean, I doubt it. She must not have been credited on any specific projects, I guess, before then, but, like, I don't know. I mean, this is just, if we're taking this as truth, which is, I kind of have to, because the other sources are, like, her LinkedIn and shit, and that's all, like, you have to sign up and fucking, I'm not doing that. So at the moment, I'm looking at this. And in terms of game credits, this seems to be pretty accurate. If she's got other credits that are not gaming, then, you know, good for her. But we're talking about games. And, yeah, I mean, her earliest credits are all Assassin's Creed and shit. And then after, they're all Ubisoft. And then after she starts Sweet Baby, that's when all the other credits start happening. And there's so many games that Sweet Baby is involved in, too, that she's not being credited on specifically here. So, I mean, there's probably a lot of stuff that's not being listed here, I guess, but I don't know. Something's not adding up, necessarily. The only thing you're actually credited for in any game studio is Ubisoft. And then just a bunch of shit that I would assume is, like, based on your work with Sweet Baby, based on the time of it. But it's... There's no credit of her with a company from 2013. Again, she might not have been specifically credited on a game that released, but you know, she's I have to assume that she's just talking about Ubisoft. I don't know, or she's just maybe just making it up. I don't know.
And that was tough. I've talked about that very publicly. I've talked about that in a number of forums. And the thing that always gets me is that while it was hard and dealing with all of that stuff is always difficult, it was also hugely informative, and it was beautiful still to work with teams of creative to make something that matters to us and to get something out in the world and experience it. The joy of making games and telling stories is something that for me has not been in any way separable from the experience of how we make them. And
yeah, you know, what about the joy of making them for the people that actually fucking make them? Now, I don't mean the games that you've made. I mean the games that you've consulted on that you haven't made. What about the joy of creating the story for those people and putting the game together for those people? Not even the story, fucking combat system, whatever. And I guess their joy is lesser than yours if you decide that you want to change things, right? They say that it's an additive approach. They don't want to remove things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's that they don't want to change things. They might not explicitly remove things, but they might rework them in a way that's almost unrecognizable from their original, you know, the original intent. So, I don't know. It's great that you guys are still able to be creative, but what about the people whose games you might be ruining?
And after years and all of this, and I finally left to go to a transmedia company. It was also working in games, and there we had a very, very unusual role. David actually joined me after a few months at this company, and we ended up working together on this transmedia project that required us to essentially, over 5 years, write a story that would be told across 15 to 20 different pieces of media. And we had to do all of that in...
Oh my god, guys. Is she also the reason why Marvel sucks now? Is that also her? Oh, fuck, I mean, like, that's the best case scenario if it's a movie thing, right? If it's movies. If she's talking about, like, movies... I mean, if she says transmedia, I guess that means it could be, like, comics and movies. I don't know. What would that refer to? I heard the term transmedia referred to, I know, transmedia, I heard that term referring to, like, The Matrix and the way that it was doing, like, The Matrix and its sequels and the Animatrix and the games that were all also part of the story. So that's transmedia. I guess it would be something where it's, I don't know, like the Cowboy Bebop Netflix show and then the comics they made for it or something. I can't think of something from that era. I mean, 2018 is what she's talking about. And this is hard to tell what she exactly fucking means because, like, a long time ago, 2018, is that when you started this? But you worked at this place in 2013. When were these credits from? I want to know more about this. I want to know what... Like, maybe it was the fucking DCEU. It could have been... They could have been the reason why they jumped to the Batman movie. The Batman and Superman movie without already making a Batman movie. You know? She could have been the reason why they hired fucking Ezra Miller. You don't even know.
In about 8 months together. And while we were working on that, that was a role that, while, again, really not an easy or pleasant place to work, made me realize something, and it was that working...
An ARG? That's not like a studio, though. That's... Unless it was marketing, like, he's a marketer guy, so maybe. Like, yeah, I guess if it was an ARG for some kind of release that is unrelated to that, like if it was, you know, some kind of website type of thing, or I don't know. I don't know what that would be. That's too vague. That's so vague. It could be anything.
With very different teams, sometimes in film, in television, in podcasts, in books, in all these different arenas, we started to see a pattern forming. And that pattern was simply that, like, people who were easy to work with, people who were kind and compassionate, who saw the humanity in the work that we do, it wasn't just a matter of like, oh, they're better to work with. The productions were smoother, the products were better, and things actually came to exist from those things. And I think there's this myth in the game. In fact, I know there's this myth in the games industry, and I hope that it's dying now, where people will go like, this is a pressure cooker, but it makes the best stuff. And you know, if you really put a lot of pressure, it turns coal into diamonds. And I think that while we work together with so many different teams, seeing so many different projects, and
crunch is bad, agree,
trying to like get them together, it was very clear that wasn't the case, because we saw that like the pressure cooker was just creating burnout. It was just creating misery. And as much as we want to pretend in a lot of corporate spheres that production plans and financial realities are the framework of real game design, production plans are made of and by people. And so when people are not happy, when people are being abused, when people are being disempowered, it's not something...
What the fuck does this have to do with any of your company, though? I don't see what this is... Like, I agree with what you're saying, but it's not really relevant.
That we can now just drag everybody through, and you start to see things fall apart very, very quickly. And if that was true, then it meant that we didn't have to work this way, and we could kind of think differently. But the real thought I think that we first had was simply just like, we don't want to work like that anymore. And what that means for us, at least, was we love what we do. We love telling stories. We love telling...
I mean, cynically, I almost wonder if she... Because this was like September. Crunch was a pretty big fucking thing during like 2023. The last couple years, it's been a topic of discussion, especially because it's been getting worse. Cynically, I almost am like, is she just using this for sympathy or something? Probably not, but I mean, I don't see how I don't see how it relates. Like, yeah, it's bad, I agree, but it doesn't result in, like, it might result in worse games, but it's, I mean, not necessary. That's hard to quantify. I don't know. It doesn't necessarily result in worse games. But also, it's like, what does that have to fucking do with your narrative design company? I don't understand.
interactive stories. We love working in games, but we don't want it to be a space where we have to accept a certain amount of abuse, toxicity, problems, or prejudice just to be able to do that, right? There's this thing that for me exists in the games industry where it's seen as such a dream job that people go, well, you're so lucky to be in it that you should take any treatment that we offer you, because somebody else is going to come and take your place. And for me, that's just not sustainable personally, and I don't think it's sustainable professionally, and I don't think it's sustainable for us as an industry. And I think we're seeing the
what does that have to? I don't understand. I mean, like, I'm not in the games industry. I guess maybe I don't have the context, to be fair, but like I don't think I'm understanding what she's getting at and how that how that relates to her overall thing. I'm trying to be fair where I can. Like, I do agree with her about like most of what she's saying, but it's just not really relevant though.
Results of that now, but what it made us do was decide to create a new company, and the company's name, Sweet Baby Inc., is actually derived.
What does? How did that lead you to this? We're gonna find out how she got the Sweet Baby name, though. Hang on.
A new company, and the company's name, Sweet Baby Inc., is actually derived from the fact that we worked with a lot of different teams in previous times, and every time we worked with someone who we really vibed with, or we really felt like, okay, this is really, really going well, we would go like, wow, they were such sweet babies.
No, that doesn't make it better. Because the thing is, when you explain how your weird name is not weird, and then the explanation is just, it makes me wonder why that name came about, and like no, that's worse. It's not good. It's still not a good name. It's still a very strange and kind of concerning name. I don't like it. Why would you ever say that? You work with someone, and that sounds like sexual harassment or something. Oh, God. Imagine you're, like, working with someone, and you're like,
hey, you're a pretty sweet baby.
Jesus fucking Christ!
And when we started Sweet Baby, we said we
Nonsense!
want to work with sweet babies. And obviously, that's something that is always going to be a challenge, always going to be a changing. And
we only ever want to work with
sweet babies.
Thing, but to me, it's an ethos that really is important, which is we want to work with people who care about people and care about what they're doing, and remember that the art is more important than the product, but the product can never be more important than the people. And I think that's a core of our beliefs. And in both
art is more important than the product. Well, that's interesting, because your buddy down here, David the Cuck, seemed like he was basically admitting that the whole diversity and inclusion thing is just kind of a marketing strategy. More or less admitted that, so I guess the product's still pretty important, huh? The art's more important than the product. Shows Gotham Knights, a Dota spin-off, and Suicide Squad game. To be fair, I don't know if this Dota spin-off is bad. I think there's some good Dota spin-off stuff, but Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad game. Yeah, the art is more important than the product, everybody.
2019,
right.
I put this presentation together with help from David, and it was called Representation as Innovation.
It's bad?
And what that meant was essentially like, I was very tired, I'm still tired of the way that we treat sensitivity and inclusion as kind of like aside from development. We go like, okay, well, hey, can you read this story and tell me if it's offensive to X, Y, or Z group? And for me, when I read a story, I'm not going like, well, this story is just magically offensive. It's something in the story is making this offensive. Something in the story is not ringing true. And often what it is for me is that, like, speaking as a marginalized person, it's not that I'm looking at a portrayal of myself and going, oh, that's offensive, I can't see it. It's creating instead
a portrayal of myself. What do you mean a portrayal of yourself? Is every very light-skinned black woman with a white guy fetish you? Are they all you? This is like egotism in the extreme. I think she just like Freudian slipped a little bit. A little bit. Maybe that was on purpose. I don't know. But okay.
Narrative dissonance where I'm looking at this and I'm going, that's not me. That's not real. And so I wanted to start thinking about diversity not as something that's a nice to have, but as a form of narrative innovation. Seeing new perspectives, understanding new stories, telling new stories is a form of narrative innovation that we need to be paying attention to. And because it's gotten wrapped up in this idea of, sensitivity, people are very, very scared of it. People are scared of this idea, and they think like it has to be two separate things. We can't interrupt the storytelling, but frankly, storytelling is all we have. So that was the talk that I gave at GDC, and the response was very, very positive because I think that I was speaking a lot. Admittedly, it was in the advocacy track, so I was preaching to a bit of a choir of people who want, I think, this kind of thinking. But it really became a foundational property of what Sweet Baby would be. And so we started out in our first year as just kind of 3 people going like, okay, we got to get some contracts. We just need to get contracts. The idea was, for me at least at the beginning, like I was just going to go freelance, and I said, okay, well, what if we took contracts on together and shared them and figured it out together, and then we pulled that money and we made a salary out of it, and we kind of did that for a long time. So in the first year, we first thought like, okay, well, if each of us got a contract, or we had a couple of contracts, we'd probably figure it out. But we ended up getting, in fact, 6 different projects at the same time, and these were across like, in addition to games, kind of like we're also in interactive video, in podcasts, in marketing materials, and comic books. It's kind of anything.
Interactive video? Podcasts? Like a story podcast? What, did like Critical Role fucking hire you or some shit? I bet they did. Marketing. Yeah, this whole fucking thing is marketing. This whole fucking Gamergate 2 is just them marketing themselves. This is what this is. This is just a big fucking alleged grift, sharing the wealth with first-timers.
That we could find new techniques of storytelling in. And then by the end of this first year, we started also realizing like, okay, this is working out kinda, and we've got a little bit of extra work. And I had been called back at one point to work on this since canceled Afrofuturist project. And when I went to kind of talk about working with the team, what I heard was like, okay, we've got an Afrofuturist project, we've got an all-white writing team. Kim, can you help? And my answer was like, well, what happened to sourcing Black writers for something like this? And the answer that was given to me was just like, well, we met some great Black writers, but they didn't have the experience. They had all the talent, but not the experience in games.
This could be a real scenario, I guess, but that's very strange to me that there's a team of all white people just decided what they wanted to make their own Wakanda story. I mean, I guess that might happen. I mean, like, you know, there's a lot of people, like Western people, that have tried writing some, like, you know, Japanese sort of anime inspired stuff. That's kind of a similar thing. You know, not necessarily understanding the culture like a native. I mean, even like Avatar could kind of, you know, fit that in some way, I'm sure. I guess that could happen, but that's a very specific scenario. Like a game that's so focused on Afrofuturism, that's focused on sort of like that sounds like Wakanda. It might not be like an African nation, but it might be just like, you know, something like that. Yeah, you know, that's a very specific scenario. That sounds I'm not calling her a liar. That sounds a little hard to believe. I mean, I could see it happening, but just like, why? I don't know. That's an interesting concept for a team of just white people to decide they want to make. I guess it could happen, though. I mean, sure, all right.
And so what I said was, well, would it be possible if, since we have the experience in games, could we take on some writers as
now I can say it because Slug Boys said it. This light skin, go animate looking progressive warrior speaking right out of her ass. Thank you. See, it would have been highly offensive if I had said that, but notorious Ku Klux Klan member Black Brains in chat there, he said it, and so, you know, I mean, I disavow. That's quite some stuff.
Subcontractors, because essentially what the client is looking for is authentic and representational work, and what these writers are looking for is experience on a job, and that's something I think we can provide. And so,
oh my god, no, you might be right. I realized the mixed media project Kim might have been working on was the Crystal Dynamics Avengers, probably. I would accept that as an answer because you point out it would have had cross promotion with comics and things, and CD had a Montreal studio. Yeah, Bane's favorite game. Bane's favorite video game. Marvel's The Avengers. Well, what a shame. He's gonna be so upset. It's gonna go down from a 7.5 out of 10 for him to like a 7.2 out of 10 for him. What a shame. Damn. Great Cyclops.
We began, once we had that kind of extra space and those extra contracts, to start sharing I say quote unquote wealth, because it was, we were still working on smaller contracts at the time, but we started bringing in folks who deserved a shot at it and who otherwise the studios might not bring in.
And there's another thing she said that I do think is potentially true. Like, she mentioned like the studio was, we looked at some black writers, but they didn't have the experience. And it's like, I really hate that fucking argument when just the only thing you're missing is experience. Well, fucking give me experience, cunt. Yeah, that's a problem. I agree. I also don't have experience. It would really be nice if I had the job. So, like, yeah, I mean, I could see that being a thing. That could be a problem for some people. Yeah, that's one she mentioned there that I think, like, yeah, I mean, there's definitely strides that can be fucking made in the industry, in most industries, in terms of not just like diversifying or whatever, but in terms of general hiring practices and fucking, like employee management and whatnot, like related to crunch and shit like that. She's not saying exclusively crazy shit. Although I will point out that she is currently dressed in the same outfit that she was dressed in apparently 4 years before this. You notice this? You notice this video was uploaded in 2023, September, and she's wearing... Okay, the pendant is different, but it's the same shirt and, like, black tank top thing. It's the same outfit that she wore in 2019. Huh.
But whose talent we could really, really showcase, and whose talent we could find a place for in the industry. And what the success of kind of that initial year showed us was like, hey, maybe we don't have to work like that anymore. And with that realization, I think it made us go, okay,
maybe we don't have to have jobs.
It felt, I'll say it.
Maybe we don't have to have jobs where we do actual work.
It felt a little bit like, we got to work on things and see the insides of games and work on pipelines without having to deal with the same kinds of stuff we were dealing with, and getting a completely new perspective, getting to work with different teams, getting all of a sudden, instead of seeing like a few pipelines, getting to see a ton. And it was really, really helpful leading into 2019 and early 2020, which unfortunately...
See, I don't buy any of this, though, because, like, here's the thing, right, though? Because she's talking about... What did she say before? The whole thing I said, like, if people don't have experience, yeah, they won't hire you, right? So why did this company get hired to do any of this? Because I'm thinking about it now. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right, but... Well, I'm realizing, like, why... How did you get any fucking work? Like, how did this whole thing start? It had to just be people that they knew in the industry already that were willing to, like, throw them a bone, I guess. And then that was what was able to give them some kind of, like, experience. I don't know how they got to it. I just don't... I think it's very suspicious that this company is in the position that they're in. That's what I'm saying, is whatever you gotta say about them, I think, from what we've seen just in this video, talking about how they got to where they are and everything, it's very suspicious. Like, they have no credentials to be here. Maybe some of the people working there do. Apparently somebody there has developed video games for them, with that, like, I guess under their name, maybe. But like, these two specifically, who are, like, the people that started this, who are the CEO and Chief Operating Officer, Ku, they have, like, they have nothing to fucking stand on in this. It's suspicious. It's coupled with the things she already said and joked about how you can convince people to comply. Yeah, it's suspicious. I don't think I trust the reasons that you're in this position. I don't know.
He brought us to the year we all remember. But 2020, I think, was a defining year for us in a lot of ways. And it is not...
Funded by people from game... Well, I don't know who BlackRock is. That sounds like the evil company that sends out, like, paramilitary troops in a video game.
They're funded by BlackRock International. BlackRock MCs. Cause.
Some real Metal Gear shit. Year 2 was Pandemic, Me Too, and BLM. The big three. Yeah, the fucking three horsemen right there. Meeting new people, making new friends. First play date game. Okay, so that game up there was Lost Your Marbles. So hypothetically, I would assume it's another marble game. So in other words, the 3 games that they actually made seem to just be like kind of arcadey, like, you know, nothing wrong with that. It's cool actually that they're not all narrative focused fucking, you know, dating sims or whatever. You know, it's cool that there's some actual gameplay. But consequently, the 3 games, one of them is like a dog-related, like some kind of cute, I think it was like a math game or something. And I forget the other one. But then this one, I guess, is like maybe like a Marble Madness or something. What the fuck do any of these have to do with narrative design? You've got 3 games. You're supposed to be a narrative company. It doesn't look like any of the 3 of them. I mean, maybe they have like a story mode, I guess. Fucking Poyu Pop has a story mode. Mario Golf had a story mode back in the day, so like I guess it's possible, but I don't know. It's some weird games to make your flagship for your like narrative company. It's like try to go for like a Monkey Island next instead of that one might be racist actually.
It is partially, I believe, or I can assert, because of everything that was going wrong and going right. I think at the time, like the pandemic was going strong in 2020, and there's a confluence between that and Me Too accusations and outings happening throughout the games industry, if folks remember that. And then also there was the Black Lives Matter and the marches that were taking place as a part of that.
Pip says, imagine being such a cringy company that you even make the centrists mad.
That's my secret, Pip. I'm always mad.
Da 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 da
That
da da
and I think the
da.
confluence of those things created a space where I think people were really not sure what to do. It was a reality that now everyone was looking at, that like, hey, things aren't working. We're not treating people fairly. How do we do that? And how do we make games better? And what I started to see was a lot of different people, to their credit, taking a stand, right? We saw a lot of...
Well, somebody's mentioning who BlackRock is. I guess there's some kind of weird big money, like they own businesses or something, real estate, something like that. I don't know who's fucking funding this. I guess that's been traced back. But I do know that there is like a group that is either connected to them or just supportive of them, which is funded by the fucking U.S. Homeland Security, who are trying to identify the means by which video games can be used to radicalize people. Again, don't worry, the U.S. government's only going to use that technology for good things. Don't worry, it's not going to be used for anything evil. America would never do that. It's the enemies who would do that. America, they're only going to do that for good things. It's only going to be good, only. So that's really cool. That's really cool. This is and they want to restrict online privacy so that people can't have private spaces that they can discuss things that might be potentially harassing a Sweet Baby narrative design company. Yeah. Sweet Baby, if they wind up being the reason why the internet gets even less private and less free, then it's going to be 10 times worse than Suicide Squad, frankly.
People saying, okay, we're going to get rid of a lot of the called out Me Too folks who now often have found other jobs. We had a lot of people who were saying, hey, we're going to give portfolio reviews to Black writers. We really want to do that. And we also had, places going, okay, we're going to put this fund here, even if they don't necessarily have a plan for it. And what I felt in that was reviews to Black writers. We really want to do that. And we also had, places going, okay, we're going to put this fund here, even if they don't necessarily have a plan for it.
We're just gonna give you a bunch of fucking money. I'm sure they weren't, like, convinced to do that in any way. I'm sure that they just chose to do that, to just give you a whole bunch of money on spec, I guess. Just, you're gonna make something. You'll make something. Well, it'll be good, I'm sure. We don't know what it's gonna be. We don't know where they came from, or what happened to them. Man.
And what I felt in that was
in
kind
my
of specifically
safe
around portfolio review,
space.
because at the time we're sitting there as a narrative development company and we're going, how do we help? How do we do something about this? How do we help this cause even a little bit, especially as people who deal with it ourselves for a lot of our team? And the thought that we ended up having was around portfolio reviews, because we were like, okay, well, maybe we'll do that. But the problem with portfolio reviews to me is that it assumes that the games industry is a meritocracy. It assumes that when you have a marginalized writer coming with a portfolio, what they need is a portfolio review to make sure their portfolio is good. But what happens when we assume instead that it's not a meritocracy, that there is racism, that there is sexism, that there is homophobia, there's transphobia, and that
What happens if we assume the worst in everybody? I mean, I guess that's going in with bad faith, isn't that? I thought that was a bad thing. I mean, to be fair, that's what I do. You know, it works out pretty well for me. I'm usually right.
that means that someone can have a great portfolio and still not get access to the job that they deserve. The answer is one, obviously, that we're still working on, but at the time, what we wanted to do was just talk, find out what the problems were, and kind of hear from people. So we created an email called talk@sweetbabyinc.com, and what that was just our effort to say, hey, what do you need? Especially if you're a new or a marginalized developer, what actual need do you have right now? And we found that while there were some people who absolutely needed portfolio reviews from us, there were others who just wanted to talk. There were others who just said, hey, I've never...
So portfolio reviews, like, to make sure, I guess, that... I think she just explained it, but it's all a kind of blur, and I want to get through this fucking thing. I guess to make sure that your game portfolio, like, before you try to get a job at a big company, it's, like, all in order, I guess, something like that. You know, that's a service I can see being offered. Sure, you know, maybe they're qualified enough for something like that. She did work in the game industry, so it's like, hey, she got hired. I mean, hey, like, I think something like that would be fine. The portfolio shit. Yeah, okay.
Gotten to talk to a game dev, and I just want to know if this is even an industry for me. But I don't know how to access that. People who wanted to understand, like, how to get in, people who had worked for years in the industry also going like, hey, I'm being mistreated. How do I get around that? How do I find solidarity with other people and actually manage it? And through that, we were able to, I think, like, we're not going to solve all the problems of the industry. We were able to kind of meet people and start understanding better what the actual issues are that we were facing as developers. And we met a lot of new friends, new clients during that time, because I think it was a time of real exploration for us. And that little door was kind of open to start thinking like, hey, we need to start thinking differently about the stories that we're telling and the people that we're working with. And that was very, very, I think, helpful for us kind of finding our footing here. At the same time, we also created, as David mentioned earlier, our first Playdate game. So it was a very busy year, but it led to us kind of understanding what we can do and how we can do it. And I think just in talking to this amount of people and hearing the grievances, hearing the realities of it, like, the thought that we came away with was simply like, hey, we don't have to work like that, but also, like, no one should work like that. No one should work the way that we're working, because it isn't working. People are not being treated well. Productions are getting delayed, are getting broken up by these kinds of strifes, and we needed to start thinking differently. So
strifes.
In year 3, we were kind of working a little bit more, and
so year 3, I mean, this was like what, 2022, I guess, or something. Like God of War Ragnarok. What writer's room? Baby's first senior down there. Knowing when to say no. You ought to tell some of the women in the Minecraft community about that one.
Focusing on, okay, well, now we've gotten all those learnings, we've met those people, how do we actually build with those people? So what that looked like was the 2 Playdate games that we got, which allowed us to get a lot of folks who would actually talk to us from Talk at Sweet Baby Inc. and say, hey, we now have a role for you. We have a place for you to work on your first game, and we have mentors who are willing to do it. So that was one way that we were able to actually start actioning a lot of the feelings that we had. But
well, yeah, it seems like a real Nepo baby company. I mean, sweet Nepo babies, am I right? Because, like, yeah, it seems to be people who I guess knew each other in the industry who, because they talk about networking, the whole thing is about, like, meeting people and establishing networks in different companies and whatever. You got a fucking sleeper cell agent of like, sweet baby people just, like, working deep cover in Konami somewhere. But, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Nepo baby, yeah. It's like, because she worked at Ubisoft. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if it's that exactly. Maybe him. Well, maybe both of them. Really. This guy's like a marketing guy, though. That's the thing. I hate this guy more than her in some ways. Because, like, I don't know. At least she did write for a little bit for Assassin's Creed Syndicate. It's at least something before this company. This guy's exclusive credits before this fucking company were like poorly marketing two really good games that are now in dead franchises. So, you know, fuck this guy, basically. Basically fuck this guy completely. And the fact that he basically admitted that the diversity shit is just a marketing strategy just makes me think that this whole thing is just, he's the grifter. She's just kind of the face of it, allegedly. He's the marketing-wise grifter who knows how to fucking game the system. And, you know, she's obviously she's obviously the one that has to be the visuals of the situation, you know, for obvious reasons.
As we did
allegedly,
that, we also
allegedly.
a team, because some of the folks we've been working with collaboratively, just kind of on contract, were really fantastic, and we said, okay, let's do this, because I think the greater value that we can bring and that we can have as a group is that beyond just the diversity of it, it's so rare in this industry to be able to keep a room together, to be able to say, okay, we're 5 writers working on a project together, and we probably will never work on another one again unless we all stay at this one company. And to me, that is heartbreaking, because it means that like the pull of life, of capitalism, of whatever it is going to constantly separate creative partners and creative teams and people who work really together.
I fucking detest this bitch talking about capitalism and yada yada. You know, capitalism sucks, I agree, but like talking about that in relation to this scenario where your company is, oh yeah, capitalism's really gonna rip apart the artistic integrity. Your company's fucking definition is to parasitically destroy whatever fucking thing they touch. That's what your company is supposed to do. Not destroy, sorry. Parasitically infect every segment of the game's design and change it to your specifications. Don't talk to me about capitalism ruining art when that's your fucking prerogative. Fuck off.
Together. And for me, the role of Sweet Baby in building a community and finding new people is we have the chance to be a writer's room that actually grows together, that actually has...
Yeah, she's also pitching her company while she's talking about how capitalism sucks. Right, yeah. That's cool. That's cool. She's pitching God of War Ragnarok while she talks about how capitalism sucks, I guess. Okay.
And is able to kind of repeat things, to learn from their mistakes, to learn from their victories, to kind of figure things out. And within that space, in our 3rd year as we grew that, we also took on production help, because we started to quickly realize that while a team of writers is fantastic to have, we also need help from producers. We need to be able to kind of fit into other people's narrative pipelines, because fortunately in this year we also kind of, I think, became more successful and more long-term with some of our contracts, and we're starting to really fit into teams where we were less feeling like just consultants and more feeling like we were kind of an embedded part of a lot of different game productions.
Oh, great. You know, less like you're consultants and more like you're completely unwarranted and unqualified game developers who've just fucking been brought in here as a joke. Cool. Remember back in the day when people got up in arms because like Anita Sarkeesian was fucking, I think she was like, she was consulting in some way on Mirror's Edge Catalyst, the second Mirror's Edge game. And that game wound up being not very good, but I also don't think that it was necessarily because of any influence she had. I don't really remember any complaints about the story. Most people were upset about like the game design. But as we know from this, I mean, hell, Anita might have just gone in there and just been like, yeah, I don't really like the running and parkour and stuff. Why don't you make it not like that? That's lame. That's stupid. I mean, who knows, right? This just reminds me of that. Like, you just get these wackos in here that have no real fucking... They've just insisted upon their own, like, you know, their own qualifications. And they're just gonna, I guess, change a bunch of fucking games, I guess. And I mean, again, I want to make it clear, I'm not trying to be so hard on this company that I'm, like, completely blind. Like, God of War Ragnarok is a very popular game. Some people, it's very AAA. It's not my thing, I don't think. I've heard it's better than the last one. I mean, I'll stand up for these new ones because, like, I agree. As the based enlightened fucking centrist, fuck you all. I agree that the old fucking God of War games are fucking stupid. I mean, yeah, they're fun games, and that's fine, and that's great, and it would be nice to have the new ones be a little bit more like that, like those in terms of gameplay. But God, the fucking plot of, like, God of War 2, I started playing it, and the whole intro movie, he's just, I am angry man, grrr! It's like, oh God, I'm so I'm so fucking upset they gave him a character and like a fucking, you know, they gave him some story. They actually gave him like a son and some shit to care about and not just make him like a fucking joke of a character. No, I'm in support of that. So, you know, hey, if they, again, if a stop clock is right twice a day, if they've come up with like a decent God of War game and Alan Wake 2, and maybe they weren't, you know, they didn't develop them, but maybe they were involved in some of the elements of that. And yeah, you know, I gotta give credit where it's due. I know that game's popular. I don't think it's necessarily my thing. I've heard it's more potentially my thing than God of War 2018 or 2019 or whatever. But I don't know. It is a popular one. I've seen some cool footage from it. It looks like a good game. I've heard a lot of praise. And again, Alan Wake 2. So it's not as if they haven't put things out that are successful and quality. It's just that it seems like the majority of and I say put things out. Again, it's easy to slip into thinking that this is like the company that made them or something. No. But, you know, they worked on something that's quality. But it seems like the majority of it is of the stuff they've made, god damn it, the stuff that they've worked on. Because this is such a stupid concept of a company that's just like a consulting firm. I guess it happens for some game development companies. They're just like, we're just the people that come in and work on the trees for the open world or whatever, like some shit like that, you know? I guess that happens. You know, Microsoft does that a lot. They did that too much with fucking Halo Infinite. So they had millions of QA testers from like different fucking companies that weren't coordinated. But yeah, no, it seems like a majority of the stuff that they've actually worked on has been either like not really very consequential, like stuff I've never heard of. And I mean, you fucking know me. I know most of the games that are coming out. If they're like anything, I've probably fucking heard of them. If they look decent, I've probably heard of them if they've been marketed at all. Yeah, and like South of Midnight, I don't know what this is. These two, they're on the fucking Crank hipster console. And then you look at like their previous year or whatever. Oh man, we're really going back here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you lost your marbles. Sable was another. This is like an indie game, I think. That is another like fairly popular one. I don't think there's anything too wrong with this one, you know. So some of the stuff, you know. But then yeah, like Spider-Man 2, there were definite moments in that where I'm like, yeah, this seems like you really care about the disabled. Yeah, you're really corporately mandated to care about the disabled in this Spider-Man product.
And to me, that is heartbreaking, because it means that like the pull of life, of capitalism, of whatever it is going to constantly separate creative partners and creative teams and people who
I don't mind the old God of War being edgy. It's just he's just such a lame character. He's just anger man. That was like cool in the 2000s, but it is I can't ignore that it is what everybody says it is. It's just like the power fantasy for 12-year-olds to be like, Kratos is so epic. Yeah, I'm not about that anymore. I don't think I need that. I definitely would prefer a character like the new Kratos, if I'm being honest.
And for
but
me,
then I've never really liked any of the fucking series, so I don't have any place to really talk on the thing. I'm just talking out my ass.
The role of Sweet Baby in building a community and finding new people is we have the chance to be a writer's room that actually grows together, that actually has reps and is able to kind of repeat things, to learn from their mistakes, to learn from their victories, to kind of figure things out. And within that space in our third year, as we grew that, we also took on production help, because we started to quickly realize that while a team of writers is fantastic to have, we also need help from producers. We need to be able to kind of fit into other people's narrative pipelines, because fortunately in this year we also kind of, I think, became more successful and more long term with some of our contracts, and we're starting to really fit.
I will say though, somebody says they hate Atreus. I will say though, the whole game with I have to apologize on behalf of all the Yakuza fans and the Yakuza series as a whole. Ryu ga Gotoku. It's our bad. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I realized when I played through Yakuza 1 a month ago or something. I realized the painful realization that I think Yakuza 1 was the original like gruff violence dad with innocent child sidekick game, and now there's just 100,000 of them and they won't fucking stop, and every fucking game needs to make you a fucking parent with a stupid fucking kid, and it just needs to fucking stop. It's so fucking. The only one that was good was Yakuza. Fuck off. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the Walking Dead. You thought I was gonna say The Last of Us? No.
Into teams
I
where we
wasn't.
were less feeling like just consultants and more feeling like we were kind of an embedded part of a lot of different game productions. And I think that like in that year, the biggest thing for us was like, okay, we have to be thinking about our culture and maintaining our community and the power of our community within that space. And I think we largely did it. I think we largely created in this time like a room of people who, whether you were new or very experienced, got to see so many different things, got to learn so many different things, and got to bring their perspectives to so many places that they otherwise just wouldn't have been. And at the end of our third year, we said, okay, this is going really, really well. We have production, we have everything. And then we started to think, okay, we're at a place where we're working on a lot of different stuff. We were starting to get a little overwhelmed at certain times where we started to realize how many things we're working on. So we did two things. One, we got our first kind of senior talent after I think 16 different people. We finally hired someone with 25 years of experience to kind of help.
After after nearly 20 people, we finally got someone on our team who's actually had some fucking experience. Great. Like, real experience. Good. I mean, senior experience, it doesn't even mean they've done anything necessarily. It could just be like this fucking guy. Some fucking marketing jabroni. It could just be some shit, you know?
Us lead our teams and work. And I think that that's something that we had a lot of talk about and kind of figuring out. But for me, the secondary thing that we learned in this year was, as a working writers room who's always working together, as someone who's seeing a bunch of different projects, there comes a point where you have to learn to say no. We were saying a lot of yeses, and those yeses, I think, were valuable.
Who needs a lone wolf and cub game? Just play fucking, just watch fucking Mandalorian. It's so sad that show was apparently good in the first season, and then the second season it kind of went sideways, and I think they're doing another one, and it's just gone fully into just Disney Star Wars void of nothingness. It's such a sadness.
Especially
what
as we grow. But we started to understand that, like, wait a second, this is working. This feels good. There are some contracts that don't feel good. Is that a failing on our part, or is that sometimes just a bad fit with our model or a bad fit with our culture? And once we started kind of like sometimes quitting a project, sometimes saying, no, we're not willing to do this, became very, very empowering rather than scary, because it was always us kind of reasserting our core idea that, like, hey, if we're a team of writers and we're trying to build a place that feels good to work, if we are having a project that is making it feel bad to work, what are we doing? Because there's always going to...
They're claiming that they're this team of writers, but they keep shifting around with what they fucking do. They're claiming they're a team of writers, but they've also developed games, and they're consulting on game design. And then this guy's a fucking marketing expert or whatever. I mean, not a fucking expert. Where's Sleeping Dogs 2? But he sucks. But he fucking sucks. But he is like, he has a marketing history, and he comes at this from a marketing perspective. And talks about how he is exploiting diversity because it's a way to pander to people in a marketing way. It's paraphrasing, of course, but that's basically what he said. And so, like, there's like a host of different things they apparently do. She's calling it like a writer's room. And for a second, I got this idea of like, okay, so this is not like, okay, so I guess what they're kind of going for is like they are writers for hire. Like, you're making your video game and then you just hire them to write your story for your video game kind of thing. But that's not what it seems like they've ever done. Even if that was the case, that would be something, but that's not it. They don't seem to do anything quite so substantial, but they also seem to do quite a few fucking other things. This is like when you analyze an MLM, and it's like none of this is really adding up. A lot of this is not making a lot of fucking sense. I don't know.
The amount of money you need to keep
stakeholders next, yeah.
And you're always going to have to say yes to something maybe that you didn't want to say yes to, but it's always about growing to a place where maybe you don't have to, because we want to keep reminding ourselves, even in this place, that there is a better way to work. And that reality for us, I think by year 3 was solid. It was no longer like, hey, I think there's a better way to work. There was like, no, there is. And it's important for us to remember that and to think about it, because as we went into year 4, we started to realize that saying no to some parties and saying, hey, we can't do this anymore, or even like for one very tense.
So this is the furry fuck game. This is the one that we all looked at. That look at these furries. This, oh yeah, everyone, all of these furries are sex objects. Even the little one, especially the little one, people. This game is not fucking okay. There's something about this game. I don't feel good about this game. I'm just saying, we saw a fucking image before where it was like clearly a fucking fetish, like Bara bear, who had like a gunt and like chest hair, and now there's this like dripping slime tongue fucking wolf guy. No, oh, get this poor little creature away from these things. Holy fuck.
This project, quitting on the spot, very terrified, knowing that value would not come in, going, no, we can't do this because it's not treating our team well. While it was scary for a bit, started to realize that like we are now prioritizing and leaning into collaborations with partners who understand not only like the value that we bring to them, but the values that we have.
Yeah, the values that we have. They have to care about our values. So somebody in chat makes a good point, and they're like, as far as I can tell, this company is no different than having like Christian missionaries make sure your games are pure in the eyes of the Lord. Yes! When they start talking about values, you need to realize, you need to come at things understanding that everybody has their fucking perspective, that they are the hero of their own fucking story. Hitler thought he was doing a great service. The Grand fucking Ku Klux Dragon thinks he's a fucking heroic fucking saint, and so do these people. They are not on those levels, obviously, but so do these people. And so does anybody who comes along and is like, our values. And this, a lot of people by and large might agree, oh, diversity, good, it's pretty good values to share in. But, like, it's the same exact language you get from, like, Christian bullshit. It's the same fucking, this is not representing our values about Jesus. It's just, you've hired, like, a group of fucking church fucking, like, old ladies to come in and cluck their fucking, just, oh, this is a little too, oh, I don't know about this. I mean, they claim that they try not to be offended by things they want to add, they don't want to take away, they want to be additive. I guess that's sort of, there is that, but I mean, like I said, you can change, they didn't say anything about changing, they said they didn't remove things. And they try not to be like too offended or force anything like that. I don't know. It just feels the language, once you divorce it from your fucking tribalistic, oh, but I know that their values are the right values, though. It's like, same language, same mindset. I don't give a shit. This is still weird and fucked up. I don't care. Even if it's my own values, even if it's 100% aligned with me, I'd be like, this is a strange company. I like what they're going for, but probably I think that would be my thing. I'd be like, I agree with what they're doing. If they were like 100% aligned with like everything I believe, I would be like, I agree with what they're doing and I like what they're saying, but I don't know. Just be careful. This seems a little weird. Like, just be a little skeptical. This seems a little weird. I don't know. And this certainly doesn't 100% line up with anything that I believe. So I'm looking at this just like, yeah, this just seems like some fucking nutcases that want to impose their fucking values on people. And, apparently impose their... That doesn't even... Like, again, it would be one thing if that was just politics or whatever, but it's also on, like, just changing game design elements. My politics are gamer. Okay? I don't care about your fucking two-party system. I'm a gamer. And I don't give a shit about you putting your fucking feminism and your fucking whatever, breast cancer or whatever in my games. Fuck off. But like, once you start coming along and you're like, oh, I think you need to change the battle system a little bit. It's like, where do you fucking get off? Give me your fucking credentials. Did you work on the fucking combat for Devil May Cry 5 and I didn't know? Was that just not listed on Moby Games? Maybe they did. I don't know. Maybe they got some real fucking serious credentials.
Who understand that we're not just
my values.
Contract writers who you can mistreat in the same way that you might mistreat your own. We need to be maintained. We need to be thought about a little bit differently. And it took a number of years to kind of be able to assert ourselves in that way and to say, like, no, it is worth working with us because we want to come to some kind of agreement on what we actually care about. And so our focus in our fourth year, I think, was really just about like, how do we understand our own values? How do we maintain them? And how do we hone our team skills and keep everybody together?
How do we understand our own values? Yeah, that's a good fucking question. I have no idea, lady.
Working hard,
because I'm not sure what you value at this point in time.
If we
well, I have a pretty good idea. I have a pretty good idea, but unfortunately, I don't have it already on the soundboard. I don't have either a cha-ching or a money. Although I guess I can do the classic, you know, it's a little bit of this. Yeah, you know, we just care so much about diversity, and you know, diversity and, you know, our values. It's our values that matter to us, really. It's the values. We have such strong moral values. We really care. It's about our values, really. You know.
Really want to get serious about the unique offering that we have, which is like, yeah, we're a writer's room who've worked on now about 70 projects. We have so much collective knowledge. We feel, the way I always describe it is kind of like feeling like a little bit of a heist team, like in a Fast and Furious or an Ocean's movie, where you're like, okay,
bad analogy, like.
You know, I always think of it as like we're sort of robbing a bank or defrauding people in some way. It's sort of like we're criminals or something. That's kind of the way I envision it. Oh, God.
70 projects. We have so much collective knowledge. We feel, the way I always describe it is kind of like feeling like a little bit of a heist team, like in a Fast and Furious.
I know what she means. Everybody brings their own skill to the team, is what she means. I think she said this in the TEDx talk too, but like, that's still just a weird way to phrase it, lady.
For an Ocean's movie, where you're like, okay, I've seen this problem before. I've seen this on Project A, and now I'm going to apply it to Project X. Oh, hey, this colleague, you worked on Project B. Can you come over here on Project Z and use that expertise? And it started creating this space where like we really did feel and do feel like a collective more than just kind of a writer's room. And that, I think, is what has been really, really important to us, even as we have to weather like industry contractions. This industry is wild. It's the economy is wild. You're seeing so many things happening right now. That still had to become our guiding light, because no matter how tempting it
our lodestar
is sometimes, especially when we look at the accounting to go, okay, let's take something that could be damaging. We just can't do it because we have to maintain the integrity, and we have to be thinking always about sustainability.
Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking real. I think I've been demonstrating better eloquence and writer capability in my fucking speech in this stream than these people are. The guy can barely, I mean, he's French, I guess, but like, he's so boring to listen to, and then she is also just like, than
growth. And that is, I think, scary sometimes when it comes to it, because sustainability is hard and growth is tempting when you are a developer and also an entrepreneur. But here we are. And then in our last year, this year, I'll give you a sense of where we're at. We opened a UK entity, not a studio. But the reason that we begin with that is because
Bébé sucré. Now they have an extra sweet baby. They have an extra sweet baby. Bébé sucré. They really went with this name. That's great. So, a UK entity, huh? An entity? She's explaining what that means. It's not a studio, it's an entity.
We opened a UK entity, not a studio. But the reason that we begin with that is because the 5th year, I think, of Sweet Baby has been about kind of defining who we are and figuring out how we now take what we know we have and...
Yeah, that means sugar baby, doesn't it? I mean, that's basically what Sweet Baby means anyway. Well, yes, sucre is sugar. I'm pretty sure. So that is just sugar baby. Did they just name their thing incorrectly? I think they might have just incorrectly named their company and thought that sweet was sucre. I'm pretty sure that's sugar. You're right. Great. Oh, fuck. I clicked off the video. What a shame. What a shame. Let's go back to Bébé Sucré here.
Defining who we are and figuring out how we now take what we know we have and and maintain it, and maintain the integrity of it, maintain the feeling of it, maintain the culture of it as the industry even changes. And one of the reasons we opened up a UK and
it's baby sugar. You're right.
Better serve kind of our.
No, I'm thinking about Japanese where all the words are fucking backwards. Yeah, it's baby sugar. That's true. It is just as it reads. It would be baby sugar. Yeah. That's a lot worse. That's even worse than that's somehow even worse than Sweet Baby. Good job. You managed to make it even worse than Sweet Baby. You took it a step farther. You made it, the sugar produced from a baby. Whatever that would be, I don't like it.
Or UK side clients.
I don't like it.
Clients in general, but also because we want to work with more folks, and we also have 2 members of our team based in Europe, and we want to be able to give them the kinds of job security that we can't offer on contract. And so that became kind of like a hey,
it's like moon sugar, but you know, it makes you a pedophile.
We're doing it. We're pretty much committing to this model, and it's led us to a place where now we're like, okay, we're seeing what
baby sugar do 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 baby sugar do 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 do. The chat doesn't really have anything going on. I don't think so. Live chat replay. Not really, no. It's not showing it anyway. Hang on. 43:30. Yeah, show me the live.
And we want to be able to give them.
Yeah, there's not anything really going on in it. There's Benjamin Hall. How do you consider neurodiversity when thinking of inclusion? Good fucking question, Benjamin. I'm glad you've. Great question. And then indie business game, whatever. Has some more questions. We don't talk about 2020. Discord, I love this model. Is this adaptable to indie teams? And if so, how would you structure it? Why do you love this model? Adaptable to indie teams. How do I get started as a new narrative designer trying to get into the... This is disgusting. I don't want to see more people be like, hey, I have no skills and no reason to be in the industry. Where do I sign up? What the fuck? No, don't normalize this. No, do not.
Job security that we can't offer on contract, and so that became kind of like a hey, we're doing it. We're pretty much committing to this model, and it's led us to a place where now we're like, okay, we're seeing what 5 years of this has meant, and what it has meant is we're diversifying a little bit. We're able to kind of take better care of our employees. We're able to maintain our team. We're able to even diversify some of our work. As David mentioned earlier, we did Quantum Phantom.
God, every fucking context you can slip that word into. It's like me learning Japanese. You learn one fucking kanji, and every time you get to use it, it feels so great. Diversifying. I need to learn the kanji for diversifying. I need to know how to write that. It's going to be real important in the next coming years.
Basketball, we're starting to make our own little games on the side. We've got some other stuff that we're working on that I can't talk about here, but we are. And then an interesting thing is also happening for us this year, and I think it's a mysterious.
Well, yeah, all of their fucking work is diversified. They apparently just do everything and have every goal and have worked with everybody and fucking know people at every level of the industry. Yeah, everything they do is diversified. Yeah, they've really done it. These are the most diverse people as we found them. Good for them.
Reasons, because games take many years to make, and because we're now in our 5th year, we have so many of the things that we've been working on for years finally coming out in this year. We have, in fact, in October, we have 3 games launching. Battle Shapers, Spider-Man 2, and Alan Wake 2, and those are games that we've been working on for quite a long time. We worked on ages ago, and now it's finally happening. So the weird thing is, even though we've been working for such a long time, since 2018, there are very few like bigger titles that we've actually had our names on, and it's only starting now.
Now, when I say that these guys are like grifters, I don't mean that they're like literal... Like, they're rubbing their fucking hands like, hee, we're stealing all their money! I don't think they're doing that. But, like, I do think that... I don't think they know that they are full of shit, necessarily. Well, maybe they do. I don't think they're acknowledging that to the... I don't know, in a present sense. Like, they think that they're doing work. I think that they think that they've earned their position or whatever. On some level, I'm sure they know that they're fucking hack frauds. But I think that they think this is just the way that it works. I think there's like a high level of like entitlement. There's a high level of entitlement with these people, I think. I don't know. I don't think it's like a malicious scheme to fucking, bilk a bunch of fucking companies or whatever and screw over the gamers. I mean, no, that's just a fun side effect. I think they think they're doing work. And then I don't know though, because this guy still hasn't really been able to fucking identify what it is that he does. And even her, I still don't fucking know. They're talking about how they worked on like Spider-Man 2. And I'm like, what does that look like in practice? What do you do when you're, quote, working on Spider-Man 2? What are you working on for it? Are you, I guess, just writing for it? I guess. I suppose. I mean, it had a writer. The first game had a writer. They wrote that one fine. I don't know. You guys didn't work on the fucking first game, and that one was fucking better than the second game. So, why do they need you?
That we are realizing, okay, now we're going to be stepping out a little bit into the world. Is that success? And for us, I think the biggest and most important feeling that we have in this year that does feel like it's kind of wrapping up very beautifully and very in a very exciting way for us.
Oh yeah, this has gone in a really exciting direction for you guys. I agree. Yeah, this is a really year 6 is going to be a real banger
with upcoming launches and announcements and things like this. What does success look like? And to me, I'll be honest, success is our team relaxing more. If we have in a world where we are more successful, to me, that doesn't mean that we work a lot more. It means that we might have bigger or cooler contracts, but I hope that it means that we get more rest, that we get to have a little bit more clout, and also the ability.
Well, the way that they're earning money, I mean, you're saying like, yeah, they worked on Spider-Man 2. They had an email helpline to talk to game devs. They developed games. They fucking needed to help with production. Where are they getting the money from? I mean, I don't know. I maybe it has to do with the financial convincing that she mentioned in her little TEDx talk. I know I didn't show that on this stream. You can find that on your own. I'm not going to be going that all night here. I got the fucking Cyberpunk in a little while, potentially. I'll check and see if that's still going, actually. If anybody's in the Cyberpunk game, let me know in chat, ping me. Fucking, she said that. She said that they will, like, convince companies that it's in their best interest. So maybe it's just, like, bribing them or something. I mean, I don't know. It all kind of comes back to something kind of shady and criminal. No matter where you cut it, it's like where this company has like a very nebulous actual description of what it is they do. How it is that they get paid. Like, they can't define themselves. They can't define what they even do. That's very like, just nebulously, we worked on things, smiley face. It all kind of comes back to feeling like some kind of shady fucking MLM or like, I don't know, some shit like that. It's something is off here. Something is just off.
When I say clout, I don't mean like, wow, we're going to be swinging our power around. I mean, no, we're going to be able to say, hey, I think there's a better way to work, and have some people listen to us and have some people understand that actually, no, we're bringing some best practices in. So when we're telling you we don't need to be doing X, Y, or Z at this moment, it's coming with a little bit of wisdom. And I think that that's where we're at. We're at a place where our consultancy is going to be able to have a little bit more evidence behind it. And I'm mostly looking forward to trust and time. And
evidence?
I think for
evidence? Our consultancies is going to be able to have more evidence behind it. So, like, I guess the way I read that is, like, there's no fucking basis for any of the shit that you're doing being necessary or being needed in any way. but now I guess you've found some ways, you know, I guess you've got Alan Wake 2 and Spider-Man, they're both successful, so you can say that that's like evidence that your company is good and is needed or something. That's the only way I can understand what she means by that. I don't know what else she's getting at there.
For the future of Sweet Baby, what I really, really care about is thinking about, one, how do we buy time to focus on ourselves? Like, if we are buying time with our success, what does that mean? How do we make sure that we're taking care of ourselves, our team, our way of thinking, the people in our outreach community? And then finally, also, how do we turn this into something that is replicable for others? How do we turn this model and this way of working and kind of evangelize and advocate for it in a way that makes people believe that we can work differently? Because truly, if there's one thing that I have learned, is that we can work together, and we should, because we are making video games, and it should be fun as much as it can. It should be kind as much as it can, and it should be inclusive as much as it can. And I really, really do believe we can do this. And what I'm excited about with our own company, and hopefully what it means to anybody else watching right now, is that we can work together in something different, and we can work differently on something better. And I think that that's both the hope for ourselves and the hope for everybody else. So with that,
the hope for everybody else, I don't know, man. It's getting into this weird, like, it gets back into this strangely, like, you know, our values kind of thing. Like, you know, I don't know. I don't know that everybody in the fucking game world is going to agree on this necessarily, you know, our values that we all apparently need to share, or else you're bad people or something. There's still more of this. It sounds like they're done, but
thank you for hearing us out. That's our story. We'll see how it ends. But
we'll see.
I'm happy to.
Well, indeed, we'll keep our eyes on you. We'll keep watching. You guys are rising stars in the industry. We want to make sure we're following you every step of the way.
Is there any questions from folks? I see there's already a couple coming in, and yeah, that's us.
That's us.
Talk about 2020, Kim.
Oh, I know. I had to look at, even when Dia pulled like pictures, I was like, oh no, we can't.
No, we just don't. It's funny how we'll look at something that happened and it's like, oh my God, that was so long ago. And it wasn't. It was like 2019. Yep. But 2020 just seems to have taken on like a decade.
It was a very long set of years, 2020.
I have no idea who the new guy is here. I have no idea who you are.
Funny.
Yes, exactly. All right, so we've got questions, and I've got a bunch more written down because
I also don't like another thing about this, right? This is another thing. So this thing that they're on here with this guy, it's this channel called Indie Game Business. They're not talking about fucking indie games, though. They're talking, I mean, some of them, but like they're talking about, you know, God of War and Alan Wake and fucking all these big fucking AAA releases. Not, you know, Forspoken and Starfield were on there. Not, you know, necessarily indie games there. So I'm wondering why they're even at this fucking thing.
There's an absolute...
I feel like if you're like an indie game person, you'd want to hear from other people that are in the indie game space and not these like corporate fucking skin suit humans.
And I didn't realize it until you started talking about this, between how you all started and how the Powell group started, because it was one of those...
Oh yeah, the comments are off. Of course they're off.
Several of us that weren't...
You're never going to allow people to talk about things either privately or publicly. That's the great thing, too. The comments are off here. So, you've got people in the wake of this Sweet Baby situation saying that basically the problem with Gamergate in the, you know, 10 years ago, the problem was that people were allowed to talk privately about all the harassment plans. So, you know, we shouldn't have privacy online anymore. Smiley face. But I guess we also can't talk publicly about it either. Which is, funnily enough, exactly the problem in Gamergate, too. Because as I recall, I fucking left 4chan for basically for good. Kind of went back there a few years later for a little bit, but not for too long. I basically left 4chan fucking for good when they started banning people ever discussing Gamergate. It was like, okay, ban the people that are doing fucking, doxing and harassing stuff, but you couldn't even discuss it on the website where people were able to post like fucking gore porn. Couldn't discuss Gamergate. So you can't talk about it privately. That's a threat to Homeland Security, I guess. Can't talk about things publicly, because the comments will be turned off. Just keep it to yourself, shitlord. Don't have any opinions. Listen and believe.
We weren't getting jobs because we were too old, basically. And we were just like, okay, well, why don't we just like work together and freelance this shit? And that's the advantage is, yes, we're old and we're not able to get a lot of these jobs that we're applying for, and it's a little frustrating.
I'm not looking into the Powell... Well, actually, I think I will, because the Powell Group sounds suspicious. That sounds suspicious. That doesn't sound like a game company. That sounds like some kind of weird, like, Koch brothers shit. Powell Group. It's another one! No, it's a fucking another one! Oh, I knew it! I knew that this was more than just fucking Sweet Baby. Powell Group. It's on LinkedIn. There's gotta be... Okay, Powell Group Consulting. Yeah, they've just got another one here. Unlock your potential with our video game consulting strategy and expertise. Let's take a look at this site. Hang on. Let's see here. Oh god, they've worked with other companies too. Oh, it never ends. It just never ends. Okay, so we got Jay, right? Let me see. Okay, so the main page is kind of lame here. Who we serve, video game developers. Let's see who they've worked with. A lot of names I haven't heard of. They got a scrolling thing here. You got Night Dive, that's one that I know. Most of these other ones are names, though, that I haven't necessarily heard of. So this might be a lesser studio. And, if it's like an indie game company and you need some help, putting your game together and stuff like that, I guess that's something. But I'm still left to wonder who the fuck you people are. This is apparently... Oh, this is such a fucking grift. I'm sorry. Fuck off. This is such a fucking sham. Look at this. This is like... Learn how to fix your life. I am professional, cool guy Jay Powell, and I have so many years of experience. I'm so cool, and I sit in a chair. This feels like some fucking, like, self-help guru or some shit like that. I don't know. I don't know if I fucking buy this. Our network of over 4,000 game developers. Book an expert. Book an expert. What expert? What did they... Okay, alright, hang on. So the main guy here, Jay, who I think is this fellow, yeah. Jay here, he seems to just be a fucking scum. He's just some fucking money man like Amazon, Disney, and Microsoft. This guy is a scumbag. This is a human scumbag skin suit motherfucker. Allegedly. But then these people here, I don't know about this lady. Office manager, Playdom, Disney Interactive Media. I think they did like Kingdom Hearts and stuff. Oh, Playdom is a division of that. Okay. Okay, well, she might have had some experience. Heather here, she's got Fortnite, Star Trek, and Ghost Recon. 40 games across all platforms. This is led teams at Epic Games. This lady seems like she's got credentials. This is a real lady. This lady, real lady. Epic Games, Ubisoft, Electronic Arts, Activision, real lady. Dan Long over here, Long Dick Dan, aka Indie. You can't just name yourself Indie, sir. Fucking Josh from Red Letter Media. You can't just name yourself Indie. Let me see here. Partnered by Twitch in 2014. Oh, helped companies like NetEase and Tencent. Ah. Good. Yeah. No, I really don't like this. I don't know. Did NetEase and Tencent really need your help? I kind of feel like they're good. I kind of feel like they're good. And then you got some more people here who, you know, sure, I'm sure these are all great people, but this guy and the fucking Jay Powell dude, these two guys seem like they are, who are, by the way, both of the guys we saw outside of Sweet Baby in this video. They're the same fucking, it's like, I worked with Amazon and Disney, and trust me, I just have everybody's fucking best interests at heart. I do, totally. Hi, Dan Long down here. I worked with NetEase and Tencent. Games like Arena of Valor. Oh, these sound like fucking money-stealing games. I don't know if I trust any of these fucking games. Does anybody recognize any of these games? Are these 3 games all like premium currency type of games? That's what they kind of look like. That's kind of the vibe I get from the names. I don't know. This is just getting worse and worse, chat. This is getting worse and worse. How is there just another one now? I mean, I knew that there were other ones, but shit, damn. Yeah, we got another portfolio thing here. They're talking about elevating your portfolio. Yeah, that's fine to an extent. That's okay. I just don't really care for. Ooh. What the fuck is this? What is going on here? We help you navigate the complexities of video game IP acquisition. We specialize in identifying valuable video game IPs and facilitating smooth acquisition processes for our clients. Are these people, like, getting fucking Deus Ex sold to Embracer Group? Is that... Are these people even more responsible for there not being a Sleeping Dogs 2? I can't believe this. I can't believe this. What are we even fucking looking at right now? What are we even fucking looking at right now? What IP acquisition? For what? For those that don't know, that doesn't mean the IP address. That's intellectual property. So that's like when, for instance, a game made by THQ, like Destroy All Humans, when they wanted to remake that, they had to like reacquire the fucking rights to the Destroy All Humans IP, something like that. So if it's like a scenario, this seems like such a niche fucking thing that you would ever need to. Why you would need a company for this? Like, what the fuck? What indie developer is going to be acquiring? I guess actually Night Dive. Actually, no, because, yeah, the one that they mentioned that I recognize is Night Dive, who are known for making a bunch of remasters of shit. So I guess that's fair for them. I don't know, this still just feels a little fucking weird. I guess this is a thing that needs to be done, but there's something about this that's very corporate and navigating the, acquiring the IPs. I guess if you're Night Dive and you want to do like a Turok remaster, then that's cool, but I don't know if you're like that can really go either way, because again, if you're like Embracer Group and you're the warm embrace of death and you just buy up a bunch of shit just so that you can fucking destroy the companies and whatever cannibalistic evil shit that they're doing. Yeah, there's a pretty wide gap there. All right. I could sign up down here to do all that. Let's see, they do agency representation. So this is like connecting studios with investors. Oh yeah, that's fine. You know, small studio, they probably need that kind of help. That's fine, sure. Accessibility audit. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, God. Oh, God. We open the world of gaming to all players through accessibility audits. Together with our partners at Playability, we work with your game and conduct a range of tests for vision, emotional, physical, and dexterity challenge. Okay, no, alright. Dexterity challenges. Sure, maybe you're like, maybe you're like me and you have fucking, you want to have like a disability mode. Fine. Vision? Sure. Physical even. I mean, that's kind of dexterity. But emotional? No, though, but video games can't hurt you. whatever happened to sticks and stones, people? We need to fucking warn people about their safety before you watch a YouTube video, and now we need to have emotional support for video games. Holy fuck! You know what? Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you don't need to be alive anymore. If you can't fucking deal with a video, if you're playing a video game and you are having an emotional fucking breakdown, you know what? They might not have been sending their best when they made you. I'm just saying. That's pretty fucking pathetic. That's incredibly pathetic. Unless it's like unless it's a very hard boss. That's fine. That's fine. That's actually fine. That's actually fine. But if it's you're just having like, oh my god, it's too dark, I'm afraid of the dark, and then you start that's a you problem. That is a you problem. We consider different categories where barriers can exist within games and target those in the context of your game. Our testing audience of disabled players combined with industry expertise makes us uniquely qualified to identify negative impacts in gameplay. Negative. Well, who's to fucking say? You know, where are these fucking people when Nintendo was making an entire console designed around the concept of laughing at me? You know, pointing at me and laughing in two-handedness. You know, playing a Metroid Prime game where you had to use, like, both hands at once to do different motion control gimmick bullshit. You had to, like, pull someone's shield off with the nunchuck and then also fucking aim with the remote. And where was this company then? You know? Well, no, now we need it because someone might get triggered by, like, the fucking Nibelheim scene or something. Oh, God. Validation. Oh, your games are so valid! They're so valid! Talk to the experts. So many experts. Right, great. You know, accessibility is important. There's a lot of reasons why people need games to be accessible. But when you start talking to me about like emotional fucking what emotional disabilities in gaming, well, you know, I'm sorry, that's not the fucking game's fault. It's probably under fucking most circumstances not the game's fault. I literally can't think of a scenario where it's the game's fault. Because even if it's like Postal 2, just don't play it! Fuck you! Game viability assessments. We evaluate video games for development, publishing, and gameplay viability. Viability. Through rigorous assessments, we identify areas of success and opportunities for improvement within your game. Audience motivators. Tinkering. Okay. Gameplay assessment. We review a current version of the game to provide an evaluation in a variety of categories. And then supply an overall rating of the game. What? So they just tell you if they like it. How is this a service? It's like release your game and it'll be reviewed. I don't know. Fucking, what do these people fucking know? Even the people that worked on games, like, I'm sorry, there's a lot of people that have worked on fucking games before, and then they've worked on really bad ones too. Maybe they don't all know what they're fucking talking about. Maybe sometimes a good game comes out, like, fucking, but for the grace of God. Maybe, like, everything almost went wrong, but it just happened to fall entirely into place. You know, that happens sometimes. Just because there's, like, some game design people doesn't mean I necessarily think they know what they're fucking talking about. Like, they can evaluate how you're fucking... Alright, hang on. We got some testimonies here. Alright, Stephen Kick, CEO of Night Dive Studios. Jay Powell really took the time to understand our business model. More than a consultant, his team became an extension for our business office. When it's Night Dive Studios, I don't think I'm too alarmed. Because, again, it's a company that's, like, trying to acquire IPs so that they can remake them and do remasters and stuff. I think they did System Shock recently. Which, like, yeah, okay, that you probably need some help with something like that, right? Like, you guys are developers, designers, you don't know that kind of shit. You probably need some kind of help like this. But I still don't know, though. I mean, Jay and Heather brought a level of expertise. I don't know who this is, what this company is. save tens of thousands of dollars if I had brought them in on day one. This is just, I don't know. I don't want to say it's just a grift. Okay, the only two quotes are from both of these guys. I want to say it's just a grift, but it reminds me of like when you, I don't know, when you're looking up like a synthesizer or something, and then you go on the website, and you know, they always have like these fucking testimonies, because they probably pay the people to say it. I mean, I don't know for sure, but like in that case, it's like, oh, Van Halen really loves this guitar. Fucking, I'm sure he does. I'm sure he said that he does, you know? Like, oh yeah, this is totally this guy's favorite instrument, I'm sure. Everybody's every instrument is someone's fucking favorite. I know. This is a great fucking pack. I'm sure this VST program is gonna fucking broaden my horizons because, like, fucking Deadmau5 said so, or something, you know? It doesn't really necessarily make me trust them or anything, but yeah, I mean, this is the company. I don't know. It's fine. This is less egregious than the other one to an extent, because it does seem like they have some reason to exist, but then there's other elements where I'm like, okay, I mean, like, they're doing it sounds like they're doing actual things at this company. It's just that some of the people involved are a little bit fucking questionable, if you ask me. But it sounds like they're at least fucking doing more than Sweet Baby. But they're certainly just another one of those companies, I guess, you know? Weird. I mean, I know that it's like, yeah, you're an indie studio or something. You want to have, like, some consulting on, like, how to get your game, like, marketed well or whatever. That's fine. But, like, I don't know, when you're fucking Insomniac working on a Spider-Man game for Sony PS5 exclusive, yeah, I kind of feel like you should be able to do that without the fucking training wheels of whatever Sweet Baby is doing for you. I don't even know what they do still. Maybe it's time we look at their website. We'll give them another moment here. Maybe there's some interesting conversation with all three of them here, but I think I want to look at their website before we call it.
A 22-year-old with no experience gets it, and we don't. But you can build a hell of a consulting team with a bunch of like old people that can't get jobs anywhere else. So anyway, how do you consider neurodiversity when thinking of inclusion?
All the time. As being neurodivergent myself, it's
aren't we all neurodiverse? I mean, it's, again, we're all neurodiverse. Nobody is 100% sane and quote-unquote normal. Nobody is. Literally nobody is. You're gonna have a hard time finding anybody who can't be diagnosed with something, you know? Especially considering a lot of those diagnoses are kind of just subjective anyway. So, like, the moment somebody is looked at closely enough, maybe they're not neurodiverse yet, but they might be soon. They might be decided that they are soon. So, like, what does it fucking matter? Oh, we're including neurodivergence. Everyone is Thank you for including everyone, I guess. Thank you. Great. Good. Thank you. I'm glad that there wasn't a disclaimer at the start of Spider-Man 2 that said that stupid, crazy retards can't play the game. It would have been pretty offensive to the people that worked on it at Sweet Baby. So
something that we're always thinking about, and I think that the way that we approach it is both from a content perspective, where we're thinking about how we portray these things, how we think about, you know.
Just realized David Bedard down there looks like fucking Sargon of Akkad a little bit. A little bit. He's got a little bit of it. He doesn't look quite as chufty. He looks like he would be like next to Sargon in the lineup for who raped that one lady. Obviously Sargon didn't, because he never would. He said that he never would. He wouldn't even do that. But if they had to put him next to someone in a lineup, it might be David here.
Conversations, portrayals of neurodiverse people, but also through the way that we work and the understanding that, like, neurodiverse people need to and must work differently. And the hard part about that, I think, is always being an advocate to teams who don't necessarily understand that. By far the hardest part of our job is not the internal stuff and the work itself. It is dealing with clients who have always worked a certain way before now, and trying to say, hey, if you want to make something better and richer and more interesting, you might have to work a little differently, and working differently is going to scare you very, very much for a little while.
Wait, wrong one. Yeah, you know, it might be good financially for you if you decided to fall in line a little bit. It might be a good idea. It might scare you a little bit, but it might be a little different. But hey, you know, you wouldn't want to get outed as an abusive predator company or something by Mama Max.
And that fear is normal and okay, but you need to counter it with the trust that we're going to land it. And I think that for myself, I think that
the hardest part of our job is convincing people they need to hire us. Yeah. I believe it because I haven't been convinced myself. So yeah.
Frankly, a lot of this is structured for a neurodivergent team because part of it is like having
everyone on our team is fucking nuts. So, you know, it fits pretty well.
Even just having a space that is Sweet Baby to come back from a meeting with. We often have like if we're in a meeting, a particularly challenging meeting, especially, we will have like a little thread that we're talking in to kind of, you know, take our notes and talk, and also to vent and to go, wait a second, is that wild? And to me, one of the biggest, most important things about just like having a team together is being able to say, okay, is everybody seeing what I'm seeing? And am I feeling this? And even when we've worked with...
I don't know, Chad, are you all seeing what I'm seeing? Because I think we're all feeling the same thing.
Like some folks who have worked contract with us who aren't marginalized, who come into this space, what their biggest point is like, hey, this is really helping to preserve my brain, because working alone and working embedded in these places, I start to question my own. I start to feel kind of gaslit by it. I start to question my own beliefs and just have.
Isn't there like a swirl that's like a symbol for pedophilia or something? Well, no, it's the one of them, the Nambla, and the other one for girls. They have like a symbol for like boys' love or whatever. One of them is like a triangle, I think. And then I forget what the other one is. It might be like a weird swirl thing like this. I'm just saying, the name Sweet Baby, you might not have wanted to go with that name, as all I'm saying.
That solidarity is how we really, really think about it. And then as far as like inclusion in characters and in stories, that's just something that like is a case-by-case basis depending on like the specificity of that neurodiversity.
It's a totally different swirl. Okay, a different swirl. Awesome. Well, you know, it's a legally distinct pedophile swirl for the Sweet Baby company.
Firmly convinced that us as the neurodiverse people are in the vast majority in this industry. And
yeah.
It's the people that don't have these issues are the ones that I worry about.
The ones they're also conveniently too often making the production plans, and I'm like, wait a second, no, we can work differently.
We don't do plans.
Yeah, exactly.
We procrastinate and then get 8 hours of work done in an hour, 30 minutes before.
I just don't know if I don't know if I believe that this guy. Why is this guy here? Because you look at his website, this Jay Powell fucker. You look at the website, the About Us. He's not a game dev, is he? Seasoned negotiator, impactful licenses, partnerships, yada yada yada, fucking synergies and whatever, business talk bullshit. Industry players, Amazon, Disney, and Microsoft. This guy's talking as if he's some kind of fucking, like, indie developer, like he knows the fucking... This is so shady. If you're just starting out and you're being lectured to by this weird fucking corporate dude who worked for fucking Microsoft and Disney, and Jeffrey Bezos, and then these two fucking yutzes with no fucking experience to call their own, barely a single game to rub together between the two of them, and fucking this guy's acting as if he's some kind of indie dev, like he knows the scene. According to your own website, it doesn't sound like you fucking do. So what do you fucking know?
It's finalized. Yes, that's how we work things.
Well, actually, that's a good point. Because one of the reasons that we in terms of payment, we work on retainers. We do like a monthly rate, and it's specifically because.
Yeah, do you think this guy who worked for Disney and Microsoft and Amazon, probably didn't work for them, but like worked with them, whatever, corporate fucker, you know, like. Nebulous, whatever, he's some corporate stooge guy, it seems. He's some guy who's just like some dude who's like in the industry to be like a corporate businessman guy, you know? And he's like a consulting fucking weirdo jabroni. You really think he has your best interest in mind? You think he really cares about the crunch I don't know. Kind of feel like Amazon and Microsoft and Disney, like they might really like crunching their workers to some extent. I don't know about that. You know, I mean, I don't get it. He didn't work for them, didn't represent them, maybe, but like, well, maybe he did work for them. I don't know, but he worked with them. You know, I don't know. It's interesting in the same way this lady apparently worked with Ubisoft and, you know, continues to work with Ubisoft to some extent. These people apparently had some say on like Far Cry 5 and Assassin's Creed Valhalla, supposedly, which are, you know, modern day Ubisoft when they've been well and truly entrenched as weird rapists and abusers for a long time. You know, I guess they'll still work with them, but I don't know. It's interesting how far the morals will extend. You know, sometimes. And then, yeah, morally, you just have a lot of people watching this who probably don't know that this Jay Powell guy is like just some corporate fucking business stooge. Yeah, this is shady. This is real shady. This is like some kind of, you know, timeshare fucking seminar. Like, they're gonna teach you how to double your money, triple your money.
I know that there's going to be days where I have a script to write and it should take me a week and I do it in 1 hour. But then there's also going to be scripts that should take me 1 hour and I do it in a week. But as long as it gets done by the deadline, that's what matters. So kind of baking in that flexibility and not holding people down to like a certain number of hours that they have to self-report has been hugely, I think, freeing for us as a team, especially
a lot of self-reports in this video.
One who have different work methodologies.
And that's what we do here. It's like I tell new people on the team that I'm like, I'm not sitting you down and telling you have to work 40 hours a week. I don't give a shit.
Yep.
You know, it's like, is the work getting done and is it getting done well? I don't care when you do it. And I was like,
exactly.
the other thing is, you're gonna get messages from me on the weekend. I do not expect you to answer them until Monday, but this is my way of getting stuff out of
people who say it as Monday. That's great.
My head.
Yep.
And so, but it's something that works much better in
He's trying to paint himself as like a great boss, I guess. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's wonderful. I don't know. I don't know these people. I don't know the way their fucking businesses work. It just seems real shady on the surface of things. I'm bored of this video right now. These people are just prattling. I'm gonna look up Sweet Baby's website because I want to know what else they've made. I want to know what else they've worked on and all that. Oh no. Oh, they got a verifying I'm human. All right, it's fine. We're good. Sometimes I get tripped up on those, so it can be a little annoying. Okay, their website is super great and has like custom fucking cursors all over it. You hover over the Sweet Baby logo and you get the little swirl, and then the rest of the page is like a little dot for the cursor. It's and the eyes of the baby follow you, guys. It's so cool. Look at the eyes of the Sweet Baby. Like the Sweet Baby needed to get any more weird and creepy. We needed the Sweet Baby to follow our eyes. The Sweet Baby's eyes to follow our cursor. Yeah, founded in 2018, Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative development and consultant studio based in Montreal, working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying, yada yada yada. We got the fucking picture. Let's take a look at some of the details here. A little more of the details. Some of their services and stuff specifically. Can I find out? Oh, I can't. Okay, that's unfortunate. Because I saw this and I'm like, can I find out more? It says we worked on character arc, voice, and sensitivity reading, whatever. I don't know. I maybe those are all supposed to be part of the same sentence, like character arc reading, voice reading, I guess, and sensitivity reading, maybe. I still don't know how that's supposed to be read. That's a terrible fucking blurb about what you worked on. The site's really over-designed. I've never fucking seen a website that's this fucking... Look at the show me more is scrolling. Custom fucking cursors. Custom fucking the eyes again. They really did a lot. Did a number on this fucking website. But yeah, you click on these. I wanted to find out more specifically about what they did on these games, maybe, but it just links you to the website. Sable. They worked on writing and character voice. Again, what is that? Did you voice act the fucking characters? What does that mean? This is some fucking university fucking speak. Oh, the voice of their personality and the way they carry themselves in the world. Some shit like that. I don't fucking know. Battle shapers. Narrative direction, design, writing, and world building. Okay. Usual something. Full narrative development and script. And it fucking looks like it. God of War. Narrative and character consultation with a focus on representation. I don't hear about any wokeness in God of War Ragnarok, so that's interesting. Story for Spider-Man 2. And there was a lot of wokeness in Spider-Man 2, and they are not talking about deaf representation in the blurb here. So maybe Insomniac just put that in on their own. That would be great. It's possible Insomniac, because Insomniac had this whole internal fucking thing that was like how to be a more diverse game company. It was the same kind of fucking garbage. So the same fucking trash. In the process, they accidentally threw Asian men under the bus for some reason. They implied that Asian men were like weak or pathetic or some weird shit, because again, shit like that always happens when they try to be all progressive. It almost always has some kind of accidental knock-on thing where they accidentally make Malaysians seem like they have large noses or something. I don't know. Yeah, Sweet Baby's site here. Their clients, it's all the same ones they listed before. I think there might be a couple new ones in this list. Let's see. Contact, privacy policy. Let me see here. Projects. I guess we can find out more about their whole catalog here. We love making games, no matter the size or scope, and we're always excited to help you tell the best story possible. Well, you don't really make a lot of fucking games. You have, made a couple of little indie, phone games or whatever. Sorry, the Crank thing. The stupid little Crank console for hipsters. You worked on that. We had a couple games for that. That's fair. You did those. But you're mostly a narrative thing. They're really proud of this one, Sable. Because I guess Sable won for Best Narrative 2021 PC Gamer. Sable is an open world exploration game where you're free to do blah 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 blah. We wrote the game bringing Sable's inner voice to life. Oh, that's what they fucking mean. Yeah, it is some fucking... It's some fucking flowery bullshit to basically just mean they wrote the fucking character. That's what it means. It's the voice of the character. Fuck off. Adding dimension to the incredible cast of characters she meets on her journey. Okay, so, sure. I mean, maybe that was a good one. Didn't play it. Looks alright. Kind of looks like Journey or something. Didn't really care for Journey, actually. Everybody loves Journey. I don't know, man. I'll watch a fucking screensaver if I want to see a game that's just, pretty visuals and not much gameplay. Announced projects, they got Alan Wake, South of Midnight. I don't know what the fuck. The Crew Motorfest is on this list. Yeah, I don't know what you did to the Crew. I mean, I'm sure it's... Did they really... I'm glad they took that, anti-fucking Czechoslovakian screed out of the... Well, no, Czechoslovakians are white. That would be okay. I'm glad they took out that anti-Trinidadian screed in the Crew Motorfest. That was going to be really unnecessary and bad. Yeah, they worked on virtually everything for the Tumblr hipster furry bait game. And that's it. I mean, they're not listing any other games. Those are announced projects. Where else are there... I guess you would need to actually go to that Sweet Baby Detected thing. Yeah, I mean, there was this, thing that was a common refrain from some of the people talking about this, going why would you need to talk about Sweet Baby's games that they've worked on? Just look at their website. Well, I'm trying! I'm fucking trying to look at their website and find out what they've worked on. And it's not fucking showing up. So, when in doubt... Here we are, a tracker for games involving Sweet Baby. By the way, reminder, this game, this group only had like, like a couple thousand people that followed it. Not that many. It's now 300,000 people that are going to specifically avoid this, this company, I guess. That's cool. Good stuff. It seems like they should. It honestly really seems like they should. I mean, some of the games they make come out they work on come out unscathed, but overall the company seems like a pretty fucking weird company. NeoCab is one that they worked on pretty hard. Oh, this one's $2. It's 85% off. Maybe I owe it to myself to get NeoCab, because I think they were both credited on this one. The CEO and the COO from that video. Used to be featured on the SBI website, so I guess they removed a bunch of their shit from this site, I guess. I guess they got rid of a bunch of shit that was, like, advertised on their site. Maybe they were asked to. Maybe the game developers were like, take our fucking game away. Get it away from you. This is your poison now. I mean, I don't know. Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance. What the fuck? Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance? You mean like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance? Is this like a fucking ripoff of Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance? That's what it was called, right? It was Yeah, I think that's what it was called, right? It was the PS2 one, and they like remastered it recently. What the fuck is Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance? What is that shit? Shitty mobile game? Okay. So some cash in. It's $30 too. And this is another one where I'm sure that they aren't the ones that ruined this game. But I think it did say that she wrote for it specifically. The Kim woman, I think, wrote for it. We can look at this too. Some of these have like reviews. This one is announced. Metroidvania. Might be something. Oh, I saw this one in a trailer thing. This one looks good, actually. This game looks good. It's like an African-centric Metroidvania kind of deal. This game actually looks pretty cool. NeoCab looks like trash. Assassin's Creed is trash. It's so sad. Unrelated, but like, man, I mentioned that Ask Your Uncle guy. He had a video about Metal Gear Solid 5. I also watched a video from his about he had a couple about Assassin's Creed, the first couple Assassin's Creed games. Assassin's Creed 2 is such a fucking brilliant game. It is such a shame what they did to that series. It's so sad. What a great fucking... the original's fine, but man, 2? Goddamn. Good stuff. And 4. I don't like 4 as much, but 2, though. Man, and then now it's just a bunch of fucking trash. And it's not because of Sweet Baby. It is by and large 99% Ubisoft's fault, but I'm sure that Sweet Baby didn't fucking help. I don't know. After Love. This is something I'm not interested in. Gotham Knights is garbage. South of Midnight, to be announced. Mostly positive. Kingdom 80s. I don't know what this is. Tower Defense. It's not my thing, but I guess it's mostly positive. It might be okay. On the other hand, though, Validate is mostly positive on Steam, too. Shadow Gambit here. Very positive. This is, what is this? Strategy Tactical RPG. Oh, okay. This seems cool. I mean, I don't think I'd bother playing it, necessarily. There's a lot of games like this, but, you know, if you want it, it's very positive. I'm sure people might like it. I don't know how much Sweet Baby's gonna fucking ruin it. I mean, again, it's like very positive. But it is a lot of these that are kind of... Oh, Hyper Light Breaker. Isn't this like a sequel to another game that's popular? Yeah, Dark Alliance. That one's stupid. This game is fucking garbage. Oh, very positive. Okay, so Steam's just wrong then. Alright. This is the most Tumblr fucking game. This is the most embarrassing, cringe fucking shit you've ever seen. And it's very positive on Steam. Okay, so Steam's just wrong. You can't take Steam's... Okay, Steam's just wrong. But, you know, I mean, yeah, looking at this anyway, you know, Sable's fine. Suicide Squad's fine. Is that it? All 17? That's all of it? What happened to fucking Starfield and all of that? Not recommended. Your content or language preferences. There's got to be more than 17. What happened to Starfield? That was on there. Is this another one? No, I mean, I guess they must have taken stuff down or something. They must have taken some stuff out of here. I'm not sure what exactly fucking happened. Well, now I don't know what to believe. Now I don't know what to fucking believe, because their own website is not telling us what games they've been associated with fully. And now this this Steam group is apparently either lied at some point about what games were in there, or is currently omitting stuff that they've worked on. He removed Starfield because it didn't have definitive proof. Okay. Forspoken was also on there, though. They got scared by the pronouns guy. Let's see. Goodbye Volcano High. Yeah, it's that one is not a great game. Steam might be nuking it because of bad. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure exactly. Like, I'm not sure. It's because, like, the games that they're actually credited as working on, too, I mean, the main two people behind it, there's not that many. I don't know how many they've actually been involved with at this point in time. It's hard to say, I guess. It might be a lot less than people think that it is. But it might be a lot more, because, I mean, they're not acknowledging a lot of the ones that they actually worked on either. Or that are coming out that maybe they've worked on. Yeah, Gotham Knights, though. That's a fucking shame. Jesus. I mean, that whole game is a shame. Alright, well, that's their thing. That's the group. I don't know that it's, I don't know that's fully accurate or what to believe about that. But I'm also not seeing any, like, harassment or anything in the comments. It's, you know, it's just kind of... Well, there hasn't been comments in a while. Yeah, back on the Sweet Baby site. I mean, projects. We've looked at their projects. What is this approach? Let's see this. Okay. Sweet Baby Inc. is an inclusion-focused narrative and wah 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 wah. We begin with an all-hands review and discussion of the project material. Everyone at Sweet Baby sees your project and shares their thoughts, feelings, and ideas. We do this because it kicks the project off with a multitude of perspectives. So why don't you just fucking... I don't know, like, grab some friends of yours and ask them what they fucking think of the game at that point. Like, just... All it is a bunch of fucking people going, oh, this part's cool. Oh, that part's cool. Oh, this part could be better. Ooh. It's just some people's opinions. That's not really something you need to fucking... okay. We then create and complete narrative deliverables by keeping the player in mind, with a focus on user experience and emotional design. Uh-huh. The fuck does that mean? Emotional design? I mean, of a narrative, I guess. But all of the games you guys have worked on are like fucking phone games. I mean, not worked on. All the ones they've specifically developed. I can't get over the fact that the games that they actually developed, because apparently they do that. And they kind of fucking bury the lead on that, because it says projects, but it doesn't really mention the games they've developed, apparently. I think there's some mention of that, but it's not really front and center. Like, if they're developers, I feel like that's more of a fucking thing than any of this, but they bury that somewhat. But all the games they've actually developed, in-house, I guess, are all just, like, very inconsequential. They seem like what I've seen of that Playdate thing, it's almost like it's like a black and white Game Boy kind of thing. It's like a little more advanced, but it's like a hipster throwback kind of thing. Original console with a stupid fucking crank on it because it wants to be super cool and original and cool. And I don't think any of those games probably have a super deep in-depth fucking story. One of them looked like a fucking math game with a dog. I don't know. It's just interesting to me once again that this company that's all about narrative design is apparently the games they've designed, actually designed, haven't had narratives, it seems. I'm guessing, but like I probably haven't had anything too substantial. Services, we bring in diverse voices, blah blah blah. You know, they offer every fucking service. They offer every service. From cinematics to barks and everything in between, we tackle every type of writing for any type of game. We bring excitement, emotion, and character to the forefront and aren't afraid of breaking something down to build it back up. This is... I don't know. I guess the expertise they have now is Sable, right? Because like Sable won awards and stuff, and they did the narrative for that. So I guess that's their like that's the resume now. Hire us because we did Sable, I guess. That better be a fucking revolutionary narrative. Holy shit! Like, because before this, I mean, again, this is saying a lot. It would be so much for any random jabroni on 4chan or whatever to be like, yeah, bro, hire me! Hire me, anime studio, and I'll make the anime better than last season. I'll make Naruto good again. You know? It would be insane. Nobody would ever hire that. It's Nintendo hire this man kind of shit. But it's like... Here they actually did. They hired this man. They hired this woman. And based on, you know, seemingly not very much. Hey, I guess Sable's good. Good for them. Check out Sable. Narrative, whatever your story... Okay, story and narrative are the same thing. Writing and narrative are the same thing. I know it says UI and shit, but like... Okay, copywriting, though, is probably not the same thing as writing. I would not... I'm sorry, just because it says writing in it, I would not put copywriting in under writing. That's like a legal fucking thing. Don't put that in with writing. Fuck off. Narrative. Whatever your story needs, we're here to help. We tackle narrative and character in any form, keeping emotional resonance and authenticity at the heart of our work. We do story pitches, world building, character creation, narrative design, story feedback, and tweaks, and many more. Check out South of Midnight. Right, so we'll completely change your entire story, I guess. I don't understand what's happening in a game where you're like story pitches. Okay, did this game even fucking exist? Whatever game this appears to be like some kind of, like, I don't know, native woman game or something. I don't know. Something super diverse and cool. And maybe the game's good, I don't know. But, like, did the game just start getting made? And it was like that scenario she mentioned about, like, it's like a whole team of fucking white people, and then they needed somebody to write the story for them that would be, like, authentic or something. I don't understand. Like, you get somebody to come in and build your whole story for you? I don't see how that's not part of the game design. I don't understand how that's not just... how you need a company to do that. I just don't get it. Like, what fucking state was this game in? This one in particular. Before they did this narrative shit. Before they swooped in and fucking wrote the narrative. Was it anything? Did they write a narrative and then make a game around it? Or did they make a game and how much of it was made before they had to write a narrative? I don't understand how this fucking works. It doesn't seem like something that can work with just a consultancy group. It seems like something that you'd need to be part of the team, wouldn't you? Which is kind of what they describe, but like, well, they fucking shouldn't be. Representation. Yeah, representation. They got rid of a white actress in this game here on the basis of her skin color and replaced her with a different actress on the basis of her skin color. So, representation. Woo! We believe that representation is key to connecting players and audiences, and we offer a few ways to help your team and project gain the perspective needed to make it happen. We're part of an inclusive and knowledgeable community of diverse consultants. Yeah, inclusive and knowledgeable. Right. Well, inclusive, I don't know about knowledgeable. That's still up for debate. Able to cover a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. Our approach leads with the creation of joy in marginalized play. Yeah, this is some fucking insane shit she goes into in her TEDx thing about how apparently when you see yourself in a game, you get a feeling of joy. That's what I'm being told by these people. This sweet baby CEO lady, she claims that when you are black or whatever and you see your... Not, and it is that wording. It is usually that wording. See yourself or someone who looks like you. I don't know. I just don't think I care. Because, like, I'm not focused on race. I don't give a shit if the character looks like me. It's frankly inconsequential that half of the fucking game protagonists are, like, white or whatever. I would, if fucking Solid Snake was black, I would still love Metal Gear, you know? I don't give a shit. I don't understand this, like, creation of joy. Like, I'm sorry, maybe it's just because I'm overrepresented, but I said before, just because fucking Barrett and, again, Venom Snake and MGS5 has like a hook hand or a gun arm or whatever, I don't feel like this is representing me, or I'm like, oh, I'm just feeling joy. Oh, I need to tell everyone I know there's someone who's like me. I am so great. I am so great. Look at him. He looks like me. Oh, everybody else that plays this game gets to look at someone who's like me. No, sorry, I've never had that. I've never really had that feeling. My heart goes out to you if you need that in your life, I guess. That sounds like you're a bit of an insufferable jackass, but I don't. I'm good. But as one of those marginalized players, technically, I'm good. Thank you. I don't need that. I'm all good on that. If I saw some dude, if I saw Sledwing Pork, YouTube retard reviewer, with one hand missing, and he was in like a Yakuza game, I would sue. I wouldn't be like happy. If it was Yakuza, I wouldn't sue. if it was most games, I would sue. I would not be creating, there would not be any fucking joy created if I saw someone who was that similar to me. If I'm like, oh wow, that's a little weird, that's me, I don't like it. We do cultural consultation, a bunch of shit, risk assessment, yeah. Development. And yeah, this is apparently also true. We tackle development projects, big and small, whether you're making smaller, more focused games or bigger, full-fledged multimedia projects. We can assemble and lead an amazing team of new and marginalized voices who can bring it all to life. New and marginalized. Oh boy, I remember when the Sonic Heroes box had that on the cover. It didn't sell the games. It didn't sell the game any better. We do full-scale game development and interactive fiction. Oh, that's what's been happening on the internet the last couple weeks. That's cool. Yeah, check out our other projects. Can I? No, I can't. It just links to their projects page again. No, never mind. Outreach. What does this link to? Let's see. Hang on. Outreach. Whoa. Okay, come on. Verify me. There we go. Every time I click on a new page on Sweet Baby, by the way, it's requiring me to be verified by Cloudflare or whatever. Very funny. I don't know why, but that's funny. I'm not sure why, but that just implies that, oh, something's going on. Something tells me the website wasn't like this a couple weeks ago. But it is now. New and marginalized talent can change this industry if given the proper support. Yeah, that's the fucking problem. Because everything we've seen doesn't look like it's being changed by the people who deserve to change it. It's not new and marginalized talent. I mean, that's just, as always, the fucking shield being used. It's just some weirdo grifters that want to fucking swoop in and change your games. That's such a shame. It's such a shame that people are still willing to be taken in by this fucking scam. This complete scam of like, oh, they're attacking the marginalized people. Yeah, some people probably fucking are. Fucking grow up. Who gives a shit? It's the fucking internet. It's the fucking internet. Fuck you. Oh, the marginalized people. Yeah. I'm sure they feel real great that you're using them as a fucking scapegoat. I'm sure they're all real happy about it. I'm sure they love that for them. I'm sure that's great. The marginalized people meetings are really, they're just fucking toasting you in celebration right now. Absolutely. Totally. Fucking totally. From opaque industry practices to a lack of entry-level roles, we understand the overwhelming challenges that come with finding a space in games. One that's safe. We firmly believe that open communication, compassion, and the fostering of new talent are vital to transforming the game space into a kinder, more collaborative industry. Yeah, collaborating with companies like Ubisoft, who are, Ubisoft after you're done with all the rape. You start out hard, but after you're done, Ubisoft. The industry is far from where it needs to be, but we believe it can get there with shared resources, diverse talent, and transparent industry. Oh, you don't want things to be transparent. Let's be real here. Because you've been transparent so far, and it's been too transparent. You're so incredibly transparent that we're able to see through every fucking inch of this. No, you're gonna want a little bit more opacity. You're gonna want us to be a little bit more opaque. Just a little. Just a little. I mean, this is shady, and making it more opaque will make it more shady, but it'll probably protect you from how fucking, mask off you guys have been. And, you got workshops and shit. I would love to find out their exclusive secrets, which are apparently free, by the way. So somebody, I'm not going to do this, but, hypothetically, somebody could get access to those and maybe share that with people. I don't know. I wouldn't suggest such a thing. That is their private property, I guess, but it is free, so I don't know how the legality of that works. But I would be interested to know what it is that they, are consulting for. Because again, one of the things that they offer is like a game dev Q&A kind of thing. It's like, well, what the fuck do they necessarily know about that? I don't know. It'd be interesting to know, but it's not really accessible on the site here. Again, I don't know if that's legal, if you can share that with people. Probably not. If it was, I think I would be able to click on it here. But it is free, apparently. So, I mean, hypothetically, someone could at least look at it for their own purposes. And certainly nothing else. There's a newsletter. And the newsletter is called Friends of the Baby. Friends of the Baby is the name of the newsletter, and the first thing here in the newsletter, this is on Substack, sweetbabynews.substack. The first thing on the newsletter, January, brought to you by Baby Power. All babies are of legal age to work in their region. It's not possible to ignore how fucking strange the word baby is here. They keep fucking insisting on this. It's really odd. I don't care for it. I don't care for fucking baby sugar either. Which is their other fucking word that they came up with. Baby sugar. Sorry, bébé sucré. Because they're fancy about it. They're fancy about their very suspicious name. But all the babies are of legal age, don't worry. And yeah, I guess most of their stuff from their Substack thing has been scrubbed clean. It's funny because apparently some games that were on that this Steam group here, where is it here? View all. Come on now. View store page. Okay. Yeah, the Steam group here. It includes stuff like the Zao game, which is mentioned on the newsletter. And I see that there's archives of it, I guess. But yeah, it seems as though... Well, that's from this year, too. That's from the same month as the Babies of Legal Age thing. So it's like, did the developers... I can only assume that either the developers of that asked them to take that down. And not associate themselves with their game. or they did that out of, just out of kindness, knowing that any game associated with them was going to get a bunch of fucking backlash. Whether it deserves it or not, because again, that Zao game actually looks pretty good. But overall, this fucking company definitely seems like they deserve it. I think that might be close to the end. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I didn't expect to go this deep into this. I had other stuff I wanted to talk about. I had some other crazy people. There was a guy that had a video about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Yakuza 8 being woke. But it's too late. It's just far too late for all of that. Far too late for all of that. We looked at that guy's channel and it wasn't very interesting. The dude needs to make better videos. And then there was a couple other things I wanted to look at too. We'll maybe get into that another time. But for now, yeah, no, this has been an insane nightmare. It's been an insane nightmare. Let me take a look here. It's been 6 hours. Didn't expect to do that. Very cool. Let me put on some music here, so that I don't go insane. I don't want to go insane. I just don't want to go insane, you know? I just don't want to go insane. 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 That's why I'm going to play some music. There you go. Let me open up the thing here. Yeah, the rabbit hole was pretty insane. I really came into this. Your deafness is a shout. My word is but a whisper, but yeah, your deafness speaks volumes. I went into this and I wanted to be a little more fair and everything, and there are definitely grifters on both sides, but I mean, it's impossible to not look at this as what it is once you do pay attention to it. It's right there. You listen to their own words. You don't have to watch anybody else's take on it. You don't have to listen to even what I say about it. Listen to what they say about it. Sweet baby people say about it. Listen to what the people involved say about themselves. They define themselves more or less in the same terms as a parasite. They define themselves, but they also can't define what fucking job they do. You know? So it's like I wanted to be fair to them, and I think I have been. I've fairly assessed, in my opinion, that they are a giant, giant scam. And a lot of people are buying into that scam because apparently the most fucking powerful grift in the world is to just say that you're being harassed by toxic insert group, whatever, gamers, Kiwi Farms, whatever. Whatever. That Keffel's got 100 grand out of that shit. And has apparently fucking snorted it all or something, allegedly. You know? So it's the most powerful grift in the world, and people are being taken in by it, and I feel sorry for anybody who is. Anybody who I genuinely feel upset for you. It's very unfortunate if somebody is still if I see somebody in the future who is like, oh, these people just want to harass women. It's like, man, you're either stupid or you've been played a fool. I'm sorry. It's either way. It's you're either stupid or you've been, convinced of things as if you're stupid. I don't know. It's such a shame. It's such a shame. It's not a conspiracy either. You look at their own fucking words. Just listen to their own words. You don't need to listen to anyone else tell you how to think about it. You don't need to listen to my fucking words. Watch the video I watched without my own commentary. See if you feel the same way about it. I don't know. Maybe I've already poisoned the well, but like, I don't know. I just say how I feel about the thing, you know? Let's get into it here. We have, 750 ISK from Baneblade. Gamergate returning on its 10th anniversary is like some dark ancient prophecy coming true. Now we just need Trump to tweet about it to own the libs. I mean, it could really happen this time, though. That would be the ultimate meme, because it is an election year. Trump is absolutely going to have people associating with him who are aware of Gamergate. And who are able to, I mean, like Steve Bannon would have been that guy at one point in time. There are going to be people who are able to identify that this is a thing that he can exploit. You know what? I'm making the prediction. I have a feeling Trump is gonna tweet about Gamergate. I have a feeling he will. I think he will. I don't think this year's complete until Trump tweets about Gamergate. Elon already did. Fucking Elon is pro Gamergate too. I think Boogie's pro Gamergate too. So you know what? Fuck it. Trump's gonna be pro Gamergate too. I can't wait. It's gonna be so exciting. It's gonna be such a great time to be alive. It's gonna be such a wonderful time. Everyone's getting scammed. I can't wait. $5 from Jigsaw Tooth. Kia ora from New Zealand, Claw. Your streams have gotten me through some tough times. I finally caught you live. Take some of my government money, brah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Funny thing about New Zealand government money, I just watched the video a couple days ago. Aiden Paladin put out talking about the false allegation stuff, you know, that's been happening. The myth of the 2%. Apparently, supposedly there's this myth, I had never even heard of it. This myth of like, only 2% of false of allegations against like a rapist or whatever are false. And it turns out that not only is that number probably a lie, but depending on how you fuck with the statistics, it can be like as much as 60% that are false. But one of the things that was brought up in that video is it's probably closer to like around 20%, 25% or something, maybe 30%. That seems to be around somewhere closer to that. Maybe not, maybe a little lower. I don't know. But funny thing about that, New Zealand apparently did this thing where they were like giving money away. They were giving people 10 grand just for saying they got assaulted, like sexually assaulted. You didn't have to have a case. You didn't have any, I don't even know if you had to have any specific person you were pointing the finger at. I think you just had to basically say to New Zealand, hey, I got raped, can I have money? And they just gave you money. I don't know if that's still a thing, but you might want to try it sometime. If you're ever down on your luck in the New Zealand area, just, I don't know, that might still work, you know? Apparently that was an option for some period of time. And would you believe that false allegations went up substantially in the wake of that? I would never believe that. I never would have thought that. $5 from Muds33. Unrelated, but I've been wanting to study up on Japanese. What are some of your methods or programs that you use? I want to impress Kiryu-chan. I use, well, I've been using this app, Busu. I'm not really super happy with it. It's kind of, it's better than like Duolingo from what I've heard, but it's kind of like dicey. Like I typed in, they taught me like half of the kanji for the word Tomodachi. The first kanji. So the way you write it is the kanji for tomo, and then the hiragana for da and chi. And that's not the way you, I don't think, would normally write Tomodachi, but they're kind of doing it to like ease you into the kanji. Well, so I was doing one of these little quizzes or whatever, and I typed in, and it got to Tomodachi, and I like type in, I know that word, that's Tomodachi. So I type it in, and I have the autocorrect thing with my little Japanese keyboard correct it to the way that they taught me to write it, specifically, which was the first kanji, and then the other two are the hiragana. And it told me that I was wrong. I was very upset about that. It was also hanging me up on like e and na adjectives, because it just didn't inform me of how to tell the difference between them. It told me that there was a difference and what to do in the difference, like if it's an e adjective, whatever, you do this. It didn't inform me that e adjectives are all the ones that end in like the character e, or oi, or I, or ui. But anything that ends in a, or like ki, or any other character that like has, you know, like the last part of it is the I sound, the E sound, sorry, because I is E over there. If it's like ki or ni or something, that would be a na adjective, apparently. Well, they don't fucking tell you that. So they just throw a bunch of shit at you, and it's like, it's like, oh, is Genki an E adjective? Well, it ends in E, doesn't it? Like, I assume it's fucking an E adjective, right? Is Genki? No, it's not. It's Na. It's Genki Na. So, not super fond of Busu at the moment, but it's maybe that's just a minor gripe. I don't know. I'm still using it. I want to continue my streak. You know, my streak that I've been doing. I like that. It's keeping me motivated. But, not a fan. Not the best. And, you know, all of the apps basically teach you shit with, like, a very formal, you know, way of talking. You have to end every fucking sentence with desu, apparently. You know, like the classic 4chan meme, every sentence ends in desu. I haven't seen desu so much since, like, 12 years ago on B. It's crazy. And real Japanese people in casual context, anyway, don't speak like that. So, yeah, I mean, maybe Busu is, like, a good thing to use, but I would use, like, a few sources, probably. I'm gonna be looking into some books as well. There's, like, Tai Kim's grammar guide, James Hasig's Remembering the Kanji. There's a few books I want to look at. I don't want to focus just on apps, but there's some apps that help, like Anki Droid is pretty cool. I really like the app called Kanji Study. It tells you about all of the different readings of kanji, and it's like a dictionary where you can type in. Like, I was playing Yakuza Kenzan, the untranslated samurai one, and trying to, like, what is this fucking kanji? And I'd, like, poorly draw it in the fucking handwriting thing. And sometimes it doesn't get it, but a lot of the time it does, and I'm like, oh, okay, that means shop or something. And so I am learning some stuff through that, and yeah, so there's a few, there's some good channels too, you know, mostly I'm trying to do kind of like an immersion thing now. I'm gonna be reading some manga in Japanese and stuff, playing some more games with the text set to Japanese. You know, it's a few different sources. I wouldn't recommend any one thing so far based on my experience. 10 CHF from Super Mario Hack. Just today I saw some videos from a YouTuber called Dimitri Monroe, where he talked about how a lot of Japanese media has been overhauled to meet global standards. So yeah, that's also happening. I mean, people keep claiming that that's a thing that happened in Yakuza 8, and I just don't see it. I don't know where in Yakuza... The only thing I can identify in Yakuza 8 that might have been woke, quote-unquote, is that I think that there's some pretty, frankly, interesting and mature relationship dynamic stuff between Ichiban and Saiko. I don't think it ends super well. No spoilers, but, like... Throughout the game, I don't know, it's set up in a really clever way where he just basically beefs it super hard, asks her to marry him, and then all of his friends are like, what the fuck did you say to her? You told her, I'll do my share of the housework as well? What the fuck is wrong with you, Ichiban? So if that's woke, if that's the wokeness, like, that's the only thing I could really detect that might have been woke in that game. Yakuza 8's got a lot of fucking problems. It's good, too. I saw somebody call it the Metal Gear Solid 4 of the Yakuza series. I think I agree. I really think I agree. It's so unfocused and insane, but it's like, it's pretty good a lot of the time, you know? It does not end super great, and it's got a lot of fucking problems, but man, it's got some fucking moments. $5 from QF Glenn. Hot damn, Tactics Ogre Reborn is fun as hell. Love your videos, Klaus. Say hi to Sasha for me. Sasha's back on the server now. She's out and about. I think she finally did her 1,000-word essay about why the Wii U is the best console ever, and we let her out of gay baby jail. I need to play Tactics Ogre at some point. I think that game looks pretty cool. There was that one, and there was the other, like, remake thing. It was, what was it? Front Mission. The Front Mission 1 remake I wanted to take a look at, but I hear it's kind of not the best. I don't know. Haven't gotten around to it, though. $5 from Edgelord Leon talking about the massive Karen rant. I don't think that it's... She was affected by a symbiote and... Like, yeah, there's fucking relationship problems with Mary Jane and Peter. Of course there fucking are. I have no problem with that scene. I mean, maybe it's a little much, but I don't think that scene's too bad. I think that if you were in her position and Spider-Man was like Catwoman or something, like, you would also be... justifiably pretty upset that you are not, you know, like that important to her or something. Like, yeah, I think it would go both ways. So no, I don't think that scene in particular is too bad. $2 from, I don't like the boss fight though, actually. The actual boss fight with her is really bad though. Like, she just keeps fucking like, I don't know, I just remember having to like keep dodging constantly. I couldn't even fucking hit her. I mean, I beat her, but it was like, it was just so fucking tedious. It was like she just kept fucking doing these wacky moves, and I'm like, God, just let me hit you. This sucks. She would like bounce around the whole fucking neighborhood. It's like, Jesus Christ. It went on way too long, too. My problem with Spider-Man 2, also, I think the reason I didn't finish it was because I played it on hard mode, because the original game I played on normal mode and it was fine, and then I beat it on hard mode and I platinumed it. Because it's like pretty easy on normal mode, you know, it's like, you get the rhythm of the combat down until you have like a 300 count combo or whatever. And yeah, you know, it's like hard mode's a little bit better. So I start playing Spider-Man 2 on hard mode, and yeah, as expected, unfortunately, it just made every boss fight a fucking miserable, tedious slog that I hated, and I was just not happy. It just, every fight was like 5 minutes longer than it needed to be. But of course, if you play it on normal, it's just like, you know, way too simple. There's no happy medium, you know? Because the games are inherently designed a lot of the time these days for fucking rubes to play. You know, not everyone, you know, but Spider-Man 2 is like an everyone can play type of game. So it's like, if you want to make a hard mode, all it can really be is just more tedious and more health bar. And, like, that's the worst kind of hard mode. Well, no, they could just implement better AI and, like, you know, something like that. But that's obviously difficult. That's hard mode for the developers. I would love to see more games that have a hard mode where it's just the AI plays better. That would be great. But instead, it's virtually always they just have more health and you have less health. It's stupid. $2 from Dr. Grubius. Sweet Baby is only a story/writing consultant. Yeah, not according to them. I've definitely seen people saying that, but that's apparently not true according to them. $5 from Rylan C. Why are these people so upset at these Sweet Baby people? They make good barbecue sauce. I know, it's very unfair of them. $2 from Sharp Metal Edge. All one-armed bears deserve representation. Yeah, god damn it. It's about time. Yeah, no, that's the real problem. There's one-armed people and there's white people in games, but there's no one-armed bears. God damn it. $5 from Sharp Metal Edge. Rich Evans coined the term passive-progressive at companies like Disney trying so hard to appeal to others' politics as long as it makes them money. Yes, passive-progressive is a good term. That kind of edit the gay kiss out in China type of progressive, you know. I don't know if that's exactly what this is, but yeah, I'm just amazed so many people are still able to not see the obvious fucking, you know, the signs of the grift. Like, in different forms every time. Sometimes it's Keffels. Sometimes it's fucking, like, Disney Star Wars. Sometimes it's Sweet Baby, but it's always the same type of thing. It's always ultimately the same type of thing. And sometimes you literally have a marketing man tell you directly verbatim that yeah, diversity is a super cool strategy we can use for marketing, or whatever fucking words. It was basically that. It basically said that, more or less, in as many words. Paraphrase. $20 from Aurelius. Thank you very much. Thanks for another stream, Mr. Dork. By the way, I think it'll interest you to know that One Up Films has been recently arguing with literal teenagers in the Angry Birds community and even made a full-blown user rant about them. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. I'll have to look into that again. Let me take a look here. I'll bookmark it. It's the number 1, I think. Films. No, it's the word 1. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Guys, first of all, Jeffy. But second of all, look, it's our other favorite boy. He's here. He also made a review. He also made a video about this guy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I don't know where this, I don't know where the, stuff you're talking about is. I'm making a video game, though. Oh, you better get Sweet Baby involved in that one. Angry Birds? Nintendo game... How can we help GameCube, dude? Uh-huh. My response to GameCube, dude. Well, that's an Angry Birds character, so I assume that's the video. Does it start before that, though? It's from a few months ago. I mean, we caught up with him a couple months ago. Yeah, here. So I guess it has to be this video. How can we help GameCube, dude? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. No, it's fine. We'll look at this another time. I think this might be it. If not, you know, let me know, but that looks, you know, looks like it could be good. I need to hydrate. $10 from Dalkos. The Arthur lore is that Ratburn was straight until out of nowhere becoming gay for woke points. He dated Patty and Catherine, and he's still interested in Patty. Well, what if he's bi? What do you mean gay for what? Gay for Mole Man? You're gay for Mole Man! No, I mean... You might just be bi then. I mean, what's the fucking... I don't know. I mean, alright, maybe they could have made it another character, I guess. But... I don't care. I still don't care. You've explained it, I still don't care. $10 from Reverend Cudgel. Forcing wokeness into existing media has the opposite effect. People have started just assuming every diverse character in media is woke. If they just made new things, people wouldn't notice. Well, yeah, I assumed when I looked at Alan Wake, too, that it was just, you know, it just happened to have a black lady in it. I mean, I didn't assume that it was gonna be, like, some corporately mandated fucking thing. I didn't realize that. But... you know, it kind of goes both ways, even in that way. But yeah, no, definitely. I mean, people, that's where the kind of the joke of like, they put a woman in it, it's woke now. It's like, yeah, because how many times recently in the last like decade have they put a woman character in something and it's just been like to chastise the man? Like, I remember when there was that new James Bond coming out a little while ago and there was like some quote from one of the people, like the director or something, saying about how, oh, this is gonna be Bond's atonement for his Me Too crimes, or some fucking shit like that. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, yeah. Where do you think this comes from? Oh, they're all just racist and hateful and misogynistic, and it just came out of absolutely nowhere. Yeah, I don't know. Where could it have come from? Where indeed? Some people, sure. But there's a vocal minority sometimes, you know, you gotta get used to that. $2 from Edgelord Leon. The bigger problems are companies like BlackRock. Again, I don't know what this company is. This just it kind of sounds like George Soros behind everything. That sort of thing. I'm sure there is a company involved. I don't know. But when it's like, you gotta follow the money, it's Soros, man. Yeah, it's kind of sounds like that. $5 from Reverend Cudgel. Those who think minorities can't be racist don't actually believe it. They think they can gain power through minorities being racist. Win by any means. I don't know, that's a little cynical. I don't assume that much malice in everybody. I think everybody... I just assume everybody likes to think that they're the hero. They like to think they're the good guy, you know? And so you get a Ku Klux Klan member who thinks that he hates black people for the right, morally justifiable reasons. And you get a shitty hipster dating game on Steam that calls that like shits on white people because the developer thinks that, you know, their reasons for disliking white people are all of the good reasons. They've got the right reasons for, you know, widely disliking a race of people based on the color of their skin and other negative stereotypes that they potentially developed through, you know, negative interactions with people in that race, but maybe also just through other people they know, you know, telling them certain things. I'm just saying, all racism is the same. It all looks the same if you remove whatever the fucking specifics are that they're talking about. It's all values this, and I'm right, they're all wrong. My version of this is justifiable. You know, everybody thinks they're the hero. Everybody thinks that they're great. It just so happens that at this point in time, a lot of people seem to think that it's perfectly okay to be racist to white people. And it's like, people call that like reverse racism, the same way they call like sexism to men reverse sexism. No, reverse sexism and I guess reverse racism is that thing where you act like you're so diverse and socially conscious and caring that you're essentially belittling people and making them into like an innocent pet that can do no wrong. They're basically not even people anymore in your eyes. They're just like this ascended group that can do nothing, that is not holy and great. There can be no bad people in this group. That's blah blah blah. And yeah, that is reverse racism. You see that sometimes. That kind of like, women never make false allegations. That's reverse sexism. You've just reversed yourself, backed up into sexism. You've just decided no, but being racist to white people or sexist to men, that's not reverse anything. That's just what it is. It doesn't make it reverse. It's like the mind poison of like, I guess white people invented racism, men invented sexism. So, supposedly. There's never been any Japanese people that are racist. There's never been any black people that are racist. Absolutely not. Never. Never once. I saw somebody earlier pointing out that I think someone said that they're like mixed and they've been shit on more by black people for their white half rather than like the other way around, you know. Yeah, no, but racism is invented by white people, so racism against white people has to be reverse, obviously. That's the way it works, right? No, I mean, that's just fucking stupid, you know, I don't know. And any excuse people make, any fucking argument they make, it ultimately just comes back to, right, yeah, I see you, I understand you're making the argument. I know slavery, I agree, slavery, I also am there, slavery was bad. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. But, that being said, you know, we're now in 2024, and, you know, it's understandable to have, you know, concerns about, like, a white cop or something. But, like, I don't know, the kind of, like, what was it? It was, again, Invalidate. I think it was it was a line. It was like a black guy said to a black lady, he said something like, "You're not one of those not all white people are bad types, are you?" It's like, I know that it's so played out to do the, imagine if that was black people, you know, like, reverse the, but it is. I mean, it is just the same. Aren't we all supposed to be equal? Aren't we all supposed to be equal? So yes, put those fucking names in reverse. And it is weird. It is still weird. Any way you fucking slice it. And, you know, for this company to come out acting like they're all progressive and shit, and they've got multiple people working for them who are clearly fucking dislike white people. It's like, good for you. You have formed a weird little insular left-wing clique that is very similar to the insular right-wing fucking, you know, moral first, values first, conservative fucking, you know, religious ladies, you know, pearl-clutching fucking church marms. Good job. You're just like Anita. Great. Congratulations. $5 from Wing of Ghidorah, Mothra, Shadow the Hedgehog, Xbox Fan 1998. Thank you for the shout out. Also, I hit the character limit. YouTube only allows usernames to be 50 characters long, sadly. That is miserable. That is very unfortunate. Well, you know, you could at least change your name every now and then, you know. I could see you, you know, just updating it here and there. Maybe you read a new book you really like, you just throw that in there, sure. $5 from Edgelord Leon. The creator of the character Shantae, aka family-friendly TNA, is also a woman, since you mentioned Bayonetta. I didn't know that one. Yeah, I mean, a lot of women like drawing sexy women. In fact, I watched a video last night about the history of Rule 34. The channel was Lextorious. Really great video. Pointed out how a lot of people like, I think the folks behind the Batman the Animated Series and among other prominent animated pieces, animated films and stuff, actually got their start doing like parody, sex art or whatever. That led into all that, and it mentioned that like at one point I mentioned that the character designer for Elizabeth from BioShock Infinite, not Elizabeth, the character designer for one of the like other people in the game, Lutess something, I think she's like one of the villains. I guess people were doing like source filmmaker porn of her, and so the character designer, who was a woman, came out with like a cheat sheet on how to do her underwear correctly. If you're gonna do porn of this character, here's how to make her corset look right. Because you're giving her a corset from the wrong era, goddammit. Which, that's fucking based. That's great. I really like that. That was really cool. And then you got people like Ken Levine and fucking Blizzard. The rape capital of gaming, Blizzard, complaining that you shouldn't lewd Overwatch characters. Guess what happened next? $10 from Aurelius. When I quit my day job at McDonald's, I went on to start my own restaurant as the lead Gordon Ramsay tier chef. Oh wait, I didn't, because that makes no fucking sense! $10 from Jafer. Sounds to me like SBI was the WeWork of the gaming industry. They don't have a product to sell, they don't sell a service, really. They exist off an assertion that they are the best at X. It's BS. Yeah, it is, just they kind of assert their own, their own values or something. They assert that they're right about whatever they're talking about, and people listen to them for some reason, and unfortunately now it seems to have actually worked. They've failed upwards. They've got themselves into the industry, and they actually have some things, like the Sable game maybe, that they could maybe put on their resume, and be like, hey, this is an actual game that's got some praise to it, Look, we aren't all just fucking charlatans. $5 from Jay for yellow paint as a self-admittance that either the level design or environmental design is off par. Yeah, I'd say so. $5 from Zenersha, having a bad day at Art Mart today. TM. Saw you were live and it cheered me up a little. Thanks for the chaos as always, Mr. Bear. Oh, you're welcome. This one was an interesting one. I guess I'm a right-wing chud again. You hate to have that happen to you. It's okay. I'll watch West Wing again. I'll get my thoughts straight. I'll watch Gilmore Girls and remember that women are based. I say that those are two shows that I very much enjoy, though. I'm not even joking. I might watch them again. I could do it, and I could become an SJW, and you can't stop me. Joe Buff II, welcome to Certified Sicko. Thank you very much. 641 from Exiled Postman. What kind of job do you suppose these two would actually be good at? Uber driver? Dropship merchant? Some kind of weirdo with a YouTube channel? Oh, I mean, the guy is like a marketer, I guess, but then he wasn't very fucking good at marketing the games that he marketed. The ones that he marketed are dead series that don't have sequels anymore, so, I guess not that. Not writing, maybe like social media management or some shit, They seem to be able to rile up a fucking firestorm on Twitter if they want to. $2 from Dr. Grubius. It insists upon itself, Peter Griffin. $2 from Edgelord Leon. Hey, the library on Legendary gave everyone PTSD. Yeah, I mean, Halo, when you do the hard modes, they at least add new enemies and stuff. Some of the AI is different. But then, of course, then you have the scenario with, like, Halo 2, where it's just unfair. You just have, like, I think there's one level on Legendary where it's the one where you, like, drop in on the Covenant ship. I think it's, like, toward the end of the game, where you, I think the moment you spawn in, you're immediately being fucking shot to shit. Like, by sniper jackals and shit. So yeah, it's really hard to find a fucking, a good medium challenge that isn't just padded health bars and you have no health bar, and isn't just like trial and error, and isn't just complete bullshit. I mean, fuck, no real spoilers, but the actual final boss of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, there are some very, very bullshit moves that just feel like, come on, man. You couldn't have just made this fight, like, a little bit more, like, actually challenging. You just had to give him, like, an insane super laser move that insta-KOs the other party member the second you revive them. You have to give him that, and the move goes on for 45 minutes, and then they bind, and then he binds you, and then does a move that drains all of your health from max health. Like, is that really needed? I don't know. I get that it's the final boss, but, like, come on, dude. Is it necessary? Is it? I mean, that's just, I don't know. There's other ways, because I fought that boss twice. The first time I was like, yeah, I was not very good at it. The second time, though, it's like, okay, you parry these moves, and then you have the other party member use this move when he does that move, and bing bang boom, and I was like basically no damaging the fight. And then I get to the fucking ending of it, and it's like he just whips out the bullshit move. It's like it's very difficult to balance a game that's like challenging without being just padded bullshit tedium, or just, you know, they unplugged my PS5 and I died. You know, that kind of shit. Let me see. $5 from the Rollin' Thunder! The guy who made the list said that he removed games from the list because for some his source was IMDb, and he found it to be an unreliable source. Well, I mean, hang on, because if I look here, where are we? What are we fucking doing? What films? What did I just open? What did I just open? I just opened something on fucking the start menu, whatever. Let me see here. Have we been on here this whole time? Have we been on here this whole time? I've been supposed to... I thought we were on the fireplace that whole time. Maybe we were. I haven't been paying attention. But yeah, we got Kim Belair up here. And if we take a look here... Let's see here. Sweet Baby on Moby Games. Moby Games has got to have some of their credits. No, this is also all they have. They even have less than that other site, or than the Steam group. It's 12. So, I mean, they have some very notable titles there. And that is questionable about how they even got into a position to work with fucking, like, God of War. I don't know, it's still very suspicious. I thought they had, like 100-something fucking titles. I mean, at least in that case, it would be like they've been doing this with a bunch of games, you know, they've got a track record, they've got some kind of a, you know, portfolio, as they've mentioned a bunch of fucking times. Here it's like, how did you manage to get hired for Spider-Man 2 when you're fucking... What was your shit before this? Like, Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance, the, like, phone game ripoff of the Baldur's Gate one. And, like, yeah, some of this is really... I don't know. I don't know where you got this. I don't know where they fucking managed to get this ability. It's so suspicious. You know, you look at the actual list of games, like, the longer the list is, you know, it's like, oh my god, how much influence do they have? But then, the shorter the list is, it really makes those specific big name games, like, stick out a bit more. Just like, wow, Alan Wake 2, huh? You got yourselves into that position. You got yourselves into the position to be a part of the narrative for the game that is the final on-screen performance, like, final voice performance of Kevin Conroy's Batman. You got yourselves involved in that game, huh? Well, I would have loved to do that. I think fucking millions of people would have loved to have that opportunity. But it was you guys. Oh, great. Good for you. Good for you. You sure seem like you deserve it, you know? Let me see. $5 from Aurelius. You might have deleted the Angry Birds rant. I don't know. I saw it at one point a week or two ago. Well, there is one there. I mean, I don't know if it's the same one, but it looks interesting. We'll look at it maybe next time. But that'll do it for the stream. Thank you, everybody. It's been a very long one. It's been like 7 hours. I didn't expect to go this long. I really thought we would only go for a little bit. I wasn't even expecting to really look into Sweet Baby. I was expecting to look into stuff surrounding the whole thing, people's reactions to it. I said at the beginning that we're not going to be talking about this company in the normal way, but God, the people that I was looking at were really fucking boring, and then they linked a thing that I had not seen yet, and it had some really stupid shit in it, so I'm pretty glad that we wound up pivoting in the way that we did, honestly. I don't know, I might cover more about this in the future if there's anything more to cover, but at this point in time, I mean, I think I've said my fucking piece. It seems like it's a giant scam. They've scammed a bunch of fucking people with the diversity grift, you know, into believing that anyone that has a problem with this weirdo, company that rips apart your creativity, is, I guess, they're a great service. We need more companies like them. And there are other companies like them. There are multiple companies that are like them. At least another one. There's probably several more. Yeah, no, it's a very weird thing that they're trying to sell. And the fact that we're all supposed to be on their side because lay evil gamers, I can't believe it's working again. That's the problem, really, is that everybody bought the lie about Gamergate being a bunch of harassers and misogynists, and so now, guess what? It worked when they did it again. When they did it again, it's working on people. People are willing to believe this insane lie. It's very depressing. It's very depressing. You know, on that very depressing note, thank you for sticking around. This has been too long. I'm tired, and I want to go to bed. I need to eat something first. But I will see you guys again. Take it easy, and a big ol' penis. Big ol' penis. Well, I really fucked up the fade out there. That's a shame.